Hi, chat. Hello. How are you guys doing today? It's been a nice day outside. Holy cow, it's like a million fucking degrees. Anyways, hope everybody's doing well. And I think I probably just demonetized it, you know? Oh, well. It's like a million freaking degrees outside. Hope you guys are doing well. Day 16 of Carry On Read. Let's see here. What do you guys... There are two comments I did want to show real quick. Job Well Done says, can we all just agree we're moving towards a hat-based economy? Yes. A hat-funded economy is never a bad idea. And buy a hat for your hat. And if you guys aren't aware, that's a reference to Mr. Medicare. He is, once again, coming back from the dead and doing another live show this Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. But with that said, let's get to Karen Reed. Jason, is that the afternoon session? The morning was fun. We're watching the whole thing because I wasn't here for it. So, no. This is the entire day. This is the entire day. And we're going to watch this at a little bit faster of a clip, though, because, God almighty, I can't. I don't have 8 hours to burn, but we have a couple hours we can burn here. So we are going to do day 16. It's only 6 hours long, which is helpful because there's going to be an hour lunch in there, which means roughly about 5.5 hours minus 2 hour breaks, means about 4 hours long or so, give or take. So we're not entirely toast here, chat. We're not entirely toast. And I will state how did it go this morning? I've heard some stories about what happened. I'm not going to get too far into it. We're just going to we got to let it ride. Ultimately, I think is the way this has to be handled. Also, do you guys like the new style of Karen Reed thumbnails? Because I got rid of I changed up what she looks like, and people are like, oh, that's not how she looks looking over her shoulder. So now instead we've got this Karen in her business suit looking all formal. So I thought you guys liked that. I haven't heard people complain, so you guys must have enjoyed it. John C. says, Sean. Yes. All right. So here we go. We are going to do day 16. We're going to get started here, chat. Jennifer McCabe is still on cross-examination. So, yeah. If you guys don't remember, that was not going so well for her. She was getting her ass kicked. Oops, I need to switch that back. I know it's this is the highlight of the day, and we're already starting off on it. Here we go.
About that, since it's this witness, why don't we come over here and do it while we bring the jurors in, okay?
Gonna be a sidebar about something, and here we go. Already 20 minutes burned in the 7-hour ordeal, chat. All right, here we go. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
2117, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record? Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Okay, guys, somebody asked, this is a question real quick. We'll answer this, and if we can, we'll back out because we know we're at 28 minutes. We can back out of the courtroom and get the bigger shot view of the courtroom. Let's see here. Let's see. Where was it at? Okay. Let's see if we can back up here. I'm trying to give you guys the whole look of the courtroom, the whole courtroom view. Okay. Once again, just real quick, this is the jury box. The jury is down here. This is all the jury. This is all Brian O'Keefe's family. Karen's family is right back here behind her and her supporters. These people are reporters, prosecutors, defense team, and then this is the court staff. So there you guys go.
Ms. Giannetti, good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So the county was kind enough to come in last night and make sure that the air conditioning was working. They were here late. They did a really terrific job, so I think everybody should be comfortable today.
Thank
I do
God.
have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to
See, I was in a courtroom yesterday and the air conditioning was 75. So, oof.
follow the instructions and refer?
Yep,
Ms.
let's
Reed?
go, let's go, let's go.
You shall swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case can the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Katie,
All
I
right,
saw
Mr.
that.
Jackson,
It's hard to tell it's
whenever you're
Colin.
ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, as a matter of housekeeping, I wanted to show you a quick set of documents that you saw yesterday, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. The court's permission there.
Sure.
Same, it's on page 9. Can you just take a look at that and tell me if that appears to be the same set of documents that we talked about yesterday that included the group chats, for lack of a better phrase?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't need to rush you.
That's okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that this set of group chats that have been authenticated be moved, marked and moved to evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes. Exhibit 98 from Rutland. Does that cover more than what you covered yesterday?
Exact same document, I just failed to do it yesterday, my fault.
All right. So is there still more? I'm just curious if my form's different then.
Yours should be the exact same.
Why don't I take a look at the exhibit, please? Why don't you come to sidebar, please?
Hold on, chat. Working on something real quick, and I'll switch over to helping you guys out here real quick. Oh, nope. Damn, you are a pain in the ass sometimes. We're Outlook.
Yes.
All right, so that will come into evidence, and jurors, sometimes I do have to repeat myself a bit, but this is, again, before you can consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the person who was identified as doing so was the person who authored or sent or transmitted the electronic communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. So, all right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, you'll recall yesterday we talked about the 12 times in your grand jury transcript that you talked about statements that you attributed to my client. You remember that conversation?
Yes,
And in those dozen times, you never used the word or the words or the phrase, I hit him, correct?
correct,
And your explanation for that was, well, I wasn't asked that specific question, correct?
correct.
You were, in fact, on January 29th, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You did, in fact, on January 29th, seek to ask an officer to come back to 34 Fairview for the specific purpose of telling that officer something that you thought was important, correct?
Correct.
Which officer was that?
Michael Lank.
And about what time did you ask Officer Lank to join you back at 34 Fairview?
I'm not sure. I know it was in the AM. I'm just not sure what time exactly.
Somewhere around 9 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Possibly.
Okay, so this literally, we're talking about just a couple of hours after the incident in question.
Correct.
Okay. Sergeant Lank came with Sergeant Gallagher, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Came back to the location at 34 Fairview and gave you an opportunity to provide whatever information you deemed relevant at that time to impart to him, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that at that time, you didn't tell Sergeant Lank that my client said, I hit him? What you said was that my client said, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Incident report page. It's like the second to the last, or third to the last page. It's my incident report. Could you take a look at that report, just the face page, and tell me if that appears to be an incident report associated with this case? I know you didn't draft it, but you recognize that that's an incident report from the police, Canton Police specifically.
Yes.
Could you turn to the tab that's the little light blue tab, maybe 3 pages from the end of that report?
Yes.
I'd like you to read that paragraph to yourself, if you wouldn't mind, please. You have that in mind?
I do.
Okay,
Yes.
may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What you read just now appears to be a report of the incident in which Sergeant Lank came back to 34 Fairview to give you an opportunity to tell him whatever it was that you thought was important, correct?
Was that a full report or is that just an excerpt from it?
Well-
That paragraph?
That right there is a full report of that incident of Sergeant Lank going back to 34 Fairview. Would you agree?
Well, that's not a full report of what I said, but if that's his full report, it's his full report.
Okay. And in this report,
Mhm.
what he writes that you said to him,
Objection.
The objection sustained.
isn't it true that what you actually told Sergeant Lank when he returned is that while driving around with her and Roberts looking for the victim, Miss Reed said something to the effect of, quote, I hope I didn't hit him, end quote. Isn't that what you told him?
Yes, because she said that when we were driving around.
And then you went on to say
Mhm.
that, quote, she, Karen Reed, made these statements again at the scene when the victim was discovered, correct?
Correct.
And then you went on to say she, Karen Reed, that you thought that Reed may have made these same statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure, meaning you were not sure, correct?
I was not sure if she made what the police officers may have heard. That report is his recollection. My recollection is I told him that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I told him that he should ask the responders if they heard that, because it was a great possibility that they heard it as well.
But none of that, you'll agree, you just read the report, none of that is in his report.
That's a very brief report.
I didn't ask you if it was brief, I asked you if it was in it, correct?
Correct.
And that's a report of a conversation that he had at 34 Fairview with you for the specific purpose of memorializing what you told him, correct?
Correct.
And what you told him, according to Sergeant Lank, is she said one phrase, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
That's what's in the report.
All right. And again, this was 2.5, 3 hours after the incident, not 2.5 years later, correct?
Correct.
Ms. McCabe, we talked yesterday about this unrecorded meeting that you had in front of Sergeant Lank's home on January 30th. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation, yes.
Have you had any other home visits with any other police officers involved in this case?
I went to drop off. It was not a visit. It was myself with Carrie Roberts dropping her daughter off. There was no involvement of Mike Lank on this day.
Have you been to the home, the personal residence of any other police officer involved in this case? Ever?
Yes.
Tell me who.
Kevin Albert.
Who else?
I went to Elizabeth Proctor, the wife of Michael Proctor's house.
Who does Elizabeth Proctor live with?
Michael Proctor.
So you actually went to Michael Proctor's personal residence, didn't
I
you?
did, yes.
That was in September of what year?
23. I went over.
23.
Yes.
Why'd you go to Michael Proctor's house in September of 2023?
I met Elizabeth Proctor in approximately July or August of 2023. We are two mothers that are being viciously terrorized and harassed by social media. Things that were stated in this courtroom and allegations that were made have torn our lives upside down. We receive hate letters saying that they
I'm
hope
asking you
things.
why? I know you want to give a narrative.
She gets to answer this. Mr. Jackson, the door's open.
Your Honor, she should answer the question why she went to the house as opposed to the narrative behind her motivation.
It sounds to me like she's explaining why she went to the house. The door was open,
Yeah,
Mr. Jackson.
that's kind of.
We receive letters, we receive emails, we receive calls. People drive by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us. They take pictures of our children. They took a picture of my daughter and put semen on it and said property of some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with. So
Ooh.
that is why myself and Elizabeth Proctor got together. Michael Proctor was not home. We are two mothers trying to get through the unthinkable together.
So you were upset about the public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of John O'Keefe.
Ooh.
I was outraged because I am a state witness that is being tortured because of lies.
Because of public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of a police officer, correct?
No, it's a social media witch hunt.
I see. So you decided that the best way for you to address that angst that you were feeling is to go to the lead investigator's home, personal home, in this case, correct?
I went to visit Elizabeth Proctor.
So
Michael
just-
Proctor was not home.
So just like when you went to when you went to Sergeant Lank's house and the only person you met with was his wife, when you went to Michael Proctor's house, your claim is the only person you met with was his wife.
I personally did not go to Mike Lanks. It was not Jen going to Michael Lanks. It was Carrie Roberts dropping her daughter off, and I happened to be in the car with her.
Okay.
Elizabeth
yeah,
Proctor, I met with because we couldn't take the torture
It's all
any longer.
coinky-dink.
And you were later asked about
Coinky-dink.
this unrecorded visit at Trooper Proctor's home by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Can you remind me?
Sure. Did you have a conversation with a trooper by the name of Tully, who interviewed you specifically about your contact with Michael Proctor?
Could I see the report to refresh my memory?
Do you not remember having a conversation with Trooper Tully?
I've had many conversations over the last 2 years.
The multi part of it.
Over the last 2 years with a number of troopers.
Okay. All I'm asking you is, and I've got a report that can refresh your recollection. I want to know, first of all, do you remember having a conversation about your relationship with Michael and Elizabeth Proctor with Trooper Tully?
I know I had a
Also, if you're like, oh my God, these poor bandits getting harassed, like, why aren't you going to the police station? No, I want to have coffee and be friends, and I want to eat chocolate and watch Hallmark movies and cry. No, go to the police station like a real person would do. Hey, there's a mob of people harassing me. Policemen, stop them. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Yeah, the troopers. The Koopa Troopas. The Koopa Troopas. So, I mean, just absolutely garbage. Absolutely garbage. Yes, I think she likes being a martyr, but she's also dumber than a doornail.
conversation with a trooper about it. I don't remember exactly which trooper.
Fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this page.
Thank you.
Take a look at the face page of that, read it to yourself. And then I'd ask you to turn to the tabbed page, which is paragraph 27.
Okay.
You have that in mind?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, that you had a conversation or an interview, formal interview, with Trooper Tully about your relationship with Elizabeth and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
And you told, actually, let me back up for a second. Okay, was that somewhere in the vicinity of September, late September, early October, when you had that conversation?
Is there a date on it?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's a date stamp on the bottom. Take a look at that date stamp on the bottom and tell me if that refreshes your recollection of about the time that that conversation would have taken place.
Well, the date stamp on the bottom is when it was, I'm assuming, entered into evidence,
Right.
but that doesn't say when the interview itself was.
Right, so if you'll agree with me, you know that you had the meeting with at Elizabeth and Michael Proctor's home sometime in September 2023, correct?
Correct.
If that's dated October of 2023, that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know the date because it's not dated.
So I don't either.
So do you think it was between September and October?
It must have been.
Had to be, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Before I get to that, I've got a couple of other questions. You had, at some point, multiple phone calls with Michael Proctor after January 29th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember all the phone calls that you had with him?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a log of your phone calls?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes. Is this what was marked 00 or
It's
00
not.
this morning?
That will be next.
Okay.
This is just a folder. Once the tab highlighted.
Thank you.
Take a look at that and tell me if you, specifically, there's a lot of calls there. There are blue tabs. You could look at those blue tabs and then tell me when you've taken a look at those.
Okay. Okay.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Having looked at this set of records, does this appear to be an accurate reflection of the phone calls that you shared with Michael Proctor at some point on and after January 29th?
Yes.
Just to summarize those, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a call on the 29th at 10:55 a.m. with Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
There was a call on the 29th at 12:49 p.m., correct?
I didn't memorize them.
I understand. Would you?
So if you want to give me the paper back, then I could probably answer correctly.
You want to do
Okay.
it that way, we certainly can. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, first call, January 29th, 10:55 a.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Correct.
Next tab, January 29th, 12:49 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Correct.
January 30th at 9:51 a.m. you called Trooper Proctor, 4-second call, probably a voicemail or something.
Correct.
January 30th, a minute later, 9:52 a.m., you then called Trooper Proctor again, 21 minutes and 31 seconds for that call.
Correct.
January 30th, same day, 4:45 p.m., Trooper Proctor calls you, 9 minutes and 43 seconds.
Correct.
January 31st, the next day, at 11:51 a.m., you call Trooper Proctor for 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Correct.
So that is the sum of those call logs, correct?
Correct.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Those aren't all the calls that you had with Trooper Proctor. That didn't stop. It's just where these logs stop, correct?
I'd have to see my further call logs.
Do you believe that you had additional phone calls with Trooper Proctor after that last call on the 31st?
I know I did in 2023.
Okay. In 2022, did you have additional phone calls with him?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at phone records.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May we approach briefly?
Okay.
Skip ahead here. And
Thank you, Tony.
I know we talked about this yesterday, but all of this, I'm not sure, and I don't know what's going on, and I need, like, none of that helps you. You do not look credible when every time, well, what did I say? It's like, did you agree? You talked to him. Well, what did I say? This is, yeah. Observer 777 is saying, Auntie Bev allowed hearsay evidence by 2 people today. That will be enough to get Karen enough for a mistrial. Not. We're gonna hold on here. Okay, so here's the deal with that. And I'm trying to be very nice. I'm going to be very nice about this. I'm not trying to mock you, observer. Here's a concept you need to learn at the appellate level for appellate work. Harmless error. That, is a ruling by a trial judge that all mistaken does not meet the burden for a losing party to reverse the original decision of the trier of fact on appeal or to warrant a new trial. So harmless error means, okay, yeah, it was a mistake, but it doesn't matter in the end. All right. So, in the absence of the error, that verdict might have been more favorable. So it doesn't matter. There was enough guilt to convict her anyway, is literally what the court is going to say. Those 2 things alone probably won't be harmless error. There might be other things that are harmless error, but just so you're aware, that doesn't. That alone is not enough to sink a case. It's not. I trust me, man. Like, here's what I'll tell you. I'll use an example. I had a case where, let's see if I can, you know what? I'll bring it up if I could find it here. Let me see here. Let's see here. Where is... Trying to find something I've did recently. Sort by, yeah, here we go. Post by me. Let me see if I gotta find the one I want to show you guys. Because there's a case I had where something really bad happened, really disgusting. You're like, what the hell? How could that ever happen? Well, Court didn't care. And what had happened was there were instances that my guy's Fifth Amendment rights were referred to during closing arguments, that he didn't want to help talk and clear things up. You're not allowed to do that, right? Like, that's not supposed to happen. But it did. Happened twice in the closing arguments at a trial. I wrote the appeal. And I said, wow, this is bullshit. That's not fair. You guys can't do that. Court of Appeal said, you know what? Yeah, you're right. 100%. Because here's the problem. They determined he's guilty anyway. And that even without these issues, and here, we'll use this. This is one I did. An appeal I had. And I'm not too worried about power leveling it for you. So they talk about it. Errors being deemed prejudicial, starting paragraph 116. An error will be deemed prejudicial if there's a reasonable probability that affected the outcome of a judicial proceeding. Okay. So it is troubling. It is troubling in this case that the trial court overruled defense counsel's objection and did not give a curative instruction to the jury. So what happened? Well, here's what happened. The prosecutor on rebuttal commented on Jones's post-arrest silence once he was in custody. You're not allowed to do that. You are not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do it. Can't do it. Not going to do it. Won't do it. But, and he's got Fifth Amendment protections, and they were violated. So, and here's the thing, since violations of a defendant's constitutional right against self-incrimination are subject to harmless error review. See? So here's the issue. It's harmless. If they can comment on your Fifth Amendment rights and it's considered harmless, hearsay is going to be considered harmless error as well. And they point out it's troubling that the trial court didn't do anything. They point out, however, as the record reveals, overwhelming evidence of Mr. Jones's guilt in this case. Thus, any error resulting from the prosecutor's improper comments is harmless error. So, why do I say all this? Because this isn't, I know you guys are looking for the silver bullets, or you're looking for that mic drop, the booyah-ka-cha. You're looking for that combo breaker, you know, or you're looking for that monster kill. You know, those don't happen as much as we like to think they do. They really don't. So that's all. I'm just, like I said, observer, not trying to bag on you. You asked a question. I think that actually is something I think everybody needs to hear. This is the reality of the world that this is occurring in. You know, that's the reality of the legal world. So, harmless error is a bullshit concept. Yes, I agree. And you know what should happen? The prosecutor should automatically lose. You violate someone's Fifth Amendment rights, and done, loss. Harmless error, fine. Who cares? You know what would happen if the prosecutor lost that case? He would say, shit, I'd better not do that ever again. And all around him and all the counties around this prosecutor, they go, fuck, we'd better never do that again. Just like if the cops fuck up evidence and it's done. You know what happens? The cops go, shit, we better never do that again. But when there's no accountability, things keep happening. Oh, it's harmless. Yeah. And Chris is law-splaining. I know, law-splaining on the interwebs. I should coin that phrase. That sounds brand new and unique. It's hard to get a mistrial, yes. Kat says it's prior bad act evidence of hearsay in more than one way. Well, we'll see. But even then, just saying. SB says, oh no, another airfield. What? I'm not sure I get that. Binger got chewed out for it. It didn't help. I mean, remember, Judge Schroeder was a cuck. For everybody that likes him. Yes. How dare appellate courts make a finding of fact like that? Very brazen of them. And Cedar Rose says, I'm watching at a sushi restaurant right now. Bonsai! False prophet, I'm not answering that question because I don't want to impugn the judges in my state. That's not a good idea. It's never a good idea, especially ones you're in front of in a case. Solitaire, I'm trying to catch what else you guys are all saying here. Yes, silent got worse on Zach Anderson. Oh, Leanie's already howling for 2.0. So, all right, guys. False prophets is fair enough. That just tells me how corrupt the system truly is. No, it's not even that. It's just I could say I vehemently disagree with the court's ruling, but I'm not going to sit here and like that type of comment. Does it feel like at times they're throwing darts at a wall? Yeah, but you're already the defense. That's how it goes. You're never it's never the prosecutors who are ever worried about it. So no, I won't call a judge a retard if I'm going to appear in front of him soon. No. Shakes more than Rakita biting his finger. Yeah. And Weeaboo, here's the thing. The Court of Appeals did everything they could to give it to Nick in Randazza. The problem was Colorado didn't have their laws sorted out. If they did, they probably would have granted it. So they lost by the slimmest of margins. Anyways, let's get back to this, guys. Too much talk. Talk is cheap and we're burning daylight.
All right, May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have the records in front of me. They'll be found before the end of our conversation. But in the meantime, for expedition, do you remember a call on February 14th with Trooper Proctor lasting about 17 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 17th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 28th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't recall. Again, it's hard.
I expect that your answer is going to be, I don't recall, but I want to make a record if I could. So this is not a test of your memory at this point. I don't expect you to have it memorized. I just want to ask if maybe one of these stand out in your mind, or all of them. What about a second call on February 28th lasting about a minute?
Don't recall.
On March 1st, another call with Trooper Proctor lasting about a minute?
I do not recall.
Apparently a second call on March 1st lasting about 2 minutes and a few seconds?
I don't recall.
On March 11th, another call in the afternoon lasting about 12 minutes.
I don't recall.
And finally, a call toward the end of March 29th, lasting about 4 minutes.
Again, I don't recall.
Okay, understood that this is not a memory test, and I don't have the records in front of me, so I apologize about that. Based on the conversation that we've just had, does that jog your memory that you had multiple calls in February and March with Trooper Proctor, as well as the calls we've gone over with the records in January?
To be honest, I had calls with many people. I was in a state of shock for months following this. So if you have the record, I can answer off of that. But besides that, just reading them to me does not jog my memory. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea, I don't want to hold you to a number, you wouldn't quarrel with the idea that you had multiple calls with Trooper Proctor in January, in February, in March, correct?
Well, the ones I've just saw on the record, yes, there were multiple calls there.
And of course, you met him in your home on January 29th.
Yes, I did.
And he came into your living room, you had a conversation with him.
In my dining room, yes.
I'm sorry, your dining room.
Mhm.
And also, Carrie Roberts was there
Carrie Roberts was not there.
on the 29th.
Carrie Roberts was not at my house on the 29th. No.
When was she at your house when she was interviewed?
I believe that was the Tuesday, whatever the date was.
Maybe first? That sound right? First or second?
Yeah, something. It was the Tuesday following.
Okay. And was that with Trooper Proctor or a different trooper?
A different trooper.
And with Trooper Proctor on the 29th, when he was interviewing you in your dining room, that was the day that Brian Albert was also there.
Correct.
And was Brian Albert also interviewed on that day?
I believe so.
So Trooper Proctor was in your house for, gosh, it had to have been an hour.
I'm not sure. After I interviewed, I went upstairs and then my children started waking up and I was tied upstairs for a while. I'm not sure when or how long he was there.
But your memory is clear that not only did you meet Trooper Proctor on that day, you had a full conversation with him. It was in your house, that was in your kitchen, in your dining room, and another witness was interviewed by Trooper Proctor in your home as well.
Correct.
And then you had multiple conversations with him in January on that day, the day after, and the day after that. You've already seen those records, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then in either September or October, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That's the report that you've already seen.
Correct.
And in that interview, you were asked specifically whether or not you had a relationship with Trooper Proctor and when that relationship started, correct?
Correct.
And you said, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, correct?
I did not say that.
So yet again, this is another example of a trooper completely getting it wrong. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
In your view, did Lieutenant Tully get your statement wrong that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023?
Objection.
Is that true or is that wrong?
Lieutenant Tully knew I met Proctor prior to that because Proctor was the one who did the initial interview on January 29th.
Does it make you wonder why he wrote in his statement, quote, you
Objection, Your
never
Honor.
met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
So the objection sustained.
If you indicated that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, that would be a false statement, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that, Ms. McCabe.
I met Proctor January 29th. It's
It's a false
everywhere.
statement. If you said it, would it have been false? That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
On January 29th, in the early morning hours, I want to take you all the way back to 1:30, 1:45 a.m. when you left 34 Fairview on the 29th. After you dropped off the girls, where did you and Matt McCabe go?
We came home.
After you got home, you indicated that you went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
After you went upstairs, you indicated that you got on the phone.
Correct.
On your cell phone, correct? After you got on your cell phone, you indicated that you started searching for something.
Correct.
So if there's GPS, you've seen the forensic extraction or part of it, correct?
Which one are you referring to?
Your phone. The forensic extraction of your phone.
I saw what you showed me yesterday from Celebrate.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
From
I'm-
Celebrite, part of it.
I saw, yeah, the phone calls. Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that extraction shows that you got home after 2 a.m. or so. So that would be generally correct.
Correct.
The Celebrite extraction shows from your Apple Health data that you actually went up a set of stairs. That would be accurate, correct?
Accurate.
The Celebrite data shows that you actually logged into your phone, did a login, either Face ID or a passcode, opened up the phone. That would be accurate.
Correct.
The Celebrite data shows that you were engaging with an app called Safari to engage some Google searches, correct?
Yes.
That would be generally accurate as well, correct?
Yes.
So after you opened up Safari, you indicated that you Google searched something about Ozone basketball. Is that right?
Yes.
That was sometime after 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
What was so important about Ozone basketball at 2 a.m. that it couldn't wait until the morning? Why did you search it then?
Well, first I was home, I was wide awake, and I had been texting about a basketball chat, and basketball was clearly on my mind. My daughter had been invited to join a team. I didn't know much about the team, so I just was like Googling to see, because the woman who had given my daughter the offer had wanted an answer.
So you say that basketball was on your mind, correct?
Yes,
Was there anything else on your mind in the early morning hour time frame?
don't believe so.
Ms. McCabe, if you wanted to know in general how long it takes for a human being to pass away because of exposure to extreme temperatures, right? If you wanted to know the answer to that, what would you Google search? What phrase would you use?
I'm not sure. All I recall is what the defendant asked me to Google in the morning.
If you wanted to know, I'm asking a different question.
Mhm.
If you personally wanted to know, how long does it take for a person to die of exposure due to extreme temperatures, what would you put in? What phrase would you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, we don't have to guess at the phrase that you would use if you wanted to know something about dying of hypothermia, do we? Did you actually Google searched it?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask that differently, please.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
Okay. And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Correct. I was.
After 2.5 years of this, you don't know the phrase that you used?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
There's so many lies
Okay,
and
there's no
misconceptions
question.
on social media.
No question.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
Are you telling me you don't remember what Google search you put in?
Karen was screaming. My hands were shaking. And she was saying, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
And what phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
You literally don't remember?
Again, she was screaming, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
How about,
And I picked up my phone and I started Googling.
and you literally to this day, right now, under oath, you're saying you don't remember that phrase that you used.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that at her,
Do you remember it or do you not, Ms. McCabe? That's a simple question.
that morning, I don't remember specifically what I Googled, but I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this? Hoss long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been
Why
everywhere
does that sound so familiar?
because you've put it out in social media.
Well, I haven't put anything out in social media because I don't personally have social media.
I'm sorry, Turtle Boy did.
So if the world happens to know it,
Mhm.
that's not on me.
Aw,
I guess not.
I guess not.
lying.
Hoss long to die in cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
Chat.
If you say so.
Is there a reason that you don't want to admit to that?
Absolutely not.
It's a simple question, right?
No reason.
So say it. What Google search did you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were seeking at some point to Google how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you made a mistake and mistakenly typed Hoss long to die in cold, correct?
You could show me it. I'd appreciate it.
Oh, see,
You
guys,
later
oh, I
Google
need to
search-
see it. Ah, the stones on this
Mayor Pro
woman
Tem?
every
Yes.
time. This is the ridiculousness of it. This is the ridiculousness of it. Is your name Jennifer McCabe? I need to see my birth certificate to make sure. Did you tell your husband today in a text message, I love you? Did you? I need to make sure. I need to see it. It's like, are you fucking sure of anything? Are you sure of anything, Jen?
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't say
While she
this
looks
like
at that, Mr. Jackson, can we bring our clerk back upstairs?
She's gonna make Turtle Boy, but the Turtle Boy made me do this. She's gonna be like, my phone was hacked.
Of course, yes. I think we're. that should be said.
Thank you very much. Can you text Jimmy and tell him?
Take a look at that report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes. Even better, Ryan.
Yeah.
Miss McCabe, what'd you have for breakfast? Can I see something to refresh my memory first? Did you have a glass of water with breakfast this morning? Do you have anything I can check to make sure? I don't know if I can trust you. Now, I will say, Brimstone, you're saying this because she's lying? Yeah, to an extent, but she's also paranoid. that if she doesn't get something 100% right, she's going to be called a liar. And yes, if you don't get all the facts right, people are going to point things out. But it's like, did your bagel have poppy seeds on it or not? It's not an issue, but it's like, did you eat a bagel this morning? Did you have eggs? Did you have toast? And she's like, ma'am, isn't it true you had an orange juice this morning? I don't know. Ah! That's her right now every time. Yeah. Yes, did you wipe your ass? She's like, I don't know if I wipe my ass. I need someone to check for me. Chat, help.
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be an accurate page from a Celebrite extraction from your phone?
It does.
Okay. May I have that back? I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
May I have that back for a second? Did you see the actual search phrase? Does
Yes.
that now refresh your recollection?
Yes.
But I'd like to have this marked as next in order. Exhibit, please.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Jim?
May I?
Yes. Is that, Madam Court Reporter? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to publish this, Your Honor.
Okay.
Does this appear to be the document that was just marked as Exhibit 99?
Yes.
I know it's a little bit small, Mr. Jason. You see this column,
Yes.
third column from the, actually, it's the fourth column from the left. One, some dates, some data, and then a Google search, correct?
Correct.
What does that Google search say?
House long to die in cold.
Now, you indicate that you did that, you made that search at 6:23.
Did fucking Nick Ricada type that? House long to die in cold. Okay. Next one. How long T die in sicked? Is this like, is this after the uppers burn off? Like, you're like, is that what is that you're typing on the phone or what? Come on now. Like, she's like, I was just shaking so much. It's like, okay. But God, you look like an idiot, Jen.
3 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you did it again thereafter at 6:24,
MS.
correct?
She's like,
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long TI die in CIKD, correct?
Correct.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
Objection.
Phrase it differently.
Sure. You've indicated under direct examination that these two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., right?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning and Karen had asked me to do it.
And you claimed that you searched it because Karen was screaming at you and yelling at you, Google hypothermia, and you Googled how long does it take for a person to die? I'm sorry, she said something like,
I'll be
how
right
long
back,
does it
guys.
take for a person to die of hypothermia? And you Google searched it at 6:23 and 6:24. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
Would you quarrel with the idea that those were about 30 seconds apart?
Okay.
And you're aware, Ms. McCabe, that both misspellings of that phrase result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Well, you Googled them, ma'am. You're looking on your phone and you Googled them. How long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD. Both of those. You Googled them, right?
I did, yes.
And they result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I have no idea.
So my question to you is, why the two searches?
She was standing next to me screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings, so I did it again.
So Haslam to die in cold results in articles concerning dying of exposure, doesn't it?
We never got the chance to read it.
Well, you're the one, when you say we, who's we?
Karen and myself.
Well, you're the one holding the phone, Ms. McCabe.
Correct.
So you're looking down at your phone and you see exactly what comes up, correct?
I don't remember exactly what came up.
Well, what came up was something about dying of hypothermia, didn't it?
That's what she asked.
So why do it again? Why do it again, Ms. McCabe? You had the result. Why the second search?
I cannot answer that beyond telling you that my hands were frozen. She was shaking me and screaming at me.
And you see the time, let me scroll up, please. According to the Celebrate data, you see this first search that says hostile to dying cold?
I do.
What's that time?
You've got the, it's right over at 2:27
AM or PM?
a.m.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time.
You
No.
realized the next morning, after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
To cover your tracks, you searched it again in order to overwrite the original search at 2:27, correct?
Again, absolutely not.
But you were nervous and you screwed it up. So the first search you made at
No, I'm here.
6:23
I'm here, Tom.
was hostile to
Sit
die
down,
in
baby, I'm listening.
CIPD, wasn't it?
No.
When you see the
How to
search
get there, Jen?
right
How to
there,
get there?
correct?
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
And what's the time frame of that search?
Okay,
6:23.
stop.
And you agree.
Fit tampons, guys. I heard it. I'm listening. Yes, she admits she has no explanation for why it says 2:37 on her phone. I'm listening, chat. Hang tight. I'm not. Remember what I said? Like, there's no such thing as like the, oh my God, it's the bombshell. Karen walks free. Like, no, we don't have that. We don't have that stuff, guys. Yes, this is big. But I want to hear her answer to why it looks like that. Just shh. We need to hit the gas a bit. We hit the brakes a bit. I've been listening.
That time frame is accurate, right?
He's about to get her scalped.
Again, it's what the report says.
And that comports with your memory of that morning, about 6:23 in the morning, in 51 seconds.
Correct.
There's a second search, correct?
Correct.
And this one, at 6:24, it says hostile to dying cold. 6:24:16, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 18. That was up that great. And that comports with your memory as well.
I remember Googling it at the request of the defendant. Yes.
About 27 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
But the reality
I'm
is,
not mad. I'm just, guys, let's
your
listen.
first search didn't comport with the 2:27 a.m. search, did it? It was a
Yeah,
different spelling,
that's the
wasn't it?
problem.
I never searched a 2:27. That is not reality.
But the 6:24 search did.
Then why does it say 2:27, Jen? You have no answer for that because you can't answer it. Why does it say that? That's your interpretation of the data. No, honey. It literally says 2:27 a.m. There's no interpreting that. I mean, like, yes, we can interpret, like, what is the meaning of words, I guess, or what is time? Maybe, but that's not what we're interpreting here.
Exactly mirror the search that, according to this report, took place at 2:27, correct?
I'm sure Celebrate will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
And then of those three searches, one of them ended up deleted.
Cellbrite can't actually explain that because they are not, I'm sure the cell phone, it's like, I'm sure the cell phone guys can help. Like, how the fuck do you know that? They can't help.
Is that right?
I never deleted any search.
I'm pretty sure you did. I'm
Take a
pretty
look
sure you did.
At the Celebrate report, top search, and the column marked deleted. What do you see?
I see a yes.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. McCabe, the reason you deleted that 2:27 a.m.
Gotcha,
call
Chad, the
is
deleted
because you
part.
realized that if you were caught Googling how long it takes for a person to
That's chat. You want to know where the gotcha is? That's the gotcha. That she did it at 2:30 and she deleted it. That's the gotcha. God, that's the good one. That's the oh. This is far from case dismissed territory still, guys. That's a big one. And Tom, you were asking yesterday in Discord, there's scalps being collected. This is a scalp getting collected now. Now he's cutting the scalp off her head. This is what a scalping looks like. Right at the end. Yes, it was a butt delete. You're right. It was a butt delete.
Died in the cold 3.5 hours before John's body was found. That would incriminate you.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you delete that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
Objection.
Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
But he's not your family, is he?
Family and friends.
Is he not
Objection.
your...
Sustained.
Ooh! That's
You acknowledge
that's
that you made the search at 6:23, don't you?
Oh God. Oh, you guys want to talk about Zinger? That's a Zinger. He was my friend, but he's not your family. And she is fucking angry. She's probably gonna go home and kick the dog or something. So I feel bad for the dog.
In the morning I did, yes.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:24.
Multiple times in the morning, yes.
Of the 3 searches that show up that were all found on your phone, the one that you disavow is the one that took place at 2:27 a.m., which would implicate you and exonerate my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
Of those 3 searches, there was only one marked deleted. Isn't that right?
Correct.
That was the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I wouldn't even know how to go in and delete a
That's not what I
search.
asked you. The one according to the Celebrate report that was deleted, the one at
I don't know how to
2:27
do
a.m.,
it. That's not an
correct?
answer.
Correct.
You would agree that that's awfully convenient for you, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
It is very convenient.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
May I have voice briefing?
Yes. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Going back a little bit, you were asking questions about Life 360 application that you had on your phone. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that app and familiar with sort of using that app to see where your children are at various times. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from your experience using that app, how accurate is it as far as location or time or anything in regard to it?
Pretty accurate, varying some of their locations and sometimes weather.
Have you ever had instances in which you were told someone was somewhere and they were not there?
Yes.
And you were asking questions about Ryan Nagel's truck, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, or did you on January 29th, 2022, did you know Ryan Nagel?
I did not.
Do you know what kind of vehicle he drove?
I did not.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally, please.
Do you know whether or not that was actually somebody else's truck?
I do not know.
Know whether or not on January 29th, 2022, Ryan Nagel had a friend named Ricky?
I do now.
But on the 29th, did you?
No.
On the 29th, did you have any idea what kind of vehicle he drove?
No.
This person you didn't know.
Correct.
Now, when you looked outside as far as the truck was concerned, did you even see a truck?
I just saw lights, vehicle. I didn't focus much attention to what was over there.
So fair to say you weren't paying attention to a truck you didn't see, a person you didn't know, that you had never seen before, correct?
Sustained as to that form.
Now, you were asked some questions about texts between Ryan Nagel and Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when those texts were sent, you don't know that, do you?
Can you clarify?
Sure. Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel texted his sister Julie before he had even pulled on to Fairview Road?
They were texting about his arrival.
Texting about his arrival, but do you know where Ryan Nagel was when he was texting Julie about his arrival?
I believe he was outside.
But you don't know. Is that fair to say?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel was on Cedar Crest or somewhere else when he texted Julie that he was about to arrive or that he was there?
Objection.
Well, I'll allow it. Do you know that?
I don't know that now.
As far as the defendant's motor vehicle and the truck Mr. Nagel was in, did you see either of those vehicles arrive in front of Fairview?
Yes.
You saw them pull up?
No, actually, are you asking if I saw them pulling up or if I saw when they arrived? I did not see them pulling up.
So at some point after they arrived, your attention was drawn outside.
Yes.
And when we're talking about you going to the door and looking outside, how long a period are you looking at?
Not long.
So would you describe it as either a glance or more of a, were you staring intently at the vehicle out in front of the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
How would you describe the manner in which you were looking out at the SUV in front of the house?
I would go to the front door. I look out. I saw the vehicle. I believe I sent a text and I went and sat back down.
Now, in any of those times that you went to the door, and do you know?
Is he gonna? Here's the problem, though. He's gonna have like. I don't know how Lally's gonna go through like. And here's the once again where they do this and they don't. They never talked about all those times she called and nothing happened. Like from the 12:18 to the 12:46, like 15 times. Is he gonna ask her about those? No. He's not gonna ask her about the 2 o'clock thing either, I bet. And I you know, what was it like when you were looking and looking? This testimony is not helping Jen appear to be credible.
How many times you went to the door?
I don't know exactly.
At least twice, is that correct?
At least, yes.
Now, in those at least twice that you, well, at least twice that
She
you saw the
remembers
vehicle,
everything
and
except
once that you saw the
that she
vehicle
doesn't want
was gone,
to.
correct?
Yeah, so I guess actually it was more than twice because I saw the vehicle move as well.
And when you say as far as you saw the vehicle move, did you see the vehicle physically move, or it was in one place and then you came back later and it was in a different place?
It was in one place, and then when I came back, it was further up.
Now, at any of those points in time, did you took a glance out the storm door? Did you see anybody outside of the vehicle?
No,
Did you see inside of the vehicle?
no,
Did you see anybody outside other than Julie Nagel on the front lawn, front walkway, or anything else?
no.
At any point,
No, she's not looking when John's hit. She's looking while Karen's car is hanging outside. Her and John are out front. And then so Karen and John are hanging out in their car. And then after a while, Karen drives off. Sometime around 12:20, I bet. It sounds like about 20 after 12. And they don't see John at some point, and they don't see John in the snow. Yeah. I think that's an issue about when did this happen? Because they've nailed down their timeline so hard. It's like if you would have looked out and you saw Karen at any point along that, like in front of the house in that frontage, why the fuck don't you see the body? I mean, yeah, this is the problem here. I really am confused. How the fuck do they like? There is such a problem here with that. I don't disagree with you. Did you taste Miss Reed's period blood to make sure? Jesus. Yeah. Jay says this, there was snow on the body. There would not have been enough snow to hide the body. In fact, when things lightly snow, guys, think about it. When you look outside and the snow's just starting to fall, the way it blankets things, it actually highlights objects. So they would have seen it.
in time while you were at 34 Fairview that night, did you see John O'Keefe?
No,
At any point in time when you texted John
It is
O'Keefe
very
after
unique.
you arrived at Fairview, did John O'Keefe respond?
no,
At any point in time after you arrived at Fairview, or after you hung up from the 12:18 a.m. call in which you were describing where 34 Fairview was in reference to Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe ever again?
no.
And during that about 20-minute or so period of time when Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant's SUV is in front of the house, you never heard anything from John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And did that strike you as unusual as far as him not responding?
I thought it was strange, but then I thought that they just might have decided to go home or had gotten into a fight or Kaylee wanted him home.
Now, you're looking out through the storm door and you see the Lexus with its lights on, right?
Correct.
And from that area, the secondary area, up by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, that's the same area where you found John O'Keefe the next morning, correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that area, is there any lights as far as street lights or anything that you're aware of in that area?
No, it's a dark area in the corner of the lot.
Now, at any point in time, were you looking or were you expecting to see John's body on the lawn?
Absolutely not.
And fair to say that when you're looking in the dark, in the snow, from the storm door out towards the vehicle, not the same conditions as if you're standing in a courtroom or sitting in a courtroom today, about 10 feet away from somebody during the daytime with lights on, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you go back to Fairview the next morning, and again, who was the person who requested or directed to go to Fairview?
Karen.
And so when you go to Fairview along with the defendant and Ms. Roberts at the defendant's direction, sometime around 6 a.m., when was it that you first saw Mr. O'Keefe?
I wasn't the one to first see him. Karen was.
So she's banging on the door, asking it to be let out. She goes directly over to the body, correct?
Correct.
And neither you nor Ms. Roberts, well, you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe on the lawn until after she did that, correct?
Correct.
And that was after you had already sort of driven a little bit past where he was, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to you get home from Fairview around 2 a.m. or somewhere in that time frame, you go up to bed and you do some searches on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so there's a Safari tab or application on your phone. That's where you access Google.
Yes.
Is that typically where you would access Google?
Yes.
And you were looking at Ozone basketball. You're also looking at Hockamock. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
What, if anything else, were you looking at beyond the Ozone basketball you talked about?
We had an exciting game earlier in the night against a local town that has a very good basketball program. So I went on Hockamock Sports to look at the recap, and typically I'll do that to see how other teams did, etc.
And around that same time, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, within when you did that, as far as looking things up on Google, were you opening up new tabs within Safari as you were looking at different websites or different topics?
No.
And when you went to bed or you went to sleep that evening, at some point you turned off your phone, right?
Correct.
And did you X out that box, that Safari tab that you were doing those searches with regard to Ozone and Hockamock?
No, I used to always leave my tabs open and my kids would yell at me.
As far as having multiple tabs open, is that correct?
Drains my battery, etc. Yes.
So then flash forward to sometime after 6 a.m., you're on the side of the road and the defendant asks you to conduct or look up something with regard to hypothermia or how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
So when you open that up and you go into Google, did you open up a new tab or did you just sort of go into what you had already open in the Safari tab?
I went to what I already had opened.
Okay, chat, I'm not a computer expert, but that sounds like a load of shit to me. I would object at this point if I'm to the defense. He's not an IT expert. He has no fucking idea. And I don't see how that makes any fucking remote sense. That, oh, I was doing something like my old tabs. No, if you open an existing tab and you do new activity, that's new activity. Otherwise, you could do all kinds of illegal, open up a tab and they do all kinds of illegal shit and there'd be no record of it. That's not how computers work. That's not how phones work. Everything you do is logged. That's new activity. So it's not like you open up the same tab. Like I open a tab today. And 10 days from now, I open that tab back up on my phone and type in, how long does it take someone to die in the cold? And it's going to backdate 10 days. It doesn't work like that. I'm not even an IT guy. I'm technologically retarded, and I know the answer to that.
And that's where you perform the search, is that right?
Excuse me?
That's where you perform the search that you were just being asked about?
Yes.
And you never made any search like that at 2:27 in the morning, correct?
I did not know.
I still don't understand why they're not
Now-
objecting him doing it.
Again, you've been shown what's been called a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how many Cellbrite extraction reports were conducted in reference to your phone?
I think a couple. I'm actually not sure.
And prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever seen a Cellbrite extraction report?
No,
As you sit here today, do you even really know what that is?
not really. No.
Do you know what a wall file is?
No,
Do you know what an SQ Lite database is?
no,
Do you know what a knowledge profile C database is?
no,
Do you know how information is stored and kept within your cell phone?
no.
Now, as far as, let me ask you this, you had 4 children and you were a mom, a homemaker, correct?
Correct.
At some point you did work though, right?
Yes.
What did you do for work?
I was an elementary school teacher.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
One question and we'll see where this goes.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
And how long did you teach 5th grade?
Objection.
What's the
I'm
relevance?
going to see counsel at sidebar.
What's the fucking relevant here? What's the relevancy there that you taught? That you're a teacher? We like, oh, you're in a teacher's. You're probably in a union that donates a dent. Like, you know, you're in a teachers union, so you fuck around. Like, I don't know. Like, what does that do for us? I'm sure you taught those kids. I'm sure you didn't act like a bitch towards your kids, huh? I'm sure that never happened. I'm sure that never fucking happened at all.
About 4:53 in the morning is when you get that first call from Kaylee Burbush, is that correct?
Correct.
You answer that call and then the defendant is put on the line, correct?
Yes.
And so what is the first sort of iteration of the story that the defendant tells you happened the night before?
That they got into a fight. She left him at the waterfall and he never came home.
And at some point later, you confront her with that you saw the vehicle out front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And so then what is the defendant's story changed at that point?
That they went there and it changed multiple times. I'm not sure exactly. She said at one point, oh my God, I don't even remember going there. She was telling other people that he was dead, that a plow hit him. The story changed multiple times that morning.
Now, on cross-examination, you were played a voicemail. Do you know whose phone that voicemail was from?
They never said no.
Fair to say that you're on 911 in the background of that phone call, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't your phone.
Correct.
And there's 2 other people beyond that as far as Ms. Roberts and the defendant there, correct?
Correct.
Was Carrie on the phone at all that you saw?
No.
And so with reference to the timing of that phone, you had called 911 and you were on the phone with 911 at the time that recording starts, right?
Correct.
So you had gotten out of the car. You had gone around and then seen where the defendant had run over to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
As to the form, it's sustained.
What had you done before you placed that 911 call?
I got out of the car. I ran behind the car over to the body. I was in a state of shock for a couple of seconds. Carrie and I looked at each other and I said, I'm going to call 911.
And there was a period of time when you made the call before it connected and you said you bounced around to different agencies, correct?
Yes.
And this is after the defendant has hit the door and run from the vehicle over to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, right?
Yes.
So it's not your phone, and it's not Ms. Roberts' phone. Fair inference is the defendant's phone, correct?
Correct.
And so this phone call had been made or started recording at some point before you had even gotten out of the car, made your way over to Mr. O'Keefe, been in a state of shock for a few seconds, called 911, connected to 911. So at some point, it had to have been made in the car, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
You don't know.
Do you know when that voicemail,
You don't remember.
that recording that you heard, do you know when that call was placed?
I don't.
Okay, at least you're being honest there.
At the time that you are making the 911 call, where is the defendant in relation to the vehicle?
She is over with Mr. O'Keefe.
You mentioned that the part beyond the 911 call where you heard yourself talking, you're at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle.
Yes.
And why are you at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
In the beginning, I'm at the rear gathering towels or blankets. And then a few times I go to the rear because I'm trying to speak with the 911 and Karen is screaming hysterically. And then Carrie starts screaming at her to calm down. It was quite chaotic. So I was moving away so that I could be clear with the operators.
Now, At some point, you went into your sister's house at 34 Fairview, right?
Yes.
And why did you go?
Officer Lank asked me to go in and wake them up.
So you were asked to go in there by the police to wake them up, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And at some point, you indicated that you had called Officer Lang to come back to the house, right?
Yes.
And how did you get his number again?
Julie Albert.
And as far as, are you aware whether or not Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, or any of the other people that were present had Officer Lang's number?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you ask Julie Albert and not Brian Albert or Nicole Albert?
Because I knew she was the only one that had his number.
How does any of this? Yeah, she looks like Jim Carrey. She
You were
does.
asked some questions about,
Yeah,
questions about
That would be true.
when you were on scene and you indicated in your testimony on direct that you heard the defendant say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Yes.
You also, early in your testimony, had indicated that earlier in the morning, the defendant had phrased that differently as far as could I have hit him or did I, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You heard the defendant make a variety of statements over the course of the morning, correct?
Yes.
And more to my point, as far as you recall testifying at another hearing under oath in June of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And where you recall being asked some questions specifically about this topic.
Objection.
Allowed. Okay.
What? What? What are we? I don't even know what we're like. So there you guys go in the back here. This is John's family. And this is Karen's. And then they got a guard here in the middle.
McCabe, as
There we go.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. McCabe, as I was asking before, in June of 2023, you testified in another proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions specifically about those statements that you heard the defendant say on the morning of January 20th, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall specifically what your testimony was in regard to that portion of your, in regard to those statements?
I don't recall specifics. I know what I know what I know. I know what happened.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
I'm giving you 2 pages. Direct your attention to the bottom of the first page and then into the next page. If you could just review that to yourself and look up.
The page again, Mr. Lally?
You're on 816 and 817.
Thank you.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
Mr. Cavins, remember you're fresh as to what you said in that prior proceeding in regard to those statements.
Yes.
What did you say?
What did I say in that? I told them that Karen looked straight at me and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I said that there was, I believe, an EMT that overheard as well.
Now, do you recall in that same prior proceeding being asked any questions sort of at different times, the defendant saying different iterations of that same statement?
Objection.
Sustained as to form. No leading, Mr. Lally.
With respect to that that's testimony in that same prior proceeding, what, if anything else, were you asked about statements the defendant made to you that morning?
I was asked what were some of the statements that Ms. Reed had made, and it was like, repeat, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I have a cracked taillight. And then her, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And so with respect to questions and as far as did I hit him or could I have hit him and the statement I hit him, those were at different times, correct?
Correct.
Now, you met with Trooper Proctor on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that the first time that you had met him?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, was with him when you met?
I believe it was Trooper Yuri.
And subsequent to that date, did you meet with other troopers?
Yes.
And by other troopers, I mean not Trooper Proctor and not Trooper Yuri.
Yes.
And with respect to meeting with other troopers, was it at that point that they had talked to you about taking your phone?
Correct.
And they asked you for your phone, is that correct?
I had shared my Life 360 and my texts, and they asked if they could take a copy of my phone.
And did you agree to that?
I agreed to it. Yes.
And were you presented a form at all in regard to your agreeing to hand over your phone?
Yes.
And beyond what you had testified to earlier, as far as things, were there any limitations that you put on what they could look at or take from your phone?
No limitations.
And approach on.
Yes.
There were no limitations after you deleted all the evidence. Amazing how that works. It's amazing how that works.
I'm showing you a document, again, just ask you to look at it. Ladies and gentlemen, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
This was the consent form for my phone.
So that's the form you filled out with the troopers in regards to giving over your phone.
Correct.
May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll want the sequence to submit as the next exhibit.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay, thank you.
Exhibit 100.
Thank you.
Now, again, Ms. McCabe, initially following the events of initially that morning around 6 a.m. or so, at some point you were seeking or you had actually asked the defendant for Carrie Roberts' phone number, correct?
Yes.
And why is it that you were looking for Carrie's number specifically?
Well, the driving conditions were terrible. She was driving to Braintree to pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe. And then they were heading to the hospital, and I was just looking to see how John was doing.
Now, you had mentioned at some point, did you speak to Ms. Roberts that morning in regard to updates as far as how John was doing?
Yes.
And you mentioned that later on, that day or the next day, that you had gone over to Mr. O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And who was driving at the time that you went over to the O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts?
Carrie was driving.
And so when you left the O'Keefe's house, where was it that you went?
Carrie went to drop her daughter off at her friend's house, the daughter of Mike Lank.
And you were just in the front passenger seat of that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
You had mentioned as far as getting together with Ms. Roberts at the request of someone to talk about a timeline, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that came about or who was making that request?
Carrie called me and she told me that she had talked to Peggy, and Peggy had
going to allow it.
And Peggy had suggested to Carrie, you guys should write a timeline. You don't want to forget anything, when the time comes, meaning when the trial comes, you don't want to forget anything that happened.
And just to be clear, when you say Peggy, who are you referring to?
Mrs. O'Keefe,
John's mother?
John's mother, correct.
Now, you were asked some questions about subsequent date as far as hearing bits and pieces or portions of Ms. Roberts' statement to troopers at your home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether or not that was the first time that Ms. Roberts had talked to troopers or officers or anyone from either the Canton Police or the State Police?
I believe on the 29th in the afternoon, troopers went to her house. I said that would have been the first time.
So the time that she was at your home and speaking to troopers, that would have been at least the second time that she had spoken to troopers, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, with reference to Ms. Roberts and her phone, was Ms. Roberts, the time that you handed your phone over to the troopers, was Ms. Roberts present there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see Ms. Roberts do with respect to her phone and the troopers?
She turned her phone over as well and signed the consent.
Now, during that time, you had indicated that you had heard a statement that you said was horrified you in some way. Is that correct?
From Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Correct.
And what was that? What was she talking about?
Objection.
The door has been opened, Mr. Jackson. That means you can answer.
So basically, Carrie is a talker, and once she started,
I think just focus on
Okay.
what she said.
okay, she said something like, John really loved Amy, and in my eyes, Karen was just a babysitter with benefits.
And is that what made it memorable to you as far as what had transpired at that time?
Yes,
At any point in time, did you ever coordinate your statement and Ms. Roberts' statements with her prior to testifying at any hearing or any proceeding at any point in time?
no,
Let me ask you, when you came to the area of 34 Fairview Road around 6 a.m. And you saw Mr. O'Keefe, was he in the same clothes that you had seen him in earlier?
he had jeans and I believe the same shirt on, yes.
And nothing additional as far as a jacket or anything like that you saw?
Not that I recall.
This is fucking weird.
Now, again, as you were driving down Fairview Road, if the defendant did not bang on the door and essentially jump out of the car and make a beeline over to Mr. O'Keefe, would you have stopped the car?
No,
Recall when you were leaving 34 Fairview Road earlier, as far as sometime between 1:30 and 1:45 when Mr. McCabe is driving. Do you recall whether or not the roads were plowed or treated or anything that you saw at that time?
I know there was snow on them, but I can't recall specifics.
3 holes in a
As
feather.
far as the defendant coming over your house shortly after 5 a.m., was that something that you were expecting at the time?
No,
And
Oh, I
what was
agree.
it
She
prior to
enjoyed
the
saying
defendant
all
showing
that
up and sort of
shit.
screaming in front of your house? What was your sort of plan as far as based on the information that Ms. Reed had called?
my husband and I were going to go out and we were going to drive over to Tom Beatty's house to see if John was there.
Now, as far as the 911 call that you were making, that information that you were providing, what was that based on?
What I was seeing.
But as far as how Mr. O'Keefe had come to be there at 34 Fairview Road, when you're communicating any of that to the 911 operator or to officers on scene, was that from your observations when you were inside 34 Fairview after the waterfall or from some other source?
Well, it was from what Karen was saying as we were driving there.
So as far as him being dropped off or anything like that, that came from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you had been asked and you had testified about going over to Trooper Proctor's house to meet with his wife, correct?
Correct.
And you testified about certain incidents of harassment that you had undergone, as well as Mrs. Proctor, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long had that been going on at that point?
At that point, it started in April, and now I believe I went over there in September.
And what, if anything, was the frequency of the harassment? Was it sporadic, or how often were you experiencing that?
Daily, sometimes hourly.
And in addition to what you've already testified, what, if any, other incidents do you recall specifically involving either you or your children or your home?
People come by my house, they take video, they scream. They've gone to my child's sporting events and called me names. They've written letters to my daughter's colleges and said that they shouldn't allow them to play. And then they've attached these horrific articles that have been complete lies about all of us. They send me Facebook messages. They call my phone, home phone and cell phone, all hours of the night. They tell me to kill myself. They tell me I'm a terrible mother.
I don't see how this
They
is relevant.
harass my children. My daughter.
I still don't see how this is all relevant because is Jen do this? Who did it? But once again, you know what? Here's the thing. I don't doubt this isn't happening. I don't doubt this didn't happen. But here's the issue. Turtle Boy. Congratulations. This is what you fucking done. I'm the main turtle. My journalism. Herp. Good job. Now this shit is in Karen's fucking trial. I'm here to help Carrie. Oh, we're riding them turtles to justice. We're riding them turtles of justice, chat. Riding them turtles of justice on a river full of dumb fuck juice. Hoo-wee! Guzzle, 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 guzzle. Yes, and she's implying Turtle Boy's part of the defense team. You know, Turtle Boy, you wanted all that attention, homie. This is what that does. You sucked up all the fucking oxygen in the room. Yeah, and a lot of evidence came from Turtle Boy finding it. And you know what? It probably did, but here's the thing. You can help without being an insufferable fuckface. You could do everything Turtle Boy did without being an insufferable prick. Let's be real. You could have done it a different way and still got the same result. But instead, we all got to ride the turtle power. This has nothing to do with the case, but now it's come in and they can't stop it. The door's been opened, apparently, to this judge. And now Karen's getting fucked in the ass because of what Turtle Boy did. Like I said, he is her biggest resource, but he's also one of her biggest problems. You don't touch cows. Yeah, he brought receipts, and you could bring receipts without doing it the way he did it. Going, herp, burp, burp, I'm dialing the phone, guys. Look, we're going to dial the phone number. I'm just showing y'all, but I don't want you guys to do anything about it. Doot. Hello? There's so many, like, I'm bringing 200 people to someone's house. You try that in Ohio, you're staring at a fucking rifle. Like, once again, this is the problem. And he's getting the smoke now. No, Karen Reed is getting the smoke. Turtle Boy wrote a bunch of fucking checks Karen Reed has to cash. That's the problem here. Turtle Boy's writing fucking checks, and guess what Karen Reed's got to do? Yep, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. That's the problem here. Adam Watson says, I disagree. You know what? You are welcome to disagree. I don't think this should be allowed, but it's in, and now it's hurting Karen. No, you're free to disagree. You're welcome to disagree. I welcome opposing thought. Charlie says, forget about this case. Are we going to stream snipe Mr. Medicare on Saturday night? Fuck yeah, we are. Yes, opening the door doesn't get you around the fucking test of relevance. I don't disagree. That's a shame. The problem is these guys have fucked, like, this problem has been brewing for 2 years now. Mike Middleton for $2.79. Well, 2 loonies at 79. What do you guys call them? Cents up in Canada? Or 79 100ths of another loony, says River Full of Dumb Fuck Juice. Great rock band name. Well, yeah. And yes, in the end, her acting like a victim at the hands of Turtle Boy in a case where she seems like more like the defendant than the defendant speaks to the jury. Yeah, it does. Miss Mandy reacts as this case will fuck around and get thrown out. I'm going to be very nice when I say this. I think you guys are going to be very, very upset when Karen Reed, like, she's still behind the power curve right now. Like all that ground that was made earlier by Alan Jackson, Lally's eating it back up. Lally's eating it back up because now the jury's hearing about these harassing fucking lunatics showing up. And they're under the command of the defense team. So all that, Alan Jack's sitting there chopping down trees, stacking firewood, and you know what Lally's doing? Taking them off and putting them in his pile. And now he's got a big pile. All that was this is eating into what they could do. Nico says, "It's Homestar Wanna." Oh. The dildo consequences really comes lubed. Yeah, I would use that, but the NAFO people have ruined that one. That Shane says you're totally free to be wrong. Yes, I'm totally free. I hope I'm wrong. I hope Karen Reed walks, but guys, I mean, yeah, she may not be guilty in my eyes, but I'm not sure a jury's going to see that. Kago says, let's go. God, you guys were typing as I was responding. Sean, isn't the issue that Bev is letting it in? Yes, but it's in now. It's in now. Yes, the issue is she let the prosecutor yank the pin on a grenade and chuck it into the courtroom. We're past the point of putting the pin back in a grenade. Now we have to deal with the aftermath. And right now, this aftermath is hurting Karen. Track says, is this an I Hate Karen thread? No, this is a Karen is probably going to get fucked over because of Turtle Boy thread. So, the odds of Karen Reed going to jail is way north of 0%. And I think that's something you guys need to understand. It's well north of that. I mean, a trial, I tell everybody, a trial is a 50-50 shot. So right now, Karen's got a 50-50 shot. We'll see by the end of the case what I think that's going to turn out to be. But right now, it's a 50-50 shot. So, you think what TB did was tried about only Jen going away for being a heartless bitch for 3 days is going to go away? I hope so. I really hope so. But having done this before for real, juries appear to have goldfish minds, and that's going off of prior experience. So, Aaron Hack says TB's no worse than Kate, Grant, or Jen Coffin Booger. I like Coffin Booger. Yeah, well, in some ways he's done more, but we'll see. All right, guys, let's get back to it. We'll get back to this. Preferred convict, I'm sorry. For $2. I'm offended that you're giving TB a Southern accent. My bad. And guys, there's a bunch of super chats ahead of this. I'll get to all this in a second. We're gonna get going though for right now. We'll finish up Jen and then get to those. So bear with me. I think Karen is hotter than Jen. Yes, Karen. Yes. Bang, marry, kill. I'm killing Jen. So every day.
Testified here the other day. We didn't even get out of the building, and people were, saying horrendous things, that she's a liar. Your mother should die. It's just, it's
To be fair, you probably should, but
unimaginable what my entire family is going through. I go to the beach, they take pictures, they post it, they threaten that there are eyes everywhere. I'll never be able to live a normal life again. I am a witness. That's all I am. I am not on trial. I am a witness. And these people are terrorizing me.
Sustained as to that part. I'll strike that part. Everything else will stand. Okay.
And so, your understanding that Mrs. Proctor had sustained similar issues as you had?
Correct.
Now, again, Trooper Michael Proctor never met him prior to January 29, 2022, correct?
I have never met him prior, no.
And the time that you went over to meet with Elizabeth Proctor, was Trooper Michael Proctor home at that time?
No, he was not home.
And had you ever been over to his house prior to that or any time subsequent to that?
No, never.
Now, you did have some conversations with Trooper Proctor following this day and around let me ask you this. You testified a bit about a rolling round. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what that was or what occurred on that day?
So that day in July, a group got together under one blogger, and they all met and they decided to go to different houses. So Michael Proctor had been made aware of what was happening. So he had reached out to tell me, you know, what was going to be happening and how they had set up some cameras. It was a Saturday. I had just come home from vacation with my children and my husband. Mrs. O'Keefe picked up my two younger children and brought them out with her so they wouldn't be home for this. And my two older children and my husband were in the house while about, 50 to 75 people came to my house. They screamed, they yelled, "There's a murderer." They just caused an absolute ruckus outside.
And prior to that, did you have any conversations with Proctor or any other troopers from the state police about knowledge of that incident occurring prior to it?
Yes,
And as far as setting up sort of whole cameras around your house to memorialize whatever was going to happen?
yes,
Now, you were asked some questions with regard to the Google search. Again, that was initiated after 6 a.m. Why again?
because Miss Reed asked me to Google how long to die from hypothermia. She said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. She was shaking me, screaming at me to do it.
And she's shaking you as you're typing, is that correct?
Correct.
And there were some misspellings, is that correct?
Correct. I also have MS and I have
I'll allow that.
I have MS and I have, issues with my hand. So I a lot of times Google and make errors, but the cold also makes my hand go completely numb. So I'm not surprised that that's how it would come out.
When you were in your bedroom.
Okay, that makes sense.
Say the defendant wasn't there shaking you when you were Google searching for ozone basketball or hockey.
Objection.
Sustained.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Concerning statement, I hit him. You gave a statement on January 29th to Sergeant Lang. Called him over to specifically give him a statement, correct?
Correct.
Gave a statement the next day, later that day, to Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
You were also met with, on that following Tuesday, with a trooper named Prince, correct?
Correct.
And then you testified in April of 2022, no fewer than 12 times about statements that you attributed to Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And in not one of those instances, not one, is there a report that says you said, she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct. Although I told Mike Lank.
Oh, we already know that the officers all got it wrong.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to that. Next question, please, Mr. Jackson.
So you indicate that you were, the harassment that you just described, this terrible harassment that you just described, started in about April 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was around the time that there were public hearings concerning this Google search. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Is that right?
I'm not sure exactly when the Google search came out.
But you do know that you started suffering this harassment that you claimed is awful and terrible, et cetera, around April of 2023. Is that right?
I didn't claim it's awful. It is awful.
Okay, I'm sure it is awful, Ms. McCabe. I'm sure it's terrible.
It
I'm
is.
sure it sucks to be harassed.
It really does.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so that's
Right,
sustained, and
come on,
I'll
man.
strike it. Go ahead and ask a question, Mr. Jackson.
You were upset by April of 2023 that there was public outrage about your family being involved in the death of John O'Keefe. That's what you were upset about, correct?
I was upset that we as witnesses were being harassed.
You were upset about public outrage concerning this case, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, that was answered. Next question.
And 2 months later, In June of 2023, for the first time, you testified at another proceeding, and lo and behold, you attributed the words, "I hit him," to my client, right?
Objection.
So ask that without the objectionable phrase.
2 months later, at another proceeding, in June of 2023, you attributed the statement, "I hit him," to my client for the first time under oath, correct?
Under oath, correct.
So were the other times not
You
true?
indicated when you turned your
How
phone
does
in,
that work,
the
Chad?
police were
Honey,
perfectly okay with you deleting communications with your
Honey.
children, correct?
Correct.
Including Allie, who's a material witness in this trial.
Objection.
So part of that is objectionable, and I'll sustain that. So
You're aware that your daughter Allie was a witness in this case.
At the time, I was not aware of that, no.
No, but you did know that ultimately she was going to indicate that she drove Colin home, right? You knew that at the time.
Objection.
that's sustained.
Did you know at the time that Allie had driven Colin home, or she said she drove him home?
I had no idea she drove him home.
But you deleted all those communications with Allie, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you delete all the communications that you had off your phone with Allie, your daughter?
Objection.
So this has already been answered, but go ahead, finish. Let's finish this loop. Did you delete them?
I deleted the conversations with my 4 daughters. At that time, Allie was not a witness.
All I asked you, you heard my question. Did you or did you not delete the communications with Allie?
Objection.
That's been answered.
You said that there was this statement that horrified you, your words, horrified you, that Carrie Roberts made during her interview that you were eavesdropping on, right?
I'm not sure if she made it during that interview. I'd have to look back to see when I said she told them everything in bold, because I know she had said it to me multiple times. So I'm not sure if it's when she said it in the interview or just in general, when she said, I told them everything. I told them, etc.
So when you said in that group chat, she's telling them everything, that might not even be what you're talking about.
No, it was.
And you said that horrified you, correct?
I didn't know Carrie Roberts. So yes, her statement horrified me.
That horrified you.
Yes, that was horrifying.
And in that group chat, your response to that horrifying statement was 3 words. I love it.
Was there a response prior to that?
You tell me, ma'am. I'm not the one under oath. You are.
Well, if you want to show me it again, I'd love to get.
Yesterday.
So do you have it handy, Mr. Jackson?
I don't.
every time. I just don't remember, Mr. Jackson. I just don't know. You needs to show me because I's got retard hitting me. I suffer from MS and Down, sir. I just don't know. This is someone who's fucking angry right now. Look at her. Look at her. She's fucking seething and malding. I mean, God, she's going to get off. She's calling off work. She's like, I got a box of Franzi to kill. And just look at those eyes. Look at them. God damn, imagine like you're at home. And she's like, look, Mom, here's my science project. Another goddamn baking soda volcano? Ah! Look at her. Look how fucking angry she is all the time. Oh my God, yes. Suffer, Jennifer. Suffer. My God, this woman is a psychopath.
Your Honor, I'll grab it. It's marked. Okay. Your Honor, it's been marked and entered. It was the packet this morning that I did. That's it. May I approach?
Sure.
My mic's way too low for the court. I know it's hard to balance it, guys. I'm sorry. So I try not to yell too hard until I'm in this mode. Yeah, she is malding. Malding so hard, her name's Carl Malden. Oh, you. Stop it. $320 people watching here. Thank you for being here, guys. Thank you for sticking around. If you guys are enjoying this, please like. I would appreciate that. So this is the recross-examination of Jennifer McCabe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Take a look at those 2 pages.
Could you tell me what pages, please?
169 and the second page, Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind.
What's the second number, Ms. McCabe?
Number, the bottom right.
2170.
Thank you.
Hey, Clyde.
You have that in mind?
Yes, I do.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. During that conversation, when you said she's telling them everything, that came right on the heels of
You get
your
a free dog
husband
view.
saying, this girl could write a book, this woman could write a book or something like that, correct?
Correct. She talks nonstop.
Right. And then you said 2 texts down, she's telling them everything.
Correct.
The text just before that was, I love it.
That was in response to my husband saying this girl could write a book.
What's the next thing that you wrote to that group within a second of that?
She is telling them everything.
Right. May I approach the court?
Sure.
Nowhere in that text chain did you say something along the lines of, oh my goodness, I'm so horrified, did you?
Those were on phone conversations.
Nowhere in those texts that you just saw did you say the words or write the words, I'm so horrified, did you?
No, because it was already spoken about.
You were asked on that morning, January 29th, 2022, as you drove to the location and ultimately to 34 Fairview, what ultimately happened. And your testimony was, as you approached, my client was searching frantically for John O'Keefe, correct?
I don't believe I said she was searching frantically for John O'Keefe.
Searching frantically.
She was screaming frantically in the back seat
Frantically.
and texting in the back seat.
Was she just sitting there, curled up in the back seat, sucking her thumb, or was she searching out the window?
She was screaming
Right.
between Carrie and I. So I'm not really sure how she saw John over here when her head is up here screaming and then looking down and texting.
Was the whole point of that trip, Ms. McCabe, to search for John?
It was because she knew where he was.
The whole point of that trip was to look for him, correct?
She directed us to go to 34
No.
Fairview.
The whole point of the trip was to look for John,
At
correct?
34 Fairview, where Karen said to go.
And your testimony is that if it hadn't been for Karen jumping out of that truck, you would have stopped, correct?
Because I wouldn't have seen him. I didn't know he was
Yes or
there.
no?
She did.
Okay, yes or no? Was that your statement? If she hadn't gotten out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped.
I don't believe it was stated like that. I believe there was a question and I answered.
And the question was, would you have stopped? And your answer was what?
What was the direct
Oh my
question?
goodness, Ms. McCabe, it was 5 minutes ago.
Did he ask,
Wait, that's a fair response. Bitch, you can't remember 5 minutes ago? Look at her. She's like, I'll bite your cock. So she's with her husband. That's how they met. He looked at her, she's like, I'll break your dick. And he's like, ah. I scared Clyde just now, too. Look at her. Ah! She's like, I give the best blowjobs. With a face like that. This woman is like, if this was like for a traffic crash, like a car accident, and she was the other driver, the judge would have already said, like, do you need to go to a fucking hospital, woman? Hi, Bubby. Did you drop something? Were you brushing yourself or are you swatting at me and telling me to stop? Huh? Oh, you just burped. Wow, that was a big burp. I mean, maybe she killed John. I don't know. But God, she is so obtuse, you could call her a triangle. Yes, they're fighting like a married couple. She's psycho. Yes, she is. Well, I mean, look at that face. Mommy, I didn't win the science fair. Ah! Still smash with a fucking shovel. What, Bubba? What? Are you saying leave Jen alone Clyde's like, she seems like a nice lady. Buddy, I don't think she's that nice. She don't look stable, yeah. This face needs to be your new video cover, yeah. God, she's coping and seeing like so much cope. You think she lives in the capital of Denmark. Oh, hold on, here we go. So, John refused her advances and now he's dead, yeah.
Did you see something?
So let's rewind it.
Was that your statement? If she hadn't gotten out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped.
I don't believe it was stated like that. I believe there was a question and I answered.
And the question was, would you have stopped? And your answer was what?
What was the direct question?
Oh my goodness, Mr. King. It was 5 minutes ago.
Did he ask, did you see something? You like to change words. I just want to be certain.
So, Mr. Jackson, just keep it to questions, not comments.
You were asked just a second ago by Mr. Lally, if Karen Reed hadn't jumped out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. All right, Ms. McCabe, we are finished.
Well, hold on
Jurors,
here.
I'm going to ask you to follow the.
You wouldn't have stopped. If Karen Reed hadn't jumped out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, like, I don't think she realized that makes... If somebody Karen Reed jumped out of the car, you would have stopped her. That's right.
All right, Ms. McCabe, we are finished. Jurors, I'm going to ask you to follow them out like you've done. We'll take a recess. And
Does this woman sound like she's mentally fucking unhinged? Yes. Lolita Smell says, how would you handle that witness? A lot like that. I would just have been avoiding the arguments, because it's after a while, if you start arguing with her, you lose. You're scoring points. But I understand it's hard. It is really hard to not argue with when you're dealing with a witness who wants to fucking fight. It's a problem. It's a problem when the witness wants to fight you. I mean, we go through this every day in our lives. You're trying to kill someone with kindness and they want to fucking come at you. It's really hard not to fight back. And they're starting to be smart ass and they're starting to get digs in at you. You let a couple off your back. And you're like, you know what? Like, I've been times where I'm sitting there and I'm going through questions and I'm like, I'm gonna fuck with this guy. And you start trying to fuck with them. And then once in a lot of times you score a point. And you scored a personal point at your client's expense. Or sometimes you try to come at them and they happen to be a little quicker on the rebound. They're a little bit quicker on the bounce, and kind of like fucking highlight. They just woof right back at you and take your fucking head off with it. And you fucking step all over your dick, which hurts your client. There's chuckles in the courtroom, so it's really hard not to get involved and want to fight. Yes, she did, but you gotta be. Who knows? I think overall they did a good job. Now that recross, which they're not guaranteed to get. I said like they built up those piles of firewood and Lally took a bunch and stuck it over on his side. Well, Jackson went back and grabbed all that firewood. Like, they made a lot out of that. That was actually really, really bad for the state. In the end, now they're getting through it. That was fucking devastating. That's a devastating thing. So, Chris says, did you print that Killdozer? No, that Killdozer was printed by Stabby McStabwood. We are at some point, though, maybe this summer or into the fall, we're going to kit bash and build our own scratch build model Killdozer out of a bulldozer model. So we'll do that at some point. We got some super chats to get through first, real quick. We never got to all these. Unknown Hero for $2 says, don't forget to wipe the powder from your nose. Yes, that's true. Also, make sure you when your uppers hit, make sure they hit before you get back on stage. Because otherwise, they're like, so you go, whoa. Robert Lawrence gifted 5 memberships. Robert, thank you for your generosity. And also thank you for your support. Catherine has been a member for 3 months, says, Sean, we're requesting more pig racing videos. Thank you for your consideration. Well, we'll show those on locals, but I don't know if there's any more League of Pigs right now. They finished up the one season, and I think they'll be working on it soon. Squid for $5 says, the only thing I got out of the Gossip Girls evidence is that Lally is trying to establish a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation with Karen's personality. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And False Prophet says, the judges will hold it against you if you comment. I mean, here's the thing. Judges are human beings. And, don't talk shit about people. It's kind of like a thing. 2, I want every reason I can for a judge to want to give me a break at some point. And part of the reason why you don't talk shit about them. There's also the professionalism angle. So, I mean, it's a little bit of everything. I'm not really scared of them. It's just, more professionalism and, you get more out of people if you're nice to them. It's like if you have a wife or a girlfriend, you give a wife apology. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done it. When in reality, you did nothing wrong. You just still like, yup, I'm sorry, it's my fault. You get a lot out of that. And been there, done that. Remember, 3 months is what are betting odds of the verdict right now? Still no better than 50-50. We're not done yet, so I don't know. If you want like better's odds, it's still 50-50 for right now. Ducking Felony says, host long I've been a member. Switchy. Thank you. The Squid for $10. Thank you, Squid. Thank you so much, man. Says nobody believes this lady. Plus, your phone logs a ton more than what you're able to see unless you have root access to your phone and are knowledgeable about what you see. The logs aren't often wrong. And here's the thing, even when you start messing with those, there's generally evidence you messed with those because then they document, hey, these were accessed. Pope Brackets Touch Me says she looks like a Meldar Prime or Dr. Neo Cortex. Yes. So thank you guys. Oh, thank you for all that. I appreciate it. And where is it here? Pope Brackets, thank you for being a member for 8 months. I do appreciate the support. That's a shame for $4.99. Says Jennifer McCabe sucks at Jenga. Yes, like having a guy with Parkinson's try to cut your hair. Cheryl Fodel for $5. Hi, Cheryl. Says, I watched this earlier, but had to come here and get Sean's perspective. I'm glad you're back. And you're also a new member. Thank you for the support. Amateur Iconoclast gifted 5 memberships. Thank you for your support and your generosity. And That's a Shane's been a member for 2 months. Hold on, I gotta Yo. Scandinavian food is like Auschwitz for a T-Rex at Denny's. Thank you. That's a shame. Oh. Let's see here. Oh, you appreciate your comment? Hey, if you ask a good question or a good comment, I think those are always worth trying to answer if I can catch them. Let's see here. What do you guys? I missed a couple. Yes, they even have rubber treads. Yes, it's actually really nice. When are you going to do the 1-for-1 Killdozer build? I'm going to collab with Whistle and Diesel on that. Oh, Reformed Convict. I know they make an Israeli D9 that's armored, but I want to make one that's got the Ripper and an older style. I mean, the Komatsu wasn't that old, but you could build like an older bulldozer model and then build the plastic sheeting around it. So I think it'll be fun. Somebody says, at what 16:1 scale? That's big. Andrea had the opposite opinion. He said this hurt Karen. I mean, a lot of what happened with Jen didn't help, but I think overall this is really bad for the state. But remember, there's been a bunch of stuff that, like, was looking bad, but then it turns out to, like, not hurt the state too much. I think this is. I'm trying to give Karen the benefit of the doubt here. She's still behind the curve, though, I think. Somebody's saying I should build a. Somebody say I should build a Titanic model. Like, oh my god, I'd kill myself building a ship. That'd be awful. All right, so we're gonna keep going here, guys. Let's
This one might be a little longer. I may need to.
okay, let's see. Their side, okay. Here we go.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case at hand, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You take the stand.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Carrie Roberts, Roberts.
And where you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton, Mass?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My husband, my 2 children.
And your 2 children, how old are they? And boy, girl,
My son is 12, my daughter's 14.
and do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm an executive assistant,
How long have you been doing that?
17 years.
Who do you
And
exactly?
does he work as well?
Yes.
What does he do for work?
He's a heavy equipment operator,
And how long has he been doing that?
maybe 20 plus years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of the 29th. Do you recall those dates? And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Say it again.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday
So the 28th
the 28th,
into a Saturday.
Saturday the 29th.
Now, on the evening of the 28th, do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was bowling with my daughter and her friends and one of the mothers.
And do you recall where that was?
Westgate Lanes in Brockton.
And about what time was it that you got home from that?
Probably about 8:30ish because there was a storm coming, so we wanted to be home. I didn't want to be out late.
And when you got home, you and your daughter, is that correct?
Say that one more time?
You and your daughter came home around 8:30 or so?
Yes.
Who, if anyone else from your house, was home when you got home?
I think my husband was home. He was going out. I think I passed him and he was heading out to meet his friends. My son was not home.
And who were the friends that he was going out to meet?
John O'Keefe, Michael Camerano.
So, Ms. Roberts, I'd like to start with just Mr. Camerano. How do you know?
He's been childhood friends with my husband,
And do you know where your husband was going to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
At McCarthy's. It's a bar in Canton.
Sort of in the center of town, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how do you know?
I've known him since high school,
And where did you go to high school?
Braintree High School.
And how is it that you came to know Mr. O'Keefe? How would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was one of my closest friends.
In addition to John O'Keefe, through growing up and going to Braintree High, were you familiar with any other members of the O'Keefe family?
Yes, Kristen, his sister, was a senior when I was a freshman. John was a year older than me, and Paul was 2 years younger than me. So at some point, I was in school with all of them.
And after high school, at some point, did you come to know any of the members of the O'Keefe family while you were living in Canton?
Yes, my son and John's nephew went to an in-home daycare together. So I went to go pick up my son at one point, and Kristen was there, and we kind of figured out that we lived in the same neighborhood that we were going to be moving into. And then Kristen got sick.
And during that time, sort of when you first reconnected with Kristen, about how old was your son and her son?
My son was 18 months. Patrick he's almost a year older.
And your son and Patrick Furbush, did they end up going to the same school in Canton?
Yes, they went to home daycare. They went to preschool, pre-K. And by the time they got to elementary school, they got separated because they were troublemakers.
But did they go to the same school all throughout?
Yes.
And what, if any, other activities did your son do along with Kristen's son, Patrick?
Well, Patrick wanted to try hockey, so they did hockey together, and then he didn't like that. And they played baseball together since they were T-ball, like 4 or 5.
Now, you mentioned that Kristen O'Keefe, or Kristen Furbush at that point, at some point after you had met her, she got sick, is that right?
Correct.
Eventually she passed away, is that right?
Correct.
And, after she passed away, her husband also passed away.
Correct.
And at some point after that, what, if any, role did John O'Keefe have with reference to?
Well, when Kristen passed away, I was in touch with John, just seeing if they needed help with the kids, getting them to and from wherever, because I was down the street. Kristen passed away, and then he said, I might move in. Steve's got to figure out finances, but I might move into your neighborhood. I said, oh, okay. And then when Steve died, John did move in, and he took over raising the kids.
And fair to say that you were, with reference to your son being friends with his nephew Patrick, you would see him fairly often, and by him I mean John O'Keefe.
Oh, yes, daily. Mhm.
And what, if any, at some point did John and his niece and nephew move from down the street from your house?
Yes, they moved across town. So I live on the Milton side. He moved over sort of near the Stoughton side.
About how far a drive is that sort of from your house to where you moved to? It was on Meadowtown, correct?
Yes, it depends because Canton's terrible for traffic. Maybe 7 minutes, maybe 8, depending. And if it's in the evening, it's longer.
And after Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and his nephew moved sort of across town, where did his nephew Patrick, where did he go to school at?
He remained at the same school that he was at with my son. So on Wednesdays, when John couldn't grab him in time because he'd be working in the city, Patrick would come home with me.
You familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for a living?
He was a Boston police officer, but at the time he was working in an office registering sex offenders.
And so you would help out as far as picking up his son. What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
Say that one more time.
What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his schedule with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
I didn't take care of Kaylee as much. That was sort of, there was other women, Jen McCabe, one of them, she sort of really took hold of caring for Kaylee because her daughter was friends with Kaylee, and I sort of got Patrick. So,
Mr. Riley, you have to keep your voice up. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry.
And if you could keep your voice up too, okay?
My apologies. And then through the years that you knew Mr. O'Keefe when he lived in Canton and your time being friends with him, what, if any, conversations would you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regards to any sort of relationships or dating or anything like that?
Well, he dated a lot of people.
But
So
as
it
far as
depends.
your conversations with what, if any, sort of role would you have, or what if any, knowledge did you have in reference to the people that you dated?
My husband, whenever he would go on a date with somebody, he would have my husband come meet them, sort of say, like, what do you think? And he had a couple of girlfriends that were very nice.
Now, at some point, did you become aware of a person by the name Karen?
Yes.
And when was it and how was it that you first came to know that person?
John called me and said, Karen and I are going to stop by because we had people over. And I said, who is Karen? Because I didn't know if he was going to bring someone from high school and surprise me with a random, I had never heard of her. And he said, you know who Karen is? The girl I'm dating. I said, nope, but okay. And then they came over that night.
And do you recall when about that was?
I think it was sometime in July.
In July, what year?
What are we, 2020?
Sometime shortly after sort of the COVID pandemic.
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship, if any, with Karen?
She was like another person that took care of the kids. She took care of Kaylee and Patrick a lot, so I would coordinate with her if Ryan and Patrick were going to go to the golfing range, or if Ryan was going to go with them to the Red Sox game, that kind of thing. We weren't do lunch or hang out like girlfriends.
Was there any occasions where you had sort of socialization or go out as couples or anything like that with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, they came over our house one time, and then we'd do baseball tournaments down the Cape, and we'd all get together, but the four of us never went out.
And just for clarity purposes, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yep.
Identify her as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Say that again?
Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She is seated at that front table, and she has a black and white suit jacket.
Going to just ask the record reflected application by the witness.
Yes.
Now, coming back to that evening of the 28th, your husband went out to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. Willoughby, correct?
Yes.
And do you know about what time it was that your husband Kurt arrived home that night?
Maybe around 10:30.
And after he arrived home, what, if anything, specifically do you recall the two of you doing or anything before going off to bed?
I remember sitting on the couch and the front door was right there and it was open and it started to snow. It had just started to come down probably about midnight, but it was coming down fast. So you knew it was little snowflakes usually mean a big snowstorm. And I said, well, it's starting. So we went to bed because we knew we weren't going out anywhere.
And as far as turning your attention to the next morning, at some point you awoke. Do you recall what it was that awoke you that morning on the 29th?
Karen called me at 5 o'clock in the morning.
And is that sort of a normal occurrence as far as Ms. Reed calling you and specifically calling you that early?
No.
And when you went to answer the phone, at some point, did you look at sort of like the screen to your phone?
I don't know. I just answered
Ask
it.
this in a different way. As far as at some point, did you realize or did you know whether or not that call that at some point you answered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the call that you answered, do you know whether or not that was the first call that Ms. Reed had placed you that morning or no?
It was the second call only from looking at my phone after, because I said, oh shoot, she called me. She just called and I didn't. She called twice.
And the phone call that you answered, what time was that?
5 on the dot.
And if you know the from looking at your phone, the phone call that you didn't wake up or didn't answer, do you know how long before that phone call was?
I think it was a minute or two before.
So 5 o'clock on the dot, you get a phone call, you answer it, and it's Ms. Reed, is that right?
Correct.
And that phone number, you had her sort of programmed into your phone as a contact, is that correct?
Yes.
And on prior occasions, had you called that number or gotten a call from that number on prior occasions?
Yes.
And when you got that call or made that call, who was the other person on the end that you were speaking?
Say that again?
Maybe a pretty simple question as far as it goes, but just with reference to any prior phone calls that you either got or received with that number that you programmed in as Karen Reed. When you spoke to someone by calling or receiving a call from that contact, who was on the other end of the call?
Karen Reed.
Thanks. So you answered the phone sometime right around 5 a.m. and you described to the jury sort of what the content of that conversation was.
I answered the phone and she said, John's dead. Carrie, Carrie, Carrie. And then she hung up.
And as far as her end of the conversation, did you say anything or get a chance to say anything before she hung up?
No.
And when she's speaking to you and saying those words to you over the phone, how loudly is she saying those words?
Very loud. She woke my husband, who was sleeping.
By the time that the phone rings and you pick it up, your husband's sleeping, correct?
Yes.
And then afterwards, he's awake.
Correct.
Now, what happened then?
Then I got out of bed and Kurt said, what was that? I said, I don't know. Something's happening. And I think I started getting dressed at that point because I don't know if I started getting dressed at that point or after she called back again. I tried to call her, I think a couple times back to be like, what is going on? Finally, she called me back again and she said, I'm afraid John might be dead. He might have gotten hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. I was not supposed to stay in Canton last night and he would never leave Kaylee alone. I think something happened.
And do you recall earlier in the day of the 28th having any communication with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I did with John. He texted me.
Do you recall generally what that was about?
My son got into a scuffle with some boy at school, and Patrick wasn't in school at the time. I think he went to a doctor's appointment, but Patrick got wind of it. So John was calling to see if my son was okay.
Now, turning back to, again, that morning on the 29th, you called Ms. Reed a couple times. She didn't answer. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, she called you back?
Correct.
And about how long was it after that initial phone call that you had where she hung up? How much time it elapsed between that call and the next
I
one?
don't know, maybe 5 minutes.
And so when she calls back, she makes those statements to you that you just testified about. And upon her making those statements, what, if anything, was your response?
I said, then she said she checked Kaylee's phone to see if John had called. And I said, okay, where are you now? And she said, I'm driving. Can I come to your house? Will you drive my car? I don't remember anything from last night. We drank so much, I don't remember anything. And I said, you need to go home and be with Kaylee if she's there by herself. I'll go look for him or something of that nature. Because I said, you're going to get a DUI. If you were drinking all night last night and you don't remember anything, you shouldn't be driving.
All right, so next question, please.
When you were talking to her on the phone, what, if any, observations did you make?
They're all
How she
drinking
was
that
speaking or-
night.
She was very frantic, and her voice was elevated.
I love how she thinks I wasn't the one drinking that night. Okay. But we already know Matt McCabe drove home drunk. Everybody was drunk that night. I don't see how she wasn't.
was very frantic.
And the loudness that you were describing during the course of that first phone call, what, if any, observations did you make with respect to that in regard to the second?
Same throughout the rest of the day was the same.
Yeah. Scuffle?
So you indicate to her that she needs to go home, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did she said in response to that?
She said, "I'm going to come to your house. Will you drive my car?" And I said, "Okay."
And after that, what did you do from there?
I started getting dressed. I think that's when I was starting getting dressed. And my husband said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I don't know. Something happened. John didn't come home. Karen's worried, so I'm going to go help her." And he said, "You're not going anywhere. It's a blizzard." And I said, "Yeah, yes, I am." And I went downstairs. I started the car, cleared it off, and I sat there waiting, and she didn't come. So I called.
During the time that you're waiting in the car, do you know about how long period it was that you were waiting in the car?
I would say at least 10 minutes of sitting in the car.
And to that point, as far as when you went outside to the car, what, if anything, did you observe about the weather, and what, if anything, did you do with your car as you were turning it on?
I cleaned the car off. I turned the car on. I got in it, and I thought to myself, well, she thinks somebody got hit by a plow or something. I'll see if there's any accidents. So I called the Canton non-emergency line, and I said, "Have there been any plow accidents? My friend's boyfriend didn't come home." And they said no, there were no accidents. And then I called Good Samaritan Hospital in Milton to see if anybody had been brought in a car accident. They said no. And then finally Karen called back.
Before we get to that, just in reference to, at any point in time, did you call Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And when you called Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to speak to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know how many times you called Mr. O'Keefe?
My husband called him, and I think I called him.
And when was that in relation to you going out to your car and clearing it out?
That was when I was in the house. Karen actually said, "Can you try and call him?"
And you did, and you didn't get an answer.
Correct.
And do you know whether or not your husband got an answer?
He did not.
So you go out to the car, you're waiting, and you make a phone call initially to Canton Police, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know who you spoke to at Canton Police?
I believe it was Officer Good.
That's someone that you knew in any way prior to this date of January 29th?
We have mutual friends, but no, I'd never met him.
Now, you call the hospitals, and then at some point after you finish speaking to the hospitals, the defendant then calls you back, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you describe to the jury sort of what was the content of that conversation that third time?
She said, I said, "Where are you?" I'm in the car. And she said, "I'm at Jen's house." And I said, "Jen who?" She said, "Jen McCabe. She's going to drive my car." And I said, "Okay, stay there. I'll come to there. We'll follow and we'll drop your car off. We'll just take my car and go look for him." And I drove to Jen's, and I pulled in the driveway behind him. I was still on speakerphone. Jen is driving. Karen's in the passenger seat, and we drove. I said, "Do you remember, did you look through the house? Could he be passed out somewhere in the house?" She said, I don't know. I didn't look." So I said, "Let's do that. Let's get in the cars. We're not taking two cars. It's a blizzard. We're going to go back to Meadows, and we're going to go look in the house first. He could be passed out behind the couch or on the floor. Who knows?" So we went to the house.
Yeah, I'm sorry, before you get into that, just as far as directionality and where you're going at this initial stage, you're sort of directing what's going to happen and where you're going to go, correct?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned that the defendant said she was at Jen's house. You asked Jen who, and she said Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
With regards to Ms. McCabe, did you know her, or how did you know her prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once when John took her and I to Reebok because he got a 50% discount. So we would go periodically and get the kids' shoes. So John, and myself went to Reebok, got shoes, and then we went to the hillside for lunch. That was it. I wasn't friends with her.
Is that someone that you had programmed in your phone as a contact? Did you have her information prior to January 29th?
No.
And when you went to Ms. McCabe's house that morning, how was it that you knew where Ms. McCabe's house was at that point?
I picked up Katie there a time or two for John and brought her home if I was heading that way, because Jen's house is on the way to John's.
And so you go to Ms. McCabe's house, and can you describe for the jury sort of what you observe or what you see when you're first coming up to Ms. McCabe?
I pulled in the driveway behind Karen's car, and Karen and Jen are in the car talking. I'm still on Bluetooth so I can hear them. And Karen said that she remembered leaving him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up to my sister's house. And then at some point in the conversation, she said, what about my taillight? What about my taillight? And I looked, and there was a piece missing. When it was caked on with snow, you could tell there was a little black hole.
Why is it Jen's like, well, oh my god, like why is she like, it's like Goodfellas, like Johnny 2 times. What about my taillight? My taillight. Like seriously, I'm gonna read the papers. I gotta go get the papers. Get the papers. Why is everything Karen say in multiples? They all fucking have the same story, chat.
But there was snow like caked on it, and it was a blizzard at this point.
Now, just as far as over the course of this early morning when you're making that drive from your house to Mr. McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
So during that time, can you describe sort of what the lighting conditions were, what the roadway conditions were, what you observed as you were driving over there?
It was not light out yet, and it was really bad driving.
And bad driving in reference to snow, is that correct?
Yes.
So you get to Ms. McCabe's house, and during the drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, you're speaking to both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And with reference, I think you've said a couple times as far as a Bluetooth. So as far as what you're hearing on the other side of the conversation, is it just one person, or are you able to hear sort of everything that's going on in the car?
I could hear everything. It was like a regular phone call in the car.
From where you were, your impression was it was hooked up to the speaker of the car.
Correct.
And when you get to Ms. McCabe's house, or what you were just testifying about as far as the taillight, when is it that you're making those observations?
In Jen's driveway.
And so about how far away from the defendant's car are you the first time that you see or your attention is drawn to this taillight?
I was parked right behind them in the driveway.
And can you describe which part of the vehicle you're looking at as far as which taillight that you're observing this damaged?
The right passenger.
And so from there, as far as Ms. McCabe's driveway, you make these observations, where is it that you go from there?
Say it again?
So after you're making those observations and you're overhearing that conversation, or you're having that conversation over Bluetooth, where did the three of you go?
We went to Meadows, to John's house.
And how was it that each of you sort of got from Ms. McCabe's house to John's house on Meadows?
Jen drove Karen's car, and I followed behind in my car.
And when you arrived there, where did you go? Where did you park? Like,
I pulled in right behind. She pulled her car sort of in front of the garage bays, and I pulled in the driveway behind her.
and when you say she, do you know who was driving?
Jen McCabe, sorry.
She was driving and Miss Reed's in the front passenger seat.
Correct.
And you're driving your car behind.
Correct.
And what kind of car did you have?
A Ford Explorer,
Do you recall what color it was?
dark gray.
And as far as Miss Reed, do you recall what kind of vehicle she had at that point?
A Lexus SUV,
Do you recall what color that was?
black.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what kind of vehicle John O'Keefe had?
He has a Traverse.
And do you recall what color that was?
It's like a beige green.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay.
Mr. Roberts, direct your attention to the screen over here. Do you recognize what is up on the screen?
That's John's house.
And does that seem like a fair and accurate portrayal of what John's house looked like at around the time of January 29th when you went over that morning?
Much snowier, but yes.
Sorry.
Oh, I said it was much more snow, but yes.
Now, not visible in this particular photograph, or the driveway that you're talking about, facing Mr. O'Keefe's house in Meadows Ave, as we are in this picture, whereabouts would the driveway be, to the left or the right or something?
To the right.
And, Your Honor, with course permission, if I could ask
Yes,
to publish what's been marked as exhibit 91.
Okay.
And again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
That is John's car.
And what is it that's behind John's car?
Behind a basketball hoop?
No, I'm sorry, that's correct. Not the rear of the vehicle, but sort of in the photograph behind on the other side of the passenger side.
Oh, the garage doors?
And there are two garage doors, one on the left, one on the right, is that correct?
Okay.
You're familiar with this house? We've been over it a number of times when Mr. O'Keefe lived there.
Correct.
And as far as, what if anything were you familiar with as far as Mr. O'Keefe having regarding sort of security around his house?
Security, he has a ring camera that was in the driveway and a ring camera that was at the side door.
And with regard to the garage itself, as far as you've been in there as well?
Yes.
And so what is behind the left door of the garage?
His big old blue convertible.
And on the right side of the garage, what if anything is in behind it?
Nothing. He's got all organized stuff and kids sporting. I don't know if he parked in there or not.
Now, as far as how Mr. O'Keefe kept his garage, kept his home, was there a particular way in which he kept it? When he lived there, you know?
Neat freak.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He was a neat freak.
Okay.
And as you enter into this garage, what if any access would you then have to inside the home?
There's a set of stairs and it brings you right into like the mudroom, which leads into the kitchen.
Now, when you would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house on this occasion or any other occasion, any rules or preferences would Mr. O'Keefe have with regard to equipment?
You did not wear footwear in the house. You took your shoes off.
And is that something that applies to people who live there as well as people who are visiting?
Yes.
And how would you describe as that a relatively strict rule?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish a portion of Exhibit 6, ring video.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have from driveway video number 154. I'd ask you this pause afterwards. So, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, that's Karen's car and my car, and John's is in the background.
Now, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser point. It's not this. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So pressing on that button and pointing sort of at the screen, if I could ask you just direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed's vehicle, where you see your vehicle, and where you see Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well.
That is John's car. That is Karen's car. That is my car.
Is this a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of where the cars were and what things looked like when you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's
Now
house?
here we go, guys. Let's go.
Coming from Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
Yes, Karen did take her shoes off. Oh no.
Now, with reference to any individuals that you observed in this video, again, using the laser pointer to draw the jury's attention to who you observed and where they were.
That is Jen McCabe, and that is Karen Reed, and that's me.
And at some point, you enter in through the garage, is that right?
Correct.
Now, as far as the garage doors were concerned, when you came back that morning, what, if anything, did you notice about the garage?
The right garage door wouldn't close.
So it was open when you arrived?
I don't recall if it was open when we arrived, but when we were leaving, it wouldn't close.
And do you recall, do you have any idea of sort of how that mechanically worked, like how you would open, how you would close the garage door?
Yeah, there's a code on the side.
And at any point in time, whenever you noticed that the garage door was open, were you or any of the people that you were able to close that door?
No.
And so is that the door that you entered into in order to get into the garage, to get into the mud, and take off your shoes and go out?
Correct.
And when you came into the house that morning, you entered into the mud, what, if anything, did you do with your shoes, and what, if anything, did you observe Mr. McCabe and the defendant do with their shoes?
Jen and I both had taken our shoes off in the sort of steps in the garage before we entered into the mudroom. We took our shoes off, and Karen just walked in.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play the video.
Hey, what are we watching? Oh no, it's snowing, Chad. Oh no! Oh no! Does when they went inside start scissoring or what? Yeah, we're watching a video where they don't stop and look at a tail light.
Now, Ms. Roberts, with reference to the Ring video security system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his home, if you know, do you know who had access to that?
I do not.
You obviously, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had access to that?
He did, yes.
Okay, do you know how or what device he used in order to access?
I only know he had it on his phone
How do you know he had it on his phone?
because he would check it all the time to see if the kids were home or dropped off or,
That's something he did in your presence?
yes.
Now, with regard to, at some point when you get to the home, beyond the sort of initial observations you made in Ms. McCabe's driveway with regard to the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle, what, if any, other observations did you make, or what, if anything else, did you do with reference to that area of the vehicle?
Karen did point it out at one point in the driveway. She said, my taillight, look at my taillight. And I looked at it and I said, you told me you don't remember anything from.
When did she point that out? When did she point that out? Where is she pointing at it? Because they're literally walking right by it. When did she point at it? When?
Last night. She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. I think you probably hit something, but let's just go in the house and look for him.
And so as far as your recollection is concerned, that sort of interaction that you had of looking at the taillight, when did that happen?
I don't know if it was when, well, it obviously wasn't when we got there. It was what must have been when we were leaving to go out to look for him.
When you what? I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure if it was when we arrived or when we were leaving to go back out and look for him, but now that I've seen the video, it's obviously when we came back out of the house.
Okay.
And who was present for that?
Who was present?
Yes.
Jen McCabe, Karen Reed, and myself.
And as far as where Ms. McCabe parked that vehicle, at any point in time that you were at the house, did that vehicle move at all? And by that vehicle, I mean Ms. Reed's vehicle.
I don't think so.
So where it's parked in that video is essentially where it stayed as far as you know.
I believe so.
Now, with reference to those observations or when you were looking at the rear passenger taillight area of Ms. Reed's vehicle, how close to the vehicle were you when you were making those observations?
Right in front of it. There was one piece, like a rectangle encapsulated, like whatever was broken. I remember there was one piece of metal sort of sticking out. So if it was an encasement for a light of some sort, I remember looking at it and the piece was sort of sticking out and I thought someone's going to catch their sleeve on that or something.
And now from there, when you arrive at the house, you go into the house, you take off your shoes. What happened then?
I started looking, Jen started looking, Karen, her and Jen went upstairs. I started looking downstairs. I started looking on the other side of the couches to see if maybe he passed out somewhere. And then I went upstairs and Karen was standing in John's room. The bed was made. She was just standing there. Jen had gone in to talk to Kaylee. And then I said, all right, let's go.
Now,
He's not in the house. He's not in the house.
As far as your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, him not coming home when any of the children were home, was that something that was normal?
Him not coming home if the children were home?
Right.
Yeah, he would not do that.
And obviously you knew Kaylee was there, but what, if anything, did you know as to where Patrick was?
He was at a friend's house.
And was that something that you knew independent of this morning or what had transpired up to that point?
Say that again?
How did you find out that Patrick was at a friend's house?
Karen said, I said, where's Patrick? She said he's at his friend's.
So you were in the downstairs area of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And looking through the rooms, you didn't find Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
No,
Now, at any point in time, did you go upstairs?
I did.
And when you went upstairs, where in the upstairs did you go?
At the top of the stairs is John's bedroom, so I looked in there. I looked in the bathroom, I looked in the closet, I looked in Patrick's room. I looked in the other two bedrooms, and Kaylee was in her room. So Jen was in there, but I was looking through the house.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's bedroom, when you looked in there, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the bed?
The bed was made.
You mentioned you looked in a variety of different rooms on the second floor. You said sort of two other rooms. What, if anything, were those other rooms used for, if you know?
I think one of them was a computer room. It was the room that faced the front of the house, and the back room had a bed in it that Mrs. O'Keefe would stay in when she would stay over.
And again, just to be clear, when you say Mrs. O'Keefe, you mean John's mother?
John's mother, sorry.
And as far as the computer room, who, if anyone, had access to that, if you know?
Had access to the computer room?
Yes. What was it used for?
Oh, there was a desk with a computer or laptop.
Did you know whose laptop that was, whether it was John's, whether it was the defendant's, whether it was kids?
I don't know if it was the defendant's at the time, but John's laptop used to be in that room.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Would ask if I could publish just a couple more photos on the screen for Ms. Roberts.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could start with Exhibit 92. Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
That's Karen Reed's Lexus.
And specifically, if you could, using the laser pointer in front of you, direct the jury's attention to where you observed the damage. That one.
That's where the metal piece I was describing was.
As far as what's depicted in this photograph up on the screen, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway and Mr. McCabe's driveway when you saw it that morning?
Well, caked in snow, but yes.
So absent the snow, yes.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 93. Again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
Essentially a closer-up image of the same area, correct?
Yes.
And what's depicted in this closer-up image, is that also consistent with what you observed in Mr. McCabe's driveway and Mr. O'Keefe's driveway that morning?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask again if I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to pass forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 30 seconds. Right in there.
Here we go, chat. Yeah, I don't know. This is. She comes off as credible, but like it's.
Ms. Roberts, direct your attention up to the screen. Do you recognize what's on the pause portion of the screen from this video?
That's John's house.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play again.
I kind of get this vibe too. She's the mother hen friend. Everybody, you guys, you drink water. Oh, she's gonna throw up. I'll get the towels. But yeah, I mean, where's the smashed out light? That's what I want to know. Also, that's Shane. Thank you for your super chat. I appreciate it very, very much.
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause. And again, Ms. Roberts, direct your attention up to the screen. Do you recognize what's sort of in front of the camera in this particular portion of the video?
That's Karen's car and John's car.
And where you observe Karen's car and John's car, again, if you could just using the laser pointer direct the jury's attention where you observe each of those in this still frame here.
That's Karen's car. That's John's car.
And are those essentially the same positions that you were talking about that the jury saw earlier in the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Why'd I circle that? Okay, the glass in the light might be missing. Where's the rest of the damage on the car in that spot? It does not look like it hit a grown man. I've seen a lot of vehicle impacts involving people. There's some fucking marks on a car. You just don't bounce off them. Oh, and there's Stoner Boy, too.
Do you want this up on the screen or down?
Up for now.
Okay.
But just for a moment. So I'm going to show you just two photographs. Actually, just look at those and then I'll finish.
Okay.
And do you recognize those? Or do you recognize what's depicted in them?
Do I recognize what?
What's depicted in each of those photographs?
Karen's car.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, while those are being marked, may we approach?
Hold on. Sidebar.
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right, chat. I mean, the rest of the car does not show damage. It indicates it hit somebody. And that's something I have a big problem with here.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish first what's been marked as Exhibit 101.
Okay?
And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 101. You indicated that's Ms. Reed's vehicle in the same position where Ms. McCabe left the car on the ground, correct?
Yes.
This is appear to be a still shot from the same video that you just saw in the prior.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 102 now. And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen? That's the second photograph that I showed you just a moment ago.
Yes.
That's essentially a closer up or zoomed in image of what's in the same still image that you saw in the prior, correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could, using a laser pointer, just direct your attention to the damage that you observed on the right rear passenger tail light of Ms. Reed's vehicle that way. Thank you. It's going to use it. Now you go look through the home, you don't find Mr. O'Keefe, and what happens there?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, and Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview the night before. So Karen really wanted to go back there. I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house, and then we'll start looking if he's not in the house. So that's what we did. We got in the car and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Ms. O'Keefe's?
On the way from Jen McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes, Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
And so after coming out of Mr. O'Keefe's house, do you exit the same way that you entered?
Yes,
Come out the garage door, get into your car?
yes.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you did?
I was driving, Karen was in the back seat, and Jen was in the passenger seat.
And as far as Ms. McCabe's sister's house, at the time, did you know where that was or who her sister was or anything like that?
I didn't even know she had a sister.
And you know about how long a drive or how far a drive or what the route was that you took going from Meadows to her sister's house?
I think we went main roads because we were looking to see, I don't know what we were looking for, but we were looking for him. I don't know if we thought he was walking home or if he got hit by a plow. So we went main roads. We pulled out, I think we went Bolivar Street, and then Jen was giving directions because I didn't know where we were going.
And to be clear, Bolivar Street, you're talking about, that's Bolivar?
Yes,
And so then Ms. McCabe is then giving you directions as you're driving, correct?
correct.
Now, as you're driving, again, as far as what if anything did you see as far as plows or how were the roads treated at that time? What if anything did you observe in reference to that?
It was bad driving. There were plows out, but it was really bad driving.
And the visibility as you were driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house, how would you describe the visibility?
It was very poor. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
Now, when you get to the street, at some point you're directed by Ms. McCabe to Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall whether or not you took a left or a right, or how did you come on to Fairview Road?
Off of Chapman Street, I took a right onto Fairview.
You took a right from Chapman onto Fairview.
Correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as the sort of elevation of the roadway?
You go downhill.
Do you go downhill?
Yes.
This particular area of Canton, obviously you've lived in Canton for several years. Are you somewhat familiar with this area of Canton?
Yeah.
And how is it that you were familiar with the area of Canton prior to this date if you've never been to Ms. McCabe's house?
The commuter rail is right near there that I would take to work.
Are there any schools in that area as well?
Yes, the John F. Kennedy School.
And you mentioned that your son played baseball, correct?
Yes, and
Ball field.
my son and John's nephew also went to the home daycare across the street from the JFK.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to just publish a brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
Hey, Hella. Hi, Hella. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing okay. Shoot me a DM. I'll tell you all about it.
Gentlemen, what I'm going to ask is if you could push this video forward to 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Hi, Liz.
I'm sorry, you could play it from there. Mr. Roberts, from what you've seen on the video, as far as what's depicted in this video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal, consistent with what you observed that morning as you were driving around, going from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house?
Yes,
And the turn that this vehicle was taking at this point in the video, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, do you recognize what street that vehicle is turning onto?
I believe it's Fairview.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, Ms. Roberts, as you're driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to this address on Fairview Road that you've never been to before, what's going on inside the car?
Karen was frantic. She wouldn't put her seatbelt on, and I was getting nervous because we're driving in a blizzard. She kept leaning in between the two seats. I think at some point she was texting in the back seat, and then she'd be leaning. She was just frantic the whole morning.
And as far as her screaming, do you recall anything specifically that she was screaming, or what, if any, sort of conversation was going on in the car as you were driving?
There was some conversation about a woman I didn't know that was Bella's mom, and she said Bella's mom never liked me. I think Bella lived near Jen's sister, maybe. I don't know. Some conversation about Bella's mom, and Karen said she didn't like me.
And do you recall where you were in your travels when that topic of conversation came up?
No, I don't recall.
Now, in reference to following that, what, if anything, did you say in regards to any other sort of women?
Any other what?
Following that conversation in regard to Bella's mom, who you didn't know, what, if anything, did you say or introduce into the conversation?
Fairview Road runs along Spring Street, I think it is. Spring Lane. So Spring Lane and Fairview are both off at Chapman Street, and there was a woman he dated that lived on Spring Lane. So when Jen was telling me where her sister's house was, I said, I don't know where Fairview is. And she said, it's near Spring Lane. And I said, oh, where the dance instructor lived. John had once dated a dance instructor. And then Karen said, do you think he could have gone there? Do you think that's where he could have been? No, I was just using it as a reference point. She said it's near Spring Lane. And I knew that the dance instructor lived on Spring Lane.
And just to be clear, when you say the dance instructor, this would be for his niece, Kaylee?
Correct.
And you indicated that the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the dance instructor, had dated at some point in the past, right?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was when Kaylee was little. She was probably like 5.
So almost 10 years before this date that you're driving along. Now, as you're driving along and driving down Fairview, what is it that you're doing? What, if anything, do you observe Mr. McCabe doing? And then what, if anything, do you observe the defendant?
Well, we were looking for John walking or wherever he may be. So I'm driving and looking on both sides, and I think Jen was looking on both sides. And Karen she would be in the back seat, then she'd be in between us, then she'd be in the back seat, and then in between us.
And as you came down the hill on Fairview, what, if anything, what happened then?
Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
And how was she kicking the door?
With her feet. Well, how was she kicking the door?
How hard was she kicking?
Oh, pretty hard. I mean, she wanted to get out of the car, but it was locked because once you start driving, the back doors lock. So I looked over and I didn't see anything. And I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And I unlocked the door and I sat back and watched. And she ran over to a mound of snow.
And so as the time you're driving down the road, have you seen anything, as you're driving down, sort of looking at the side of the road, have you seen anything on your side of the vehicle?
No,
And when you say she gets out of the vehicle, is it your side or passenger side where Mr. McCabe is that?
the driver's side.
So she gets out of the driver's side of the vehicle on the back passenger, correct?
Correct.
And how quickly does she go sort of from your car to where she ends up?
She ran over to the mound.
And at that point in time, even when she runs over, could you see what she was running over to?
At some point, I realized it was the shape of a body.
And when was that you realized? When in this sort of sequence were you able to realize that?
That was in seconds. Once she ran over to his body, I said, "Oh my God!" And she lifted up his shirt and started to lay on him.
And when you stopped to let her out, where were you in relation to that mound of snow or what you learned?
I think my car was like in the middle of the road. I just stopped.
And in relation to where the mound of snow was, had you driven past it at that point? So where was it?
Yes.
So it was located behind your vehicle?
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask us to plan on that for about 6 minutes and 30 seconds. What's depicted in the screen in front of this camera?
I'd object to this point. Objection. This has already been shown 55 times. It's right out in front of the house. Oh my God, it's the gang all right there. There's John O'Keefe's fucking ice cubed ass sitting right there. We've already seen this. This is not relevant anymore. They should stop this. This is I hit him. That didn't happen.
What that is.
That's my car.
Is that essentially where you parked your car when Miss Reed started kicking the doors and got out and ran over?
Yes.
Could just press right for a wall. Now, from this video, do you see where in relation to your vehicle, Mr. O'Keefe, where you found this vehicle?
With the pointer.
Okay. Ms. Yeoman, if you could, again, display for about this happened.
Shut up.
Do you have a problem? You can run.
Yeah, this set sounds real. We don't need it. Why are we watching this?
Individuals on the screen again, they're just using the laser pointer and direct their attention to those are.
That is Jen McCabe. That's Karen Reed. That's me.
Take that down. Roberts, in relation to what you just saw in the video, as far as at some point, the rear sort of tailgate or hatchback on your SUV, that was in the up position, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you recall why that was?
because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
This
And
is
is
all
that something that you just sort of have in the back of your car?
no running for help. Like, go to that house, ask for help, get things from them. Hey, it's our friends. Hey, friends, help us. Oh my God, the Alberts. Help us. Help us. Help. We're your friends. Help us. All of a sudden, they just go, nope. Like, yeah.
All times.
Yeah.
Now, at any point
No,
in
but the
time,
rest of them knew.
in that
The
sequence,
rest of them knew there were
did
friends
you
in that house.
call anybody or have any sort of phone calls that you made that went to voicemail at that time?
Did I?
Yes.
My point. Jen's not like, oh my God, look, hey, our friends are here. I was in this house. They can help us. Oh, thank Jesus Christ. No, we're just going to use like the fucking dog blanket in the back of the car. Better nothing, but come on, guys.
I don't know.
And so nothing that you recall, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you observe Ms. McCabe make any phone calls that just
Okay.
sort of went to voicemail and she left?
Lights off in the house, no dog barking, no snow shoveled. Dude, it's 6:30 in the morning on a Saturday. Nobody's shoveling snow. Like that, like we gotta have some standards here of like what we should expect.
Your phone in your car?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me take you back to when you're pulling. So as far as the conditions when you pull up and the defendant's banging on the door and gets out and runs over to Mr. O'Keefe. What's depicted in that video, obviously without your vehicle being in the middle of the roadway, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the road looked like and sort of what you saw upon your arrival?
Yes.
So after the defendant gets out of the vehicle, what did you do? Where did you go?
When I realized it was him or someone, I ran over and I dug his head out, rubbed the snow.
And you recall, you recognized the person in the snow was Mr. O'Keefe.
Once I dug his head out, yes.
And you recall how his body was positioned as far as how was he on his stomach, on his back, on his side?
He was on his back.
And so you brushed some snow away from his head, is that correct?
Off his face.
And when you were brushing the snow off his face, what, if anything, did you observe about his face or the condition of him?
He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And his right eye it looked like a golf ball. His left eye was fine. The right eye looked like a golf ball.
Now, you mentioned that you wiped some snow from around his head. What, if anything else, did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was bleeding in the back of the head. So when I was wrapping I don't know why I was wrapping blankets around his head, but I didn't know. He had a cut on the back of his head.
That's weird.
You
That's
recall which
kind
side
of
of his
weird
head
to
that
me, a little sus.
It just was blood on the blanket that was under his head.
Now, as far as the rest of his body, did that have snow on it as well?
Say it again, I'm sorry?
The rest of his body, separate from his head area, what, if any, snow did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was completely covered.
And you know about how much snow was covering the rest of his body?
I would say like 4 inches, maybe 3. I don't really remember exactly how many, but he was covered.
And so with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, and when you arrived there, 3 of you being you, the defendant, and Ms. McCabe, what is it that you were doing when you first sort of come over to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, Karen was laying on top of him, and I told her to get off him because I was going to do CPR. And I said, Jen, you need to call 911. And I started CPR on his chest compressions, and then Karen was giving him mouth-to-mouth.
And as far as CPR goes, is that something that you had any training in prior to this?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about that as far as what, if any, training did you have as far as CPR was
I get CPR certified every 2 years through the American Red Cross at work.
So you start doing chest compressions, is that right?
Correct.
And you direct Ms. McCabe to call 911?
Yes.
And what was the defendant doing at that?
She was doing mouth to mouth and she was frantic again, running around. And
As she was running around, what, if anything else, was she doing or saying while she was running around?
did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
More than once.
And similar to sort of the tonality or the volume of the voice that you were describing before, was that consistent when you're there sort of in front of the house?
Yes.
Now, in relation to where you were with Mr. O'Keefe, obviously you've never been in this house before, is that right?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as overhead lights or street lights or anything like that around that area where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a fire hydrant and there was some weird like electrical box thing sticking out of the ground.
But you don't recall any sort of like overhead lights or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, this process of you sort of doing compressions and Ms. Reed is doing mouth-to-mouth and then running around, is the mouth-to-mouth that she's doing, is that sort of consistent or is it intermittent between? When is the running around in relation to the mouth-to-mouth?
I don't remember which was first. I was concentrating on doing chest compressions.
And so while you're doing the chest compressions, at some point do first responders start to arrive?
Correct.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of get out of the vehicle, go over, realize it's Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and to when the first responders arrived?
I don't know. It wasn't long. Maybe under 10 minutes.
During that time, or during any of the amount of time that you were there, did you see anybody from any of the houses on the street come out of the house or any neighbors come out or anything like that?
No.
Once, if you recall, do you recall whether it was police or fire or ambulance or who showed up first?
I don't know. I think the police showed up first or the EMTs. I just know the EMTs came over and said, we'll take it from here. I wasn't paying attention to what else was going on.
You're sort of focused on the chest compressions, and at some point, some paramedic comes over and tells you they've got this.
Yes.
And so after that, where did you go?
After that, where did I go? I stayed in the area. I think I went back over to the car.
And as paramedics are working on John, you're over by your vehicle, correct?
I think so.
And so where was, what were you doing and where was Ms. McCabe and where was the defendant at that?
Karen was running around the body while the EMTs were trying to work on him. She was just frantic.
And so you're over by the car and Ms. Reed is running around over where Mr. O'Keefe is?
Yes.
Where was Ms. McCabe?
I don't know. She was somewhere around the car.
So closer to you than to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I don't know.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe was, if you know, where was he in relation to the roadway or the paved sort of pathway of Fairview Road?
I don't know because you couldn't tell which was the road and which was the grass. Like you couldn't tell where the road began and ended. So I don't know.
Now, you described the defendant sort of running around Mr. O'Keefe frantically. What, if anything, was she saying at that point?
Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that sort of phraseology or the way she put that, was that consistent throughout? Is that how she stated it?
Yes.
And again, in that same sort of loud volume voice at the time?
Yes.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe is taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And as he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in that area?
His phone was under him and it was grass.
Now, as far as the graphs that you observed, how is that in relation to sort of the rest of the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Everything else had snow.
So everything else is covered in snow, and when he's lifted off the ground underneath his body, is that where the grass is?
Yes.
And his phone was where in relation to his body? As far as when he's lifted up, what part of his body?
Okay.
Like maybe his shoulder, maybe it was like his back. So when they lifted him up, it was under where like his, whatever that, the right side of his back.
What I'm asking is basically sort of up towards the shoulder blade or down towards his lower back, if you.
In the middle.
And when you saw the phone on the grass, what, if anything, did you do with Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I picked it up. I put it in my pocket. And at some point, one of the first responders asked if I had it. I handed it over.
Do you recall who that first responder was?
No,
Do you recall even whether it was a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic?
no.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe is being taken from where he was located when we found him to the ambulance, what happens then? What goes on from that?
At some point, Officer Good told Karen to calm down because she was frantic. And at some point, Jen and Karen were in the back of a police cruiser to warm up. I was standing outside watching the ambulance because I could see in through the ambulance that they were moving things and working on them.
And so what, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant or Ms. McCabe in reference to what you were seeing through the back of the ambulance?
I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. And at one point, Karen grabbed the front of my jacket and screamed in my face and said, are they working on him? Is he alive? And I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. They wouldn't be working on him if he was dead. And then she had us hold hands and pray. And then at some point, she had blood on her hands and she told us she had her period. So I think she was just in a state of shock, maybe.
And what, if anything, did either you or Ms. McCabe say to her when she said that?
We said, no, that's not your blood. That's John's.
How do you know?
And
Taste it?
what happened then?
Then the ambulance drove away.
And if you know about how long was it from the time that you were told by the paramedic to step away from Mr. O'Keefe, they had this, from that point to when the ambulance drove away?
I don't know. I don't think it was long. I watched them work on whatever they were doing in the back of the ambulance, and they got in the ambulance and drove away.
And after the ambulance left, where did the three of you go, or where did you go? Where did Ms. Reed go? Where did Ms.
Karen, I had her in my car. Jen was going up to the door to her sister's house, and I said to the police, I had been on the phone now. I had called Mrs. O'Keefe. I had called John's mother. I had called John's father. At some point, Karen was on the phone with John's sister-in-law, Erin, telling him John's dead. So I grabbed the phone from her. I said, he's not dead. He's in the back of an ambulance. He's been in an accident. And she said that Paul was going to go with John's brother to the hospital that they were bringing John to. So I spoke to I called Mr. O'Keefe. He didn't answer.
Next question. That'll stand, but next question.
So you call Mr. O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe John's parents?
Correct.
At some point, you have a conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why it was that Ms. McCabe was going into the house on Fairview?
Do you know why?
To wake her sister, I think.
And after those conversations, so you grab the phone from the defendant, you speak to Erin O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And following those conversations with members of the O'Keefe family, where is it that you were going?
I asked Mrs. O'Keefe if she had four-wheel drive, and she said no. And Mr. O'Keefe had a van that didn't have four-wheel drive. So I said, I'm going to come get you, and I'll take you to the hospital.
All right, so why don't we end this now for lunch? Okay? All right, first we'll take the lunch in. You said as well as the jury. Or you can just.
Good to be closed and be your books on your chairs. All rise, jury out.
This video is very traumatic. I'm having trouble sleeping tonight. Yeah. Jen is always near Karen. Yeah, that's a little issue. That's a little iffy to me too. Yeah, that's still a.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. All right, guys. So we're at lunch. Garrett says, "Why would you touch anything?" I mean, to be fair, I will say in their defense, you rolled up and somebody's laying on the ground. You don't know if they're dead. I mean, are you just gonna be like, "Oh, well, fuck it. Hey, bro," you're gonna be like, "Hey, buddy, you might be alive, but you know what? I'm not gonna chance it. You also might be dead, so I ain't touching you. Have a good one." No, you're gonna get involved. You're gonna try to assist. This witness technically tampered with evidence on a death scene. I'm like, you drive up, you walk out like you're driving down the road and you find your person laying on the side of the road. Are you gonna get out, check them, check their pulse? Oh, well, you fucked with the scene. I mean, just honestly. Can I do a 24-hour grid stream to save the law? How can I save him? He has to save himself. It's entirely his call what happens. Tom was asking earlier, are any hot witnesses coming up? Well, so far, no. Unless Jen McCabe biting your dick off is hot. T from Laos says, is World of Tanks sponsoring the stream? No. And Cosmo says everyone should have got a DUI that night. I agree. It seems like it. And then Lois says, as a response to this, that this lady's the mother hen friend. Yes. And Lois says, you assholes say that, but who doesn't take the towel? Yes. Garrett Pace says, do you think Turtle Boy has a Camelback filled with dumb fuck juice? I don't know what he's drinking inside there. He seems to be pretty quiet. And Ron is correct. Your clothing scratches the paint. There's dents. And Toto Vader brings a great point. The damage on Brooks's car was certainly a lot. Yeah, and Daryl Brooks wasn't going that fast, crumpling all those people. I mean, people are hard objects for a car. Guys, remember, she didn't hit the hood, she hit with a different part of the car. But yes, there's still going to be damage. You can hit a 120-pound deer going 35 miles an hour, and yeah, fucking tears the car up. Yeah, people get hit. There's things everywhere. Porcelain Thunder says, tail light lenses also don't break into 40 pieces unless they're repeatedly smashed or stepped on, especially modern stuff. Chugi Show is saying, Turtle Boy is saying court is canceled tomorrow because they don't want to have his hearing on the same day or something. That doesn't make sense to me. It can make sense from a security standpoint. There's only so much security available. The court's just trying to avoid drama in the courthouse. It's also, we're coming up on Memorial Day weekend, so it's like, I don't know, maybe somebody's figuring out a way they can like scam out an extra day of vacation ahead of time. I don't know. Who knows? It could easily be that. There could be a million different reasons. Who knows? Lolita Smiles says, this trial has made me realize how blessed I am that I have a bunch of conniving women around me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 No, I agree. Reformed Convict says, they sell Komatsu ones on Tamiya. I'll look for the Komatsu or Komatsu bulldozers. And then Ron saying, off topic, who's a lawyer you admire? Skill, personality, in court or out? I mean, there's a lot of attorneys who got really good personalities. But as far as like ones I respect or ones I try to imitate, I mean, there's a lot of them. I mean, you see attorney. I mean, you can't imitate them completely, but the amount of good attorneys who say good things, do good things out there, I'm picking up off of. I mean, hell, I've seen Jose Baez on here before. We watched him during the Husel trial, Dr. Husel trial, and I was like, I'm gonna take some of that. You pick and pull off of everybody. You could be like F. Lee Bailey when he says the N-word. But no, I think there's a lot of attorneys you can pick and pull from. As far as like one specific one that, I mean, I could probably think of some, but there's like a million freaking lawyers out there, and we see this, from day to day. Like, anybody heard of David Yannetti outside of Boston? No. We see these like trials and these great attorneys pop out of nowhere. Corey Shirafisi, never heard of him before Kyle Rittenhouse. Diane Menashe. I know some of the OGs in chat, they love our girl Diane. Never heard of her till you had this happen. I mean, there's just so many out there. But I mean, like some of the OGs that are always out there, like Clarence Darrow, Johnny Cochran, F. Lee Bailey. I mean, those guys, the dream, like, Alan Dershowitz, people don't like about what he's done, but what he did was very important. I mean, there's a lot of good ones out there. Learned Hand. I mean, Uncle Clarence. There's a lot of people. Robert Lawrence says, I admire the Institute of Justice lawyers. No, I agree. The Institute of Justice, the guys, if you follow them on Twitter, the Institute for Justice, they are fighting the fight, taking the fight to a lot of corrupt government agencies and groups. So, Yeah, definitely somebody guys to support and follow. But if you can donate to him, it's not bad either. Ty Beard, no. That's it though. Ty Beard's got a great personality, so he's got things there that I think you can pull from. That guy who defended the Toledo toe sucker. Well, remember, I didn't defend him at trial. I was kind of removed from that because he didn't like people. Other guys had to try that one, so I didn't get to try that one. So, all right, guys. So let's move on. We've got lunch to go through here, and we're just gonna power through lunch. No lunch for everybody, and we're gonna keep going to the Lally Talking Show. It's like Al Gore giving direct. Just awful. But anyways, here we go. Let's keep going.
When you first, where Mr. O'Keefe is on the grass.
Iraq seems like a great guy.
And at any point in time when you observed him, what, if any, observations did you make as far as how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed at that time?
Was he dressed?
Yes.
He had jeans on. I couldn't really tell because he was covered in snow, but I know that I think he had 2 layers on because when the defendant lifted his shirt.
Do you recall if any one of those layers was like a winter jacket or any kind of heavy coat or anything like that?
No.
I'm sorry, no, you don't recall, or no?
No, it was not a coat.
Now, to take it back to when you were in front of the house and Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, and at some point in time that ambulance leaves, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know where the ambulance was going?
Good Samaritan Hospital.
And following that, you mentioned that Ms. McCabe went inside the house, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that caused her to go inside the house?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. Not what anyone said.
I think she was going to wake her sister.
And after that, was there anybody else that's beyond sort of first responders or police officers, things like that? Any other sort of civilian people show up that you recall?
Matt showed up at some point, Jen's husband, Matt.
And that was before you left, is that correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, we'll get to this more in a moment, but you had left from the house once, come back, and then left again?
Yes.
And when her husband, Matt McCabe, showed up, which of those times was that, if you recall?
I think he was there when I left the first time.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I just said, he said, I said, I'm going to get the O'Keefes. He said, do you want me to come with you? And I said, no. So he went in the house.
And when you left, who, if anyone, initially when you left, who, if anyone, left with you?
I left with Karen Reed.
And as you're leaving your car, you're driving, is that correct?
Yes.
Where is Miss Reed in the car at that point?
Say it again?
Where was Miss Reed in your car at that point?
In the passenger seat.
And as you were leaving, what, if anything, were the two of you doing or talking about, or what was going on when you left that first time?
As we were leaving, she was saying to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You need to take care of these kids.
And how did you respond?
He's not going to die. No one's doing anything of that nature. Or something of that nature, I said.
And as far as you're driving away from Chapman and you're facing towards Cedar Crest, is that right?
Yes.
And so when you left, are you following in that sort of same direction towards Cedar Crest?
I took a right onto Cedar Crest.
And then where did you go from there?
And then I got to Dedham Street, and I went to take a right. And then Officer Good let me go to pick up the O'Keefes to take them. I had to give him my phone number so that he could get in touch with me if he needed to. So he did call, and he said, do you have Miss Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, please bring her back. Her parents have called in a suicide. They said she's saying she's suicidal, so they want her to be sectioned.
And so coming back to that in a moment, but before you had left the scene, you hadn't talked to any police officers or anything at that time, correct?
No, other than my name and phone number, but no.
So you gave them your information and then said, I have to go pick up the O'Keefes.
Yes.
So you get that call from Officer Good, and then you come back to the house, is that right?
Yes.
And during any of that time, you recall the defendants, I know you had mentioned she spoke to Erin O'Keefe. Was there anybody else that the defendant spoke to or talked to while you were with her in the car?
She spoke to her mother. And then I ended up taking the phone and speaking to her mother, and I gave her my phone number, and I said, I'm going to go to the hospital. She said, please make sure she does not have her purse. She has medication in her purse I don't want her to take.
And then when you arrived back at the scene, what happened then?
She just got out of the car and walked to the ambulance.
And who, if anyone, did she walk in? By she, you mean the defendant?
I'm sorry, yes.
And who, if anyone, did the defendant walk from your car to the ambulance with?
She just walked, I think she just walked by herself. I had her phone because I had been talking to her mother. So then one of the first responders came over and said, do you have her phone? And I said, yes. Her mother said, make sure she does not have her purse.
And then following that conversation with one of the first responders, where did you go from there?
I went to go pick up the O'Keefes.
And as far as your drive from Canton, you went to, where did the O'Keefes live?
Braintree.
So your drive from Canton to Braintree and then subsequently from Braintree to Brockton, what, if anything, do you observe about sort of the driving conditions at that point?
I was actually on the phone with Katie Camerano and I spun out, did a complete spun a couple times on 93, right near the Braintree exit, so that when I got to the O'Keefes, that we went back roads to Brockton because I didn't want to go on the highway.
And as far as the O'Keefes, as far as in your car from Braintree to Brockton, that was both John's mother and father?
Correct.
And at some point you get to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about what time it was that you got there?
I don't know.
When you arrived, where is it that you and the O'Keefes sort of go within the hospital?
John's brother Paul had already arrived. And then we all walked in, we were in the waiting area. John's cousin actually works on the switchboard. We had been talking to her on the way in because with COVID restrictions, we didn't know if we were going to be able to get in or, so she had come out from the switchboard, her office, because she knew there had been an accident. So she came out to greet her family. And then I asked her to take me to the bathroom to clean up and to the chapel.
And why was it that you had to go clean up?
Say it again?
Why was it that you had to go clean up?
Because I had blood on my hands.
Help murder him.
Ms. Roberts, you mentioned
all
that,
have blood.
During part of the drive.
Y'all, all of you have blood on your hands. All of you have blood on your hands. You know, it's. I'm hoping Alan Jackson in the end just points at everybody, and he's like the prince at the end of Romeo and Juliet. And all ye are punished, all ye. The blood is on all of your hands. It just sits down. Oh. Sorry, Chad. I am sorry for being a dork.
From Canton to Braintree, you spoke to Ms. Camerano, correct?
Yes.
And during either that drive or the subsequent drive from Braintree to Brockton, who, if anyone else, did you speak to over the phone?
And Karen called me repeatedly from the ambulance, asking if I was going to come to the hospital. Then she called when the O'Keefes were in the car and said she dropped him off at a party. And Mrs. O'Keefe said, you just left him. And Mr. O'Keefe said, leave her alone. She's been through enough. She called a few times while we were on the ride. And then she called a lot when we were at the hospital, asking if I knew anything, if he was dead, is he dead? She would hang up and then call back, hang up and then call back.
And if you know about how many times was it?
At least 10.
And that same sort of phraseology that she was using on scene as far as it's dead, she repeated that in the phone calls at the hospital.
Yes.
Now, once you arrive at the hospital and you're able to clean up a little bit, where did you go from there? What happened there?
I went to the chapel and I said a prayer. And then I went in and talked to John's cousin, and she said that Dr. Rice was going to ask to meet with the family and that they would be told how John was doing and that they would bring John's family back to see John. So when I came out, they were being called in by Dr. Rice, and I sat in the waiting area.
And after some period of time, sitting in the waiting area, what happened?
Mrs. O'Keefe came out and told me John was gone. And then she asked if I wanted to see him. So I did, because I figured it would be better than when I last saw him. Maybe he was cleaned up, but it was not. It was worse.
Sorry, ma'am, but as far as say that it was worse, back into a room where John was, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you see?
He was in a neck brace, and both eyes were huge. Whereas when I found him, it was only one, but they were like black, almost like filled with, I don't know, blood or fluid. They were huge.
Beyond what you observed with his eyes, what, if anything else, did you see on John's body as you were?
He had scratches on his arm,
Do you recall which arm it was?
his right arm,
Recall where on his arm?
like here.
Just has to reflect that the witness is pointing to her forearm.
Yes.
Following that, as far as going in to see John, what happened then?
We came back out to the waiting area. Mrs. O'Keefe wanted to get his necklace off, but I couldn't get it. So her and Paul went back in to get the necklace off. And Karen had called me at some point from the hospital and said, my father's going to be coming. Can you just keep a lookout for him? So I said, so when Mr. Reed, her father, walked in, Mr. O'Keefe recognized him and he said, that's Karen's father. So I went over and I said, Mr. Reed, Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you. And then I just stood there. I didn't know what to do.
And at some point, did you leave from the hospital?
I did. I took Mr. O'Keefe in my car and Paul took Mrs. O'Keefe in his.
And where did the two vehicles, where did you
I dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house and then I went home.
And without getting into too much detail as far as the road conditions that you described earlier, how were they?
It was absolutely horrible. I told Mr. O'Keefe, if you see a front door in your vision, we are about to hit a house because I can't see where we're going. And my windshield wiper broke.
Now, you dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house on Meadows, is that right?
Yes,
And Ms. Reed's vehicle, was that still there at that point?
I think so. I don't recall, but I think so.
And then you went home, is that correct?
Yes.
Later on that day or that afternoon, if anyone came to your house to speak to you in regard to what?
There were two officers, but I don't remember their names.
And do you recall which department they were from?
The state police.
As far as the officers that came to your house and spoke to you, you don't recall their names, is that correct?
I don't.
Do you recall if either one of them was a Trooper Proctor?
It was not.
And where in your house did you speak to
In the dining room.
them? And did they speak to anybody else at your house at that time?
My husband.
And as far as when they spoke to you and they spoke to your husband, where were you? Starting with yourself, do you know where your husband was when the troopers were speaking to you?
I don't know where he was, but he wasn't in the room with me.
And same as far as when the troopers were speaking with your husband, where were you?
I was not in the room.
Following that, did you have occasion to speak to any other troopers or members of the state police at any point in time afterward?
I've only spoken to Michael Proctor one time. It was from Jen's house.
And when was that, if you know?
I don't know, maybe a couple of days later, because Jen and I were re-going over what everything had happened. Mrs. O'Keefe had advised us to make a timeline because she said this could be a while. You guys aren't going to remember something years from now. So sit down, write down what you remember. And I, at that point, said, well, when she first called, she said he was dead. And Jen said, I don't think you've told them that. So Michael Proctor called, or she was on the phone with him, or I don't even know. And I said, could I speak to him? So I told him so that somebody had it documented.
So as far as Trooper Proctor was concerned, that phone conversation, is that the only contact that you have with Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
And if you recall, was it February 1st or so that you met with some troopers at Ms. McCabe's house?
State Trooper who?
At some point, did you meet with troopers at Ms. McCabe's house?
Yes.
And if you know, was that
Chat is
on or
always
around
on.
a couple days later, like February 1st or so?
I don't, but
Real quick, we need to address this. You guys are awesome. You guys are phenomenal. And I mean this, the best shit, the best chats. They talk about other chats around the world, and by far, this is the best chat. You guys are the best. Every single one of you is awesome. Thank you guys all for being here. You guys make this fun. You guys make this happening.
yeah, maybe, I don't know. I can't be sure.
Were either of those troopers that you met at Ms. McCabe's house, were either of those troopers Trooper Proctor?
No.
And do you recall where within Ms. McCabe's house you spoke to them?
In the living room.
And beyond yourself and the troopers that you spoke to, was there anybody else in the room with you when you spoke to them?
No.
At some point, either then or subsequent to then, was there any request made by any trooper from the state police in regard to your cell phone?
To my cell phone, yes.
And do you recall if it was that date or a later date?
It was not that day. I think it was the next day. It was within the next 2 days. They wanted to clone my phone.
And did they advise you of anything or give you any form that you had to fill out and execute prior to doing that?
Yes, I had to fill out a form.
And as far as your phone was concerned, were there any restrictions or anything that you gave to them as far as what they could look at or what they could clone or what they could do with your phone?
No,
And as far as how sort of that process works, as far as a cell phone extraction or anything, do you know anything about that?
no,
And do you recall how long it was that you were without your phone at the time you handed it over to them whenever you got that?
well, they took both of our phones at the same time, and we didn't get them back for like 7 or 8 hours.
And just to be clear, when you say both of our phones, you're referring to who else's?
Jen's phone and my phone.
Now, at some point or at any point, did you give any kind of interview or have any conversation with any officer from the Canton Police in regards to what happened that day?
No,
And are you familiar with a Canton officer named Michael Lang?
yes,
How do you know him?
my daughter and his daughter are friends.
So beyond your daughters being friends, is that someone that you know or that you socialize with or anything like that?
No, I mean, they've come over to my house, his wife and him, one time, but we don't hang out with them socially. His wife and I are friends.
Now, at some point around this date, around January 29th, let me ask you, turning to the next day of January 30th, do you recall what you did that day?
We went over to the O'Keefe's house, my daughter, Jen, and Jen's daughter, and myself.
And following that, do you recall where you went?
My daughter wanted to get dropped off to her friend's house at Mike Link's.
And so after leaving the O'Keefe's house, is it still the same as far as yourself, your daughter, Ms. McCabe, and her daughter?
Her daughter stayed at the O'Keefe's.
And as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned, was it after dropping your daughter off, did you go anywhere with Ms. McCabe after that?
I just stopped at Mike Link's house, I think, and then we went home.
And so when you got to your daughter's friend's house, who, if anyone, did you speak with?
Mike's wife came out to the car to see how I was and how the O'Keefe's were, and so she talked to us for just asking how everyone was.
And if you know, ma'am, do you know about how long that conversation was?
I mean, I'm a talker, so it's probably a while. I'd say at least 45 minutes.
Was that a conversation like through the window, or did she get in the car? You know,
I think she got in the car. She was in the back seat because it was freezing.
from that conversation, do you recall anything beyond sort of how people were doing, or anything? Did you discuss anything about sort of what you had seen or what you had heard the day before on the 29th?
I don't recall. It was just a regular conversation. Well, not regular, obviously, but she was more concerned how the O'Keefe's were doing, how the kids were doing.
And then after you left from the Lang's house, where did you go? Where did you and Mr. McCabe go?
I don't know. I'm assuming home.
Can I have a moment, Karen?
Yes.
Yara, may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Right, chat. We're gonna keep moving along here. He's like, and I feel bad for the O'Keefe family because their loved one's gone. You know, whether or not who did it, it doesn't really. I mean, to them, it doesn't matter so much, sure. But at the end of the day, whoever did it, their brother, like this guy's missing his brother. So I do understand that for them.
Sorry, Nora, one moment.
Oh yeah, the family all thinks Karen's guilty, but even if it was someone else up here,
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Little?
oh, here we go.
Good question, John.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
you know,
Thank you.
that makes sense. Getting her the fuck out of there. She doesn't hurt you. She didn't really offer any bombshell evidence, I don't think. So yeah, let her go. See, I like that when this guy did the hear ye, yeah, yay, yeah, yay. He did a better job.
Witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Laura Sullivan to the stand.
Laura Sullivan, that's an Irish name. A good, strong Catholic name. Little Laura.
And Mr. Lally, I'd like you to tell me when you want me to give that instruction.
I think it's,
So just wave it for me, flag it for me.
sure.
Step up.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court during the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Laura Sullivan, Sullivan.
And where do you live?
Pembroke, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Pembroke?
Almost 6 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Pembroke with?
I live with my boyfriend and our 3 children. 2 stepchildren that are with us half the time, and then my son, Ben.
And your son, how old is he?
He's 10.
I'm sorry.
10. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. And your stepchildren, how old are they?
15 and 13.
She's like, I hate them all.
Now, do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do?
I work in human resources.
How long have you been doing it?
Just over 6 years.
Ma'am, if I could turn your attention to New Year's Eve of 2021 into New Year's Day of 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where you were?
I was in Aruba.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of how often, was that a regular trip that you did around that time of year?
Yeah. We've been doing a trip like around that time for, I'd say, 5 or 6 years. This will be our 6th year, I believe.
And over the course of those 5 or 6 years that you've done that, when you say sort of we, how did that start and how was that expanded, if at all?
So we've been going, Josh and I have been going to Aruba for years. In 2021, post-COVID, we decided to bring our children. We had never gone with them before. And since it was post-COVID, a lot of people are kind of stir crazy. And a group of our friends jumped on board. And so we went from just the 5 of us going to approximately 60 people.
And as far as yourself and or the other people, how, is this all at one sort of facility or how were the bookings?
So we all stayed at the Renaissance, which is in downtown, and we buy timeshares. So it was a timeshare resort where we would purchase weeks that people owned. And so if they weren't going for that year, we would buy a week. So we were able to get, I think it was something, close to 20 rooms for all of us to go for the same week.
And as far as the planning in regard to that year in particular, when did that planning process sort of begin?
It starts approximately a year in advance because the rooms go on sale almost immediately because people want to get rid of them. So I would say it was probably around January of 2021 that we booked our room for that year.
And once you had booked your room, as far as the family and friends group that you were talking about, how was that sort of put out to them, like through what means?
We would, I would post on Facebook, more rooms are available for Aruba if anybody was interested in going. So the timeshare owners would reach out to me directly. Is there anybody else who would want to go? And we would look for any interested, either friends or what have you, to join our trip.
So at some point in time over the summer of 2021, say July or August or so, was there someone who, a friend of yours that reached out in regards to possibly coming on the trip?
Yeah, I received a text message from John O'Keefe interested in learning more information about our trip.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of, how did you know John?
I met John in May of 2013. I met him at a bar in South Boston with, he was with Pat Rogers at the time. Post meeting John, I started dating Pat, and my son's father is Pat Rogers. And
So I could stop you there just
Yep.
a moment. So as far as John O'Keefe and your son's father, Pat Rogers, did you know or did you come to know sort of what they did for a living?
yeah, they're both Boston police officers.
And did you know sort of what the relationship was beyond co-workers of Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Rogers?
Yeah. They were best friends.
So at some point following that meeting in 2013, you began to date Mr. Rogers, is that right?
Correct.
And what happened?
So in July of 2013, I became pregnant. And in November of 2013, Pat committed suicide.
And okay.
Yeah.
Following that, how would you describe sort of your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, or how did it evolve?
So in November of 2013, I was on a work trip, and I had not had the best conversation with Pat. It was kind of, it just didn't feel right. And I called John and said, you need to go find him. I can't get a hold of him. He won't answer his phone. And so John left his nephew's birthday party and called a bunch of people on the way. And ultimately, Pat was found in the basement of his house. And John was there immediately following, but he was the one that found people to go find Pat. Immediately following that, John never really left my side, as a support system.
And at some point following that, you had this son.
Yeah.
And before or after that, at some point, did you have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to your son?
It was his birthday, December of 2013, and we went to the Playwright, which is where we had all met. And I gave him a card and I asked him to be Ben's godfather, and he said yes.
And in relation to your son, was Mr. O'Keefe, was John involved in your son's life?
Yes, very much so.
And how so?
He was every birthday, Christmas. He was always in contact. He was the first person in my delivery room after I gave birth. He was a constant. He was a connection to Pat, and always making sure that Ben was taken care of in the sense of being there to tell stories or what have you from his relationship with Pat.
And through sort of his relationship with you and your son, Mr. O'Keefe also become familiar with your family as well?
Yeah. Yep.
And in regard to your family, was there some kind of term, or how would they refer to Mr. O'Keefe?
The Godfather. He was called the Godfather to almost everybody.
Yeah, that's getting a
Now,
little cringe.
ma'am, if I can turn your attention back to that summer of 2021, you received a text from Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
Mhm.
And
So I'm sorry, you do have to say yes or no.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
after you received that text, did you reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I gave him a call because I was excited. I was immediately excited. I gave him a call, explained to him that we had a group of rooms. We were going with, I don't even know the number at that time that had, signed up to go, but it was a lot of kids. It was all of our friends, and that they would have a great time.
And from that, did he give you any sense or say anything about who from was it just himself, or like who was coming along?
He had mentioned that it would be the kids, and he said Karen would be joining him as well.
And at that point, at some point subsequent to that, you knew him to be referring to Karen, correct?
Yes.
At that point, had you met Karen Reed? Did you know who that was?
I had not. I knew that they were dating, but I had never met Karen, no.
And in addition to himself, it would be Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, the defendant, and his niece and nephew, Patrick and Kaylee.
Correct, yes.
And if you know, in relation to your son, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, where are they in relation as far as age?
They're like three years apart. 3 years apart.
Now, when you have that phone conversation with Mr. O'Keefe, what if any interest does he show as far as going through?
After asking a couple questions, I could hear Karen in the background, and he put Karen on the phone, and that was the first time I had spoken to her. He basically said, just talk to her so you can answer her questions.
Can you recall what kind of questions they were or what it was about?
She was interested in the room setup, how many people could sleep in a room, and how the room is set up. You have a king-size bedroom, and then there's a kitchen area, and then there's a living room that has a pull-out couch. And I explained that it's a 4-person occupancy room, and you could get a roll-away bed as well.
And following that conversation, when was the next time, if at all, that you had any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed in regard to the Aruba?
So during that conversation, Karen mentioned that she needed her own bathroom and she needed her own space, and that she wanted 2 rooms. And so I put them in contact with a woman that I knew had 2 rooms for them to, figure that piece out. I don't handle any of that. I put people in contact with whoever owns the rooms. I put them in contact with the woman who had the 2 rooms, and I know that they had, paid her relatively quickly. I mentioned to John that the rooms, I couldn't promise that the rooms would be next to each other. And they weren't. They were on opposite sides of the hotel, but they got 2 rooms.
And when you say opposite sides of the hotel, where sort of where those rooms were in relation to each other, and who stayed in which room? So
the pool and lobby is in the center, and then the hotel comes like this, and there are pool walkout rooms on the first floor of each. And Karen and John were on this side, and the kids were on this side, and they both had walkout rooms.
And as far as sort of front door to front door, do you know about how far away they were from each other?
I would say, steps wise, maybe 200. But the hotel is it's small enough, but it was separated by a lobby, the front entrance, the outside entrance.
Now, with regard to your arrival, when was it that you arrived in Aruba?
So the timeshare rooms run Friday to Friday. So we were booked for the 31st through the 7th. Josh's birthday is December 30th. So we went down as a family a day early, and we had friends who were already down there since Christmas. John's timeshare room woman reached out and said, "Hey, we're leaving early if you want to arrive early." So him, Karen, and the kids actually came down on the 30th as well. They were on the flight following us. And then the rest of the 60-ish people, however many were there, showed up on the 31st.
And so from that first day that you arrived there, as far as when you got there on the 30th, when was the first time that you saw John, or when was the first time that you saw anyone from that group?
It was, we were at the pool, so it was not long after they had landed. He texted me and said, "We're here." And Ben and I jumped out of the pool and went to the lobby to see him. And then on the way back from the lobby, I saw somebody banging on the window on the left-hand side of the rooms, and I didn't know who it was. And then I saw Kaylee, and I was like, "Oh, well, that must be Karen."
And again, was this the first time that you had seen Karen face-to-face or met Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, as far as Ms. Reed is concerned, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's right there.
Just has a record reflect identification of the identified.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, after you see this person bang on the window and you recognize Kaylee, what happened?
She came out, she gave me a big hug, said, "It's nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I recognized you from pictures."
And following along from there, what happened then as far as the day was concerned?
So as I mentioned, it was Josh's birthday. We had already made plans to go out for dinner. Our friends who had been there since Christmas have a 17-year-old daughter who watched our children so we could go out for dinner. I mentioned it to John. I said, we'll just add you to the reservation. You can join us for dinner. The kids can stay with Chloe. And they said absolutely. So we all went out for dinner that evening to Screaming Eagle.
And Screaming Eagle, where is that in relation to the hotel, the rent?
It's probably about a 15-ish minute cab ride.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the dinner or how it went?
So we were sitting outside on the patio. It was Karen, myself, our friend Laura. Across from Laura was her husband, Dave. Josh was in front of me, and John was in front of Karen.
And what, if anything, specific do you recall about the dinner or sort of what happened at the dinner?
So we, the waiter came over. He started taking drink orders. Karen placed her order. I placed mine. Laura placed hers. Dave placed his. And then Josh ordered a dirty martini with blue cheese stuffed olives.
Objection.
I'll allow it. I don't know where it's going, and you can move to strike unless you wanted to see me, Mr. Yannetti. Okay.
All right, chat. I mean, like, we get it. He's like the nice guy. He's a nice guy. I don't know how this is getting relevant, but they're trying to show John is the best man alive. He's a modern day saint. Till Carrie killed him. He was such a nice boy. Were the drinks pricey? Yeah. Why does she remember all this? Yeah. Yeah, they're just, Karen's such a bitch. That's all, ladies and gentlemen. It's like, I'll do it like, ladies and gentlemen, it's Karen Reed. Carrie's a bitch. Find her guilty. Case closed. Suffer Karen. And sits down. Just making sure I'm not losing it. No, you're not. And it's hard for me to stick with this right now. So, these women are all just awful. Everybody call him the Godfather.
So, Ms. Sullivan, turning back to at the restaurants, the drinks that are ordered, people have what they have. And at the end of the evening, as far as the bill comes at some point, correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that?
Karen had paid the bill prior to us receiving it.
And what, if any, reaction did you or anyone have in regard?
The entire table was kind of taken aback, said it wasn't necessary, wanted to Venmo or give cash or something along those lines. And she declined, saying that she was honored to be there and wanted to pay for it.
No.
Bring your attention to.
And now look at Karen flashing her cash like a bitch. Oh, she gonna come in here big leagues with all her money. I know, listen, Lainey. Lainey's like, yeah, that's right. I don't like it. Bullshit, Lainey, huh?
To the following day. What, if anything, do you recall about the next day being, that would have been, 31st, is that correct?
It's before
Yes.
Labor Day.
So turn your attention to December 31st, 2021. What, if anything, do you recall about that day in specific regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
John was very vocal on the 30th on how he just wanted to sit in the pool and watch the Alabama game.
And he was a pretty big Alabama fan, is that correct?
Yes.
And so over the course of that day, what, if any, interaction did you have with either, starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, interaction did you have with him?
I saw him in the pool. I know he was sitting at the pool bar watching the game with Josh. I saw the kids. I recall seeing Karen. I don't remember if we spoke or not. But it was mostly in the pool because we were waiting for the rest of our friends to show up.
Now, amongst the rest of your friends that showed up, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you have?
I have two.
And brother or sister?
I have a younger brother and a younger sister.
And with reference to your younger sister, what's her name?
Marietta.
And how much younger than you is Marietta?
She's 10 years younger than me.
And was Marietta Sullivan, was she coming in on that day as well?
She was.
And do you recall about what time it was that she arrived or that she came to the hotel? When was the first time you saw her?
It's tough to remember, but I want to say everybody showed up on one of the first or second flights that came out of Boston. So I'd say she was there by 1 p.m.
And if you recall, what, if any, plans were there as far as dinner was concerned on that evening of New Year's Eve?
So what we tend to do is book reservations, and if people are interested in joining, they can join us. And that night we had approximately 40 people going to have dinner on the beach at Moomba Beach around, I want to say it was like 7 o'clock we had our reservations for.
And did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, join you for dinner that evening?
They did not know.
Now, let me take a step back just for a moment. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, prior to your arrival in Aruba, did you have her phone number, or did you have any way of contacting her?
No.
And when was it that you got Ms. Reed's phone number?
John had added her and I and Chloe to a group text the night that we had gone out for dinner to make sure that we could all communicate with Chloe to make sure the kids were okay.
So you got her phone number in relation to watching kids, as far as Patrick and Kaylee and your children and everybody.
Correct.
Now, if you recall, you go out to dinner, you think the reservation was about 7 or so. Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to the hotel?
I want to say it was around 9:30, 10 o'clock by the time my group got back. I know there was a couple different seatings. So we probably got back around like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
And as far as your group was concerned, your sister Marietta, was she within your group that went out to dinner?
Yes. Yep.
And beyond your younger sister Marietta, did you have other sort of immediate family with you on this trip as well?
My mother was with us as well.
And with regard to your sister Marietta and your mother, what, if anything, was there as far as where were each of them staying?
So they had their own room. I think it was a couple away from us on the 5th floor.
Is that the top floor as far as this hotel is
Yes.
concerned? Now, once you arrived back from dinner, where was it that you and your group went?
We go to the pool area. The kids can swim. We ring in the new year at the pool bar, watching it on the TVs, and then watching the fireworks.
Now, when you came back to the hotel and you went at some point to the pool area, your sister Marietta, do you know where she went?
She actually, when we got back from dinner, she went up to her room with my mom and essentially put my mom to bed. She didn't want to be up anymore. But she went to go change as well.
Now, when you came down to the pool area, as far as Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was concerned, did you see them in that area?
I saw John, I want to say around 10:30-ish. I don't know the exact time. It was definitely before midnight.
And where in relation to the hotel did you see him at 10:30?
He was standing behind me at the pool bar.
And at some point does your sister come out to the pool area after putting your mother to bed?
Yeah, so right before I saw John at the pool bar, I saw my sister. She came out and she was visibly upset.
And, Your Honor, in regard to the instruction that you would request about this, maybe.
All right, thank you. So, jurors, you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by Ms. Reed. Be mindful that the defendant is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictments. The witness's testimony may not and indeed must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she has a propensity to commit the crimes with which she has been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, but you may consider the acts solely on the limited issue of the state of mind of the defendant and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically,
You may not consider it for any other purpose, but guess what jurors do? They consider it for any other purpose. That's why this is bullshit. Prior bad acts are fucking awful.
You may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed the act or acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe, as it may go to motive. And just for the records, my findings are the same that I made at sidebar previously. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Now, with regard to, at some point, your sister comes out to the pool area where you were, is that right?
Correct.
And do you know where Mr. O'Keefe was at that point?
I do not know.
And when your sister comes out to the pool area, what happened?
She said,
Objection.
Yeah, that's sustained. I thought you were doing something else.
when your sister comes out to the pool area, how would you describe her demeanor when she comes out?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
She was frustrated.
And at some point, did you have a conversation, without regard to what the conversation was, at some point, did you have a conversation with her about something that had just happened?
Yes.
Now, following that conversation with your sister, at some point subsequent to that, Mr. O'Keefe come back out to the pool area.
After I spoke with her, yes, he came out to the pool area.
And you know about how long a period of time it was between the time that your sister came out to the pool area and Mr. O'Keefe came out to the pool area?
I mean, I would say approximately 20 minutes, but I don't really know the exact timing.
Now, when Mr. O'Keefe came back out, did you have any conversation with him?
I did.
And can you describe that conversation?
All right, is this the instruction that you were talking about instead of the other one? All right, so jurors, I have another instruction for you. So you're about to hear evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. Is that accurate now, Mr. Lally?
Yes.
All right. These statements are being admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You're not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has a bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 28th or 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Okay, Mr. Lally.
Subject to our objection.
Yes, yep.
So, Ms. Sullivan, if I could take you back again. So Mr. O'Keefe comes out, you have a conversation with him. Can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about?
I turned around and I was pretty shocked to see him. I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "Nothing." I said, "Did Etta and Karen have words?" And he said, "I don't know." And I said, "Well, that's not what Etta said." And I asked him if everything was okay. And at that time, his phone was lighting up, and it looked like calls and texts, and it said Karen on his phone.
After you make that observation, what did you say to John?
I asked him if he needed to take it, and he said, "Yes, she's crazy. I got to take care of this."
And was that the last time that you saw him on New Year's Eve?
It is.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, New Year's Day, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed at all on that day?
I did not. I saw the children, but we didn't see them that day, no.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, being January 2nd, what was sort of the plan as far as what was going on that day?
Our hotel has a private island. The hotel we stay at has a private island, and we rented all 8 of the cabanas between the 60 of us that were there. And when the cabanas went on sale, I had reached out to John and asked him if he wanted me to get him one. And he said, sure. So I booked one for him, and he paid me for that cabana. So we all went out that morning. And it was probably around, 10 o'clock in the morning, and they weren't there yet. And so I sent him a text and I said, are you coming, or do you want me to sell this cabana? Because there was other, couples there. At least he could have made, the money back. And he asked me who was there. And I said, to everybody. And I named off a couple names. I'm not really sure, but I said, everybody's here.
And when you said that, how did Mr. O'Keefe respond?
He said, well, apparently I made out with your sister the other night, according to Karen.
Now, is that the first time that you had heard that?
Yes.
So fair to say whatever you had heard from your sister on December 31st was not that.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Correct.
And what was your reaction when Mr. O'Keefe told you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was shocked.
Now the question is, did that really happen?
I immediately found my sister and said, did you make out with John?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you went to talk to your sister, who was it that your sister was with when you went to talk to her about that?
I don't recall who was standing near her. Maybe my mom. I don't know.
As far as your sister was concerned, at that time, was she dating someone?
Yes,
The person that she was dating, was that person on the trip as well?
he was. Yes,
And was that person that she was dating that was on the trip as well? Were they at the Cabanas on that day that you were?
they were. Yes.
Now, as far as you have some conversation in regard to your sister, and then at some point you go back and have further conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, I said I texted him back. I said, I just talked to Etta. She said, absolutely not. That did not happen.
Objection. Move to strike.
That's sustained. I'll strike that.
Now, at some point after that exchange, did Mr. O'Keefe and/or Ms. Reed and/or the kids come out to the cabana area?
They did, yes.
And at any point, how would you describe sort of how Mr. O'Keefe and/or Ms. Reed was acting when they came out to the cabana?
Karen immediately went in the water. I just recall her being like floating in the ocean for a big chunk of the day. John was hopping around from the different cabanas talking to people. One of my favorite pictures of him is with my son from that day.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe once he came out to the cabana area?
No, we kind of just kept it light. We didn't really talk about anything that had happened. I was just kind of trying to stay out of it for now.
And following sort of the cabana situation or the cabana day, what happened then?
Suppose that day, I think I saw John one other time. I saw him in the pool. It was the one time that him and I were alone. He didn't seem like he was himself.
I'll allow it.
He seemed distant, and I asked him if he was okay. And he kind of just, shrugged it off. And I said, are you happy? And he kind of, just rolled his eyes and shrugged it off. And I said, well, something along the lines of life is too short to not be happy. And he goes, well, Laura, it is what it is. And I did ask him if he wanted to talk about it. I said, do you want to talk about it? And he's like, not really.
And so following that exchange in the pool area, when was the next time that you saw him?
I had spoken to him. We all went on the Jolly Pirate. We had all bought tickets in advance. So we had basically rented the whole boat for everybody to go. We had bought 4 tickets, and we had gotten a bus from our hotel. And he didn't show up for the bus and wasn't answering my calls or my texts. And then we finally got down to where the boat was. The boat was about to leave, and he messaged me. He's like, not going to make it. The kid slept late. And so I didn't think anything of it. Then after that, I saw him and Karen the night before they left. And they ended up leaving a day or two early so that the kids could get back to school.
And when you saw them, where was that in relation to the hotel?
Right outside the hotel is a marketplace that has a bunch of restaurants and arcade. I was sitting at the 5 o'clock somewhere bar that looks into the arcade with my best friend Val, and my friends Dave and Laura and Karen and John walked up.
What, if any, conversation did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant at that time?
Karen grabbed me and she said, hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room.
And how did you respond to that?
I said it's absolutely not necessary. Just an apology will do.
And did she persist in wanting to pay for the room?
She did.
And how so?
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
And with regard to that trip, when was the next time, or when was the last time that you saw her?
So the day that they were leaving, I saw him by the pool. He came up, he gave me a big hug. He said, I love you. This was a great trip. Thank you so much. And I said, well, you're definitely in again for next year. And he said, absolutely. And that was the last time I physically saw him.
And so that conversation, just turning back for a moment, as far as with regard to Ms. Reed, you know what day that would have been, as far as in relation to when they were leaving? Early January 32nd?
I want to say it was the 5th. I want to say it was January 5th.
Now, after Aruba, did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe after that?
I talked to him via text a couple times about a couple different things, but one of them was, as I mentioned, we start planning a year in advance. And I said, rooms are coming available. Are you in? And he said, let me recover from this trip first.
Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to Saturday, January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And at some point that morning or during that day, did you get a call?
I did. I received a call from,
Objection.
I'll hear that she received a call from someone.
I received a call from my aunt
And what did you learn in the call from your aunt?
Objection.
I'll allow
that John O'Keefe had passed away.
And after you hung up the phone with your aunt, what did you do with that?
Objection.
I'll hear this subject to striking.
I called him. I called anybody's number that I had associated with the family. I ended up calling Kaylee. I texted Kaylee. I texted Karen.
And without any regard to what Kaylee said, did Kaylee respond to you via text?
She did.
And then at some point, the defendant, Ms. Reed, respond to you as well?
She did.
Was that a phone call or a text, or how did she respond?
It was a text later that afternoon.
And do you recall what she said in the text that you
She said, "Hi, Laura. John has passed." And I
recall what, if anything, you responded to that?
I said,
Who responded to a text message? Hey guys, he's dead. That just seems weird.
"Oh my God, what happened?" And she said, "We found him in the snow at 5 a.m."
And what, if anything, did you ask her, or how did you respond?
I said, "What happened?" I just recall, kind of going into a tailspin, asking a bunch of questions. And she mentioned, she said, "I don't know. We were both at the same party. I didn't go in. I went home."
Can I have a moment, please?
Yes.
Real quick, Bella, you had this question, or Aaron. Hold on, where was this? Hold on, wrong spot here. All right, why was any of that hearsay allowed in? Because it shows her state of mind that she was mad at John for fucking other women. So she was angry at him and wanted to kill him. So it goes towards her state of mind. That's why they're doing that. But they're allowed to use it for a state of mind, not evidence of her guilt, but obviously they're going to use it for evidence of her guilt. So, yes, people can hold a grudge. People can develop the intent to murder months in advance. So, the defense is that somebody else killed him. We don't know who.
Thank you, Aaron. I have nothing further for this.
It wasn't Carrie.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
You were not present.
I know this is going to be quick because he doesn't have any notes with him. So, this should be fast. Here we go.
At the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not present at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022.
It's not.
Yet you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, visited you at your home all the way in Pembroke, Massachusetts on February 8th of 2022
Yes.
to interview you.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Lang?
Just briefly, as far as Trooper Proctor coming to your house, was he alone, or who, if anyone else, was he with when he came in?
He was with another trooper,
Okay. Do you recall who that trooper was?
Trooper Fanning.
Nothing further on.
Your next witness, Mr. Lang?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Marietta Sullivan.
Counsel, I'll see you while we're waiting for this witness.
What kind of, Marietta is such a, All right, we got some comments to read here, guys, and I think a super chat or two. So let's get to them. All right. I think I caught up on all the super chats. Young is saying it's bold to wear all white. Remember, it is before Labor Day. It is before Labor Day. J-Rock says wall. Darcy says, my kids have separate rooms. I keep registration. Keep my kids far away. Andrew Valentine says, am I the only one thinking Karen Reed is guilty as fuck? No, there's quite a few. Well, I wouldn't say there's quite a few, but there are some people here that have that opinion, and you're allowed to have that opinion. I'm not sure Karen did it because of the piss poor job of the investigation. Really, at this point, that exonerates her more for me than anything. That they can't meet the burden of proof. I don't think the evidence is reliable. So, Andrew saying just because someone does not agree does not make them a troll. That's very true. So I have no problem with people being here and offering differing opinions. That's what it's all about. Young says madness is allowed in. Well, remember, statements can be used to introduce the state of mind of a person. There's all kinds of things. There's all kinds of ways around the hearsay exception. So that's the shitty part about them. And then Aaron said a little earlier, my future son-in-law is Asian. I asked him the other night if the term Asian house is offensive. And he said, oh no, that's what our neighbors call us. And you spat out your drink. Alyssa Marie says, now we can see why Carrie was insecure. All these girls talk about John. Talking John, we're talking shit about her. Yeah. Yep, it seems like it. And then John must have been packing some meat. John must have been like, oh, I'm a little in this up. Really? Hold on. Is it bad? Hold on. Is this better? Oh. I don't know why. Okay, is it better now, chat? Check my mic. I was trying to read the other. Okay, this isn't fair because I'm reading the actual chats that I've starred. Is it better now? Okay, that's because I forgot to pause it. It went silent. So that's why. Well, when it's not playing, when they're not doing anything, it's all quiet. I forget. Darcy for $20. Thank you, Darcy. Sorry about that, guys. But I'm here literally reading the chats. And you guys are like, check your chats. Like, well, I'm reading the chats. All right. It's better since you paused it. Yeah, like I said, I thought I paused it because I'm like, it's all fucking quiet on their end. And then I just heard the beeping and I'm like, oh. Yeah, and the beeping stopped. So I can't bring those comments up anymore because I deleted them as I went. My bad. But yes, I somebody made the comment earlier. John must have been packing some meat. If all these women want him that bad, well, they're like, oh, he loves children and all that. That women love that crap. And yes, it probably didn't hurt that he had a monster hog. Interesting. Thanks for reading my chat, King. Yeah, I read everybody's chats if I can. Did anyone see the alleged call and fight video? Yeah, I did. I don't know, need a little more to see if that's going to be legit or not. The Real Hydro PX says, hey, guys. Hi. Yes, and the beeping stopped. Yes, it did. And who said it was brought him ICU flashbacks? Oh, James, yeah. Are you sure those comments are gone? Should we get Cellbrite? Well, once I unstar them, they disappear off the saved list, so. Lawyers should hold a ruler and said, is this why you all women like John so much? Yeah, tell me when. Tell me when. Wow. Are you sure? Okay, now you're just lying. Yes, the meat hogs. They love that man. All right, guys. So we're going to skip ahead here. Also, tell me right now, did it change my sound? Because I muted it. I muted the stream. Oh, Clyde's snuggling in underneath my feet. So, yeah, just let me know. I sound fine. Perfect. Okay, so that works too. All right, let's skip ahead here. All right. Chat, we only got like 10 minutes and we're chugging along here.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the undersigned of the court and jury in case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. My name is Marietta Sullivan. Last name is Sullivan.
And where do you live?
Right now I live in Plymouth
And how long have you lived there?
since July of the past summer, so not even a year yet.
And do you work there?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a director at a memory care community,
How long have you been doing it?
just over a year.
Now, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you
I have two,
have? Older, younger,
both older,
and brother, sister?
brother and sister,
And your sister, what is her?
Laura Sullivan.
And what is sort of the age difference between yourself and your sister?
We are 10 years apart.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, specifically 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where it was that you were or where you were going for that time?
Yes, sir. We were going to Aruba for a family trip.
And is that sort of an annual family trip?
It has become since then. It was the first time I had attended.
And do you recall sort of the time frame on that trip as far as when you were leaving, when you were coming?
Yeah. So we left on Friday the 31st and we returned the next week, Friday the 7th.
And when you say we, who is who?
My mother and I flew out together with another group of people to meet my sister and brother-in-law down in Aruba.
And at that time, so to meet them down there, had your sister Laura, had she flown down prior to you?
She had, yes.
And at that particular time, were you dating someone?
It was. I was seeing somebody, yes.
And the person that you were seeing, was that person coming on the trip as well?
He was, yeah, the day after we got there.
So your sister arrives on the 30th, you arrive on the 31st, and the person you were seeing arrives on.
Ooh.
Now, when you arrived there, do you know about how many people were on this trip?
I would say over 30, upwards of, yeah, I would say over 30 is the best estimate I could give you.
And as far as this trip was concerned, do you recall where you stayed?
Yep, we stayed at the Renaissance Aruba.
Is that somewhere that you stayed on this occasion as well? Subsequently?
Yeah, that's where it goes on saying, I am not taking a trip with 60 goddamn people. Holy shit. That's insane.
One occasion?
Yes.
And on the 31st, when you and your mother arrived, do you recall about what time of day it was that you got there?
So our flight landed around 3:30-ish. I would say we weren't at the hotel much later than that.
And with regard to the hotel has a lobby area, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what does that layout look like? What does the lobby look like?
Sure. So right when you walk in the front doors, right in front of you is the check-in desks, 3 or 4 of them in front of you. To the left of you, when you come in, is a hallway to one side of the hotel. To the right of you is a bank of elevators that leads to another hallway that leads to the other first floor side of the hotel. You're in a big lobby, and then directly across from where the elevators are is the entrance to the pool area.
And when you arrived there at some point in time on the late afternoon of the 31st, you obviously check into your room, and then following that, where do you go?
So we checked into our room, and then happy hour was starting around 4:30, so we met everybody down at the pool for that time.
Is there a bar in that area of the pool?
Yes, pool bar.
And so when you get down to the pool bar area, who, if anyone specifically, did you see or did you run into?
So first ran into my sister, gave her a hug, the rest of the kids and my brother. As soon as I got into the pool, I ran into Johnny and a couple of our other friends that were sitting at the pool bar down there.
And with reference to who you referred to as John, what's his last name?
John O'Keefe.
And that was someone that you knew at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
He was a very, very dear family friend. He was very close to my sister, subsequently became very close to me and my family as a result. And he was my nephew's godfather.
And
I bet
fair
he
to say that
became
you
close
had
to
known
your
him for some
family.
substantial period of time.
Yeah, since Ben's father unfortunately passed away.
So at this point in time, when we're talking about turning from 2021 to 2022, how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
Oh man, probably about 8-9 years. That's as long as my nephew's been alive.
And when is it that you would see, or how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Family parties, any family party that we threw, kids' birthday parties, and my sister's Christmas party that she would throw every year.
And how would you describe sort of the nature of your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was similar to a big brother to me. He was somebody who was there for my sister during her darkest times, so I really respected him for that. But yeah, he was a big brother and a family friend.
Now, when you saw Mr. O'Keefe at the pool bar after you arrived there, what, if any, conversation did you have with him, or what, if anything, were the two of you doing around that?
So I went up to him in the pool. He had his Alabama hat on. He expressed to me that he was excited to watch the Alabama football game at the pool bar. Given the circumstances, we were in a beautiful tropical place, and he got to watch his favorite college team play football.
Wait, John O'Keefe is an Alabama fan? So there's a guy from Boston going, "Raw Tide." Like, how would that work? How would you say that? Huh, that'd be weird.
And he said that's all he really wanted to do for the day was be able to watch that game.
Now, at this point in time that you're talking to Mr. O'Keefe, were you aware of him dating anybody? Had you met anybody that he was dating at that time?
I had not met the person that he was dating. I had heard about her through family friends and other people that were on the trip.
So as far as the other sort of family events that you would see Mr. O'Keefe at, Ms. Reed or his girlfriend at that time wasn't there with him?
No.
So after the time that you spent at the pool bar that afternoon, do you recall what else you did that evening?
Yep. So most of us in the group had dinner reservations. I believe they were around 7 p.m. and we were all getting ready to leave the pool bar to get picked up around 6:30.
And as far as a fairly large group that went out to dinner that night?
Yeah, most of us.
And was Mr. O'Keefe part of that group that went out to dinner?
He was not.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to or returned to the hotel?
Most of us got back a little after 9. Taxis were kind of crazy to get, so a little after 9.
And when you got back to the hotel, where did you go?
I went upstairs to check on my mom. She had gone in a bank of taxis before me, so I went upstairs to make sure that she was up there and safe and in the room.
And so however long you spent up in the room with your mother, at some point did you come back?
I did.
And when you came back down, by down, I mean, do you recall where you were staying in the hotel?
Yep, so we were on the 4th floor of the hotel, so I took the elevator up and then I took it back down to the lobby.
And at that point in time, when you're getting back from dinner and going up to the room and coming back down, were you aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and nephew were staying?
I knew where they were staying, yes, room-wise, yep.
And where was that in relation to the lobby?
1st floor,
So lobby's on the 1st floor, their rooms are on the 1st floor.
yes.
So when the elevator gets down to the lobby level, you get out. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what if any,
So you have to say, okay.
you just have to answer yes or no.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. So the elevator gets down to the lobby. You walk out. Who, if anyone, do you see when you come out?
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
And, Your Honor, I think this may be the appropriate.
All right, so folks, that I'm going to say again, that first instruction I gave you with the last witness, that
You're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at sidebar.
Proceed, Your Honor.
yes,
So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Yes.
And you see Mr. O'Keefe. Did you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby,
Is that where the pool bar is located?
opposite side.
Opposite.
Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, did you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing, or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator, and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around, and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
Yeah,
And
totally legit.
if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction, and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar. When I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby, very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stop in your tracks, what happened?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. And he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister."
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," and walked away.
And just to be clear, when you say Miss Reed, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been
The idea she can't draw a 2 and fucking 2. Like, oh my God, this woman's mad at me. What happened? Oh, I don't know. What the fuck? You dumb hoe.
fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Miss Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe us where she's seated or what article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure. She's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
Just has to record reflect identification. By the witness.
Yes.
Thank you. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the defendants beyond the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," I went out to the pool bar. So I didn't see much after that.
And could you hear anything as far as when you were walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back to or you go out to the pool bar, and who, if anyone, did you talk to?
I went straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this part.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, "John O'Keefe's girlfriend?" And she looked at me and said, "Karen?" And I said, "Yeah, you guys like her?" She said, "Yeah, she's okay." And I said, "Well, she sucks."
Now, following that, at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed later on that evening?
I did not see them, no.
And when was the next time that you did see?
I saw them briefly on the 2nd, which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
And when you say you briefly saw them, about, can you describe?
So we had all rented the cabanas. Each family had one or they were sharing one. I was sharing one with my family down at the end. We got about halfway through the day and realized that their family cabana was still empty. So I saw them about halfway through the day when they did come to the cabana, and I briefly saw Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe at the pool, the island bar, that same day, but there was no conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at some point in time on that day of the cabanas, what, if any, conversation did you have with your sister regarding that?
So my,
Objection.
I don't know what this is. I'll see it sidebar quickly.
If they have questions about what she said to somebody, yeah, why would you? Yeah, I would object at this point. No, I mean, I can't believe nobody else heard it, but yeah, now they're establishing Karen's mad because John's out there fucking around, or Karen thinks John's fucking around because Karen's overly territorial. So they are establishing it, and you guys may not like that, but that is a grounds for hearsay exceptions. It's a valid hearsay exception. Now, does the jury use it for other reasons? 100%. But that's what it's meant for.
That I gave you regarding evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe for the limited purpose of establishing his state of mind. And I will fully give you this instruction again at the end of the case. So it's the same one that I already gave you. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Ms. Sullivan, with regard to the day of the commandments, did you have some conversation with your sister Laura in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. O'Keefe?
I did.
And what, if anything, did your sister Laura tell you she had learned from Mr. O'Keefe?
So my sister pulled me aside from everybody and asked if the night that I got into the altercation with Miss Reed in the lobby, if I was making out with Mr. O'Keefe.
How did you respond?
That I absolutely was not.
And when you say absolutely was not, beyond the fact that it didn't occur, why would that not occur?
I'll allow it.
He was family. He was my older brother. For all intents and purposes, it just never would have happened between us.
And you expressed that to your sister, is that correct?
I did, yes.
Now, as far as the remainder of the trip was concerned, starting with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if any, other interaction did you have with her?
None.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, further interaction did you have with him?
None. That was it.
And was that normal or as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That, as far as I knew Johnny, that wasn't normal. He would always come up to us, up to our family, try to be around my nephew, his godchild. And he was always the life of the party and wanted to be around his family and his friends.
And following that trip in Aruba, did you see Mr. O'Keefe again?
I did not.
I have nothing further on.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Fair to say that you were not at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th, correct?
Was not.
Yet Trooper Proctor drove all the way to Pembroke to interview you on February 8th of 2022. Did he not?
He did.
Nothing further.
Mr. Lally, anything?
Just very briefly. Ms. Sullivan, when Trooper Proctor came to the house in Pembroke, were you living there at that time?
I was.
Not bad.
And was he alone or was he with another trooper?
He was with another trooper.
And do you recall that trooper's name?
I don't.
Now, with regard to your conversation with Trooper Proctor and the other trooper that day, was it just you that he spoke to?
Just me.
Let me ask it a different way.
Okay.
As far as when the troopers came to your house on February 8th, are you the only person from your home that the troopers spoke to that day?
No.
Who, if anyone else, did they speak to in the home?
They spoke to my sister first.
And at any point, did they speak to your sister's boyfriend as well?
No.
And when they spoke to you, when they spoke to you, where was your sister?
She was outside of the house. She went to go pick up my nephew.
And when they spoke to your sister, where were you?
I was downstairs in my room, which was in the basement.
And could you hear what they were talking about when they were talking to your sister?
I could not.
All right, Ms. Sullivan, you're all set.
Thank you.
All right, so jurors, we're actually finished with witnesses for today. We've finished everyone that we had hoped to finish for today. So we're done for the day. As you know, we're not in session tomorrow, but we will see you Friday, and Friday will be a full day. So please, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. Let us know. Just leave everything here, literally, figuratively. Clear your heads. We'll see you Friday night. Thank you very much.
Proceed down the round. All rise, jurors out, please. Jurors, reading a note from the following.
All right, guys, that's it. Friday is the new day. What the fuck is going on? Oh, are we getting like thunder? Oh, that's why Clyde's down there. He hears the thunder. All right. Lita Smile says trooper is such a weird term. Well, you're dealing with the state police, and they're formed up into troops like a cavalry troop. Because initially, the way you policed an area was on horseback. I mean, like, go back to the times of the Indians, the Texas Rangers. They were flying columns. They were armed men on horseback, and cavalry units are broken down into troops. Well, god damn, we're getting shellacked. Oof. That's how it's broken down. That's how that works. So that's why they're called troopers still today. You know, and that's just a heritage thing. The Ohio State Highway Patrol. They're called troopers. Most places call them troopers, and that's kind of like a callback to the originations of it. False Prophet says, why would Proctor bringing a subordinate make any difference? Because they could have, let's say, Trooper Proctor's unavailable. If, you know, Trooper Dildo is there, Trooper Dildo could testify. And that's just another person saying he was there. It helps verify who could testify. False Prophet says they weren't making out. She would be confused why Karen was mad. I guess, but, you know, running up and hugging men who are, like, in relationships with women as a woman yourself, this seems like it's kind of like a fucking issue. I don't know, especially if nobody knows who everybody is. You know what, though? Here's the thing, and I will grant, you know, yes, this is all being used to show Karen is a fucking psychopath. And she's super, super territorial. And she was jealous of John. And she was mad at him still. And she's like, fuck you, John, I'm going to kill you. Or didn't care when she ran him over. So that's why they're showing this stuff. And yeah, it's painting the picture. It's painting the picture. Sweet Tooth says, comfort Clyde. Clyde is hiding. He won't come up. He feels safe under the desk. And besides, if I did that, Clyde, if I had Clyde in the middle of a thunderstorm, he sits like right here. And he tries to get underneath my chin. So if I lost more weight, he could probably fit under there. Eon Dobbs says, oh, this is my girlfriend. Charlie says a trip with 60 people is not a family trip. It's a shit show. Oh my God. I'm going on a family trip with 5 people is a shit show. JR does bring up a point. Sister would not ask you if she didn't think it could not have happened. I get where you're coming from there, but I can see the other way around that. Now, somebody said, why did Trooper Proctor get called to investigate a kiss? Because these people think let's presume there's no funny business. Well, they're like, why would Jen have done this? Because a month earlier in Aruba, Jen thought he was making out with somebody, so Jen's mad at him. Like, it's a motive issue. Remember, they don't have to prove motive, but providing a motive is very helpful to explaining how a crime was committed and who did it. Nick's streaming tonight. Let's fucking go. Wow. I might have to take a look at that later. Jeez. I'm not sure that's a good idea, but okay. Proctor's under an FBI investigation. Yeah, well, a lot of people are. If you haven't been investigated by the feds, are you really doing anything right in life? Just saying. Poor Clyde. Yeah, he's a little guy. So I got to turn on Ryan. Actually, you know what? Hold on here. We'll switch this over to Ryan Hall, y'all, because I'm curious. Because we're starting, like, I don't know if you guys can hear it out there, but it's getting fucking loud. And, like, it looks like there's a tow truck outside. It looks like there's a tow truck outside going, and I'm getting a little like, oh boy. Hold on here. Nope. No Ryan Hall tonight, so it's not too bad, but what's weather.com say? Because I see enough flashes, and I'm surprised you guys aren't seeing them. Come on. What the? Why does weather.com suck so bad? There we go. Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah. Oh, we got a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, well, that makes sense. Oh, and it's just a little band it's going through. He'll be okay in a minute. Clyde, hey, bubby. Hey, do you want up? Here, do you want up? Come here, buddy. Huh? It's okay. You came up. Oh. It's okay, Bubba. All the storms are going by. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, guys, if you're gonna go watch Nick, be nice to him. He doesn't need any more shit than he's already caused for himself. Mavka says, "Why is it a state police if it's a Commonwealth?" Now you're asking a oh puppy, you're shaking. You're asking a lot of fucking questions. I don't know. I don't know why. I also don't know why Rhode Island was called the state of Rhode Island and Providence Plantations. I don't know why it was called that. I don't know why. Why not Mounties then? Because they're not a Mountie is a member of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. They I don't know. I don't know. I don't work there, okay? I work here. I don't know the answers. You guys should write them letters and say, Mavka, you know what you need to do? Here, you know what? Write that question out. Why are you guys the state police if it's a Commonwealth? And you know what they're going to do? Somebody in the office is going to open that letter up, and he's going to be like, oh, shit. He's going to run down the hall screaming, boss, boss! And it's going to get, like, cycled up the chain to the head of the state police, and he's going to go, mother of God. They'll be like, shut it down, guys! It's okay, Bubba. It's okay. It's okay. You guys are getting to see Clyde have a panic attack. You're getting to see Clyde have a panic attack. It's okay, Bubba. It's okay. Comfort Clyde. I am working on it, Sweet Tooth. He is panicking hard. Oh. Yeah, she looked right into his glazed eyes. Yeah. Considering his dick slinging, O'Keefe must have been with the mounted unit. Yeah. The Squid is saying, I'm not saying Lally is bad at his job, but I'm convinced he's never dealt with a case this bad. Most people have not dealt with a case. I would never want it. I've never dealt with a case this bad. I would never want a case this bad. Guys, see, like I said, he is freaking out here. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. I'm like, look at him. You know, this case, and 100% he never went against competent and experienced, prepared lawyers. Most prosecutors have never dealt with that. And most of them haven't dealt with a shit case. But remember, even a completely shitty case is still well within the state's benefit. The odds are in their favor still. Is the state's theory intentional or reckless? Kind of a little column A or a little column B. Like, they're going to get the murder, they're trying to show she intentionally killed him. Like, intentionally, her actions clearly demonstrate she had no regard for his life. But if they determine, oh, she was just drunk and ran him over, then it's just manslaughter. So, tomato, tomato. False Prophet says that's quite a leap from she gets mad when she thinks her boyfriend is cheating. She probably ran him over. I agree that's a leap, but that's the leap the state is making. They're making the leap. Karen was fucking mad at John. That's the leap they're making. Mounties are originally peacekeepers. Today they're enforcement officers. Canada has fallen. Well, yeah, Canada fell a little while ago. Charlie says Joe's doing a call-in show. You can get your number doxed. Yeah, but you know what? Joe's got a great show tonight, so Joe's got good stuff. It's okay, buddy. Come here. It's okay. It's okay. He's shaking. I could almost This is the weakest motive I've ever seen when the state's witnesses admit she apologized the next morning. I agree, but that's their motive. These are the cards they're playing. These are the cards they're playing. Oh, great. Clyde is freaking out and Lainey's howling sorrowfully. Oh, Papa, it's okay. It's okay. You're okay, buddy. We've got the power of God and anime. Well, I don't know if I really want the power of anime here, but we got the power of God and anime here on our side. Okay? Can we A-log in locals? No, I do not want people A-logging. That's not acceptable to me. If you guys go do that and I find out you did it and I can prove you did it, I'd probably kick you out of this chat. I won't put up with that shit. Cosmos says, I'm on 35 Fed databases. Another man of success like me. Jarek says, is there a blob on my lawn? There fucking better not be. I fucking mowed the front yard. It looks fucking... We hadn't had rain for like 4 or 5 days. And I mowed the lawn on Sunday, so it looked like fucking like... And then I mowed it again on Monday a little bit, and it's like... I remowed it because some of the grass popped up. I guess I kind of ran it over weird. And I mowed it on Monday, and it was like... A couple days now, it's been looking beautiful. It was like 90 here today. Oh, God, yeah, it was like horrible here today, too. Abel says, sob. Karen Reed will double down on the name Karen, or if she's Chad, will she ruin the name at the end of the case? Yes. Oh, we love you, Clyde. Aw. Clyde Bear. Hi, Bubba. He's all panicky. Hey, come here, Clyde. It's okay, buddy. Come here. Hide under the desk. You're not wanting to sit on me. I think I'm gonna have to go sit on the couch with him. Carrie, it's okay. I get what you're saying. Will she ruin the name at the end of the case? I don't know. How bad will it look if Lally's let the defense call the lead investigator? That would look really fucking bad. That would look really, really, really bad. And if that happens, I don't know what the... If they let that happen, that's their fucking fault. Clyde is privilege. Yes, he does. He's a very bougie dog. Your dog shakes as bad as Michael J. Fox. I know he does. James says even constabularies. Not sure what constabularies do, but yes. Why is it 50 states and not 4 states are commonwealths? I don't know. Like, there's a couple of them that are commonwealths. That's what they want to be called. Mr. Sniper says because Rhode Island is the island of Prudence and the name change and the plantations are farms of Providence. That's why. Yes, it was called the name. It was Rhode Island and Providence Plantations. That's the official name of Rhode Island. That's pretty fucking cool why they're called that. Plantations of Providence. I like that. I kind of like that. Chili would be interested in sending that letter to the police and shutting them down. Yeah. Oh. Say, Iconoclast says that letter to Kentucky and Virginia as well. Yes, because they have state police as well. That'd be ruining it for both. Ruining it for everybody. Yeah. Walter Malone says, 20 more subs and we go all night, chat. Can we hit the goal? Oh, I'll praise the goal. We need a lot more in subs, but oh. I said the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Oh, Mystery Sniper, yes. The issue was because it's a plantation, therefore it must be racist, and people were pressuring Rhode Island to change the name because plantations are racist. April Beth says, you were a good person. I try to be, but Let's not get too carried away. I appreciate the sentiment, though. Get Clyde a Thunder shirt. Yeah, we've thought about that. Naaman says Super Lawyer Jackson had a bad day. I don't think he did. He had a couple of he stepped on his dick once or twice, but he scored. He got that cross of Jen McCabe was absolutely eviscerating. It's not the mic drop, like I said. It's not the mic drop, but that was goddamn good. Nobody trusts Jen McCabe anymore. She seems like a fucking lunatic, and I mean, I guarantee you in that courtroom, the tension would have been palpable when Jen starts talking. So I think, could he have done it better? Maybe, but like I said, when you are dealing with a very combative witness, it's really easy to get wrapped up in it yourself and start fighting with them. I mean, I've admitted I've done it before. I think overall it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. Lawful Lucas says, I grew up in Rehoboth. And Seekonk. Or is it Seahonk? And lived in PVD for a while. Now my wife and I are out in Western Mass. Alyssa Marie says, us women never let anything go. False Prophet says, how is that even close to a reasonable leap a jury should be allowed to make? Yeah, now you're getting it. Yep. Oh, I agree. But, remember, there are 3 branches of government. And the prosecutors are in the executive branch. And, it's when you're in court, it's you versus 2 branches of the government. So that's why it happens. Medicare is heating it up on X. Yeah, guys, Saturday night, Jim returns. Yes, there's a couple of you guys up in Mass in that area. Charlie, Vodka Blood, you guys, and a couple others. Get Laney up there, too. I have better chance chasing a greased up pig than Laney. Where's 2.0? 2.0 is out doing some things she enjoys. She's doing extracurriculars. Oh, you're over on Locals? Yeah, it's always a fun time, guys. And if you guys want to join that on Locals, speaking of Locals, potentiallycriminal.locals.com. You guys could join. It costs you nothing to join. If you want to be a supporter, it is $3 a month. You pay for 10 months. You get 2 months free. Or you can use the promo code SWITCHY, like as in the switchy on the back of a Glock, and you get 1 month free access to everything, including the 2 live shows we do every week, Monday night, and then we do a Thursday night show after the, we're going to ahead of myself. We do a Thursday night live show here on YouTube every Thursday night at 9:30. So tomorrow at 9:30. After that show, we go hang out on Locals for a little while. All the stuff we can't talk about on the internet, on YouTube, and just stuff that doesn't fit into the context of our show, we'll be talking about there. So I enjoy it. Hopefully see you guys there. What's A-logging? What's A-logging? What does that mean? What's A-logging? Oh my gosh. Some of you guys are so sweet out here on the internet world. Oh my gosh. I gotta So as much as you may hear Ethan Ralph talk about the A-logs, it's oh, and it doesn't mean a logarithmic thing like you're dealing with in is it trigonometry? Where you have like sine, cosine, tangent, then there's like log. Aren't those all the things on the keyboards of the graphic calculators? I don't know. It's logarithmic. I just know there was a log button on my calculator, so I thought log. So a log is where you're online and basically you're fucking with people, you're fucking with a specific target. I mean, that's really what it is. Basically, you just kind of follow people around and fuck with them. That's really what a-logging is nowadays, and you're just joking around with them, you're trolling them, but you're doing it really dedicated, and you're doing it really hard. So, like, Ethan Ralph has a-logs. And for Darkside Phil, you could probably call his detractors a-logs. They come from Chris Chan's world. The people who are fucking with Chris Chan. So what is a-logging? Not all of us are weebs. Oh, a-logging has nothing to do with being a weeb. I mean, it used to be known as all kinds of things on the internet before. Like before I was a-logging before I even knew what a-logging was. You know, little Sean out there, in 19, well, actually like 2001, a-logging the fuck out of people and trolling the fuck out of them. I was a-logging. I was a Cro-Magnon man of a-logging. I was in the Glasgow caves a-logging the fuck out of people on message boards before there even was a-logging. That's so it's really nothing new. It just has a name now. Yes, I look like a well-fed fed. Yes. That seems like, ew, could you imagine that being on a watch list? Embarrassing. I agree. I agree. Sorry, guys. I was trying to catch up on stuff. You guys are like, I love this chat. It goes so fast. It's hard to catch up. I only troll. I do not a-log. Do you really think that's not that much different? If it's 20, I'll donate some. Guys, I'm trying to catch up. Hold on. Twisted Puppet says I can't be a lawyer, but I troll the fuck out of every prosecution witness. Well, yeah. Santa Cook. Okay, there we go. Santa Cook. False Prophet says you aren't doing a very good job restoring my faith in the justice system with these answers. This is where I wish I had a producer. I'd be like, hey, Terry, focus, tighten up on me, Terry. That was never my goal. If you want faith, go find Jesus. Just saying. Oh, am I gonna snipe Nick? No, I'm not gonna snipe Nick. What's Mr. Medicare's X handle? You don't know it? It's Mochi Mochi Moan. Can you snipe Nick's locals for your locals? Yeah, I'll take a look, and we'll probably do some of the locals in a second. I have a normie audience confirmed. I know. I have a bit of everything in my chat, so I love it. What's B logging? C logging? Yeah, Eric says it's not true. That's trigonometry. Okay. Yes, logarithms came in algebra. Okay. Oh, Aaron said it might be time to put a call into Worski. Ooh, boy. Ha 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 ha. If I'm Nick, I'm just saying. That's a collar pulling moment. I will enlighten the non-farmers. I am. I'm working on it, guys. I'm trying to catch up here. God, you guys are like, I'm trying to catch up here. A-logging in AOL chat rooms, yes. Classical A-logging, yes. Yes. I finally caught up. Used to just be called trolling, yeah. You're forgetting becoming a lore master in the lol cow in question. Well, yeah, but lore is a whole nother problem. What does the JQ mean? Naughty, naughty. That's a shame. Says we're a bunch of chatty Cathys. Yes, you guys are. Technically, the Mochi Mochi mode is Jade's account, but Jim uses it. Aaron might be going casino like tonight. Like really? Oh shit! I'm gonna watch that tonight. He says, I'm a bondage master on AOL. I get that reference. I get that. Chadwick says, I've never won every chess match. How do you reconcile a loss when you know for certain your client is innocent? Thank God I've never had that issue. When it's like this, so like I've had it happen in a bunch of misdemeanor cases. I don't have a client who I think is 100% innocent that's sitting in prison. Will knock on one, and I hope I never do. I've had guys where it's not been clear, but that shit, Chadwick, keeps you up at night. Trust me, dude. That shit keeps me up at night. The idea of it at times, like I said, the one like I did a 3-day trial, and now it's been God. How long has it been now? Yeah, like 5 years ago now. And I still remember like it was yesterday. I didn't sleep for like the 2 days before, the 3 days through the trial. And like I was terrified because I was 100% convinced my guy was innocent. And he was looking at like 10 years in prison. And we fucking got it out of there. We got the dub. When it happens, I've had it happen in the lower level things, like people getting convicted of misdemeanors. You do what you can. You know, I like to think I didn't, as long as I can go back through and say I didn't do it, it's not my fault. This system put an innocent man in the spot I was in, and I did my damnedest to keep him out of it. I mean, that's generally what I like to say. But at the end of the day, it's overall the system works. That's the point. It works, and it's part of the reason why I still support the death penalty. Because, well, yeah, innocent people do get killed. But if you're worried about innocent people not being killed, okay, cool. But doing everything to that person for 40 years, you just don't kill them. That doesn't really make you that much better. I did everything to you but kill you. I've killed you in every way but physically. You're not really any better at the end of the day. So, but you put people in for 15, 20 years, you're doing the same. You're killing them. You're turning them into horrible people at that point. If you get to, you have to, you understand it might happen, but you do every goddamn thing you can do to make sure it doesn't happen on your watch. And that's all you can do. But even if somebody's guilty as fuck, I take loss personally. I don't like to lose, but who does? But I take loss and failure personally, and that's at times that's a fault for me because I fucking carry it with me for a while, not as a positive thing, but as a bit of a chip on my shoulder. I don't know. I guess that's how I kind of answer that. I don't know if that really answers your question at all. So if it doesn't, let me know. Aaron Imholt says, who is Casey, who is Aaron Imholt? He's the guy who runs Steel Toe Morning Show. You'll need to watch some of the Alyssa clips to figure out who Aaron is. Penny says, it's not true. Will be a great t-shirt for the merch store. Yes, it would be, Patty. When we use that's not true. That is an Ethan Ralph. That's Ethan Ralph's thing. So, as much as I'd love to take that as my own, that is an Ethan Ralph, Ethan Ralph thing there, and that would not be fair to take that from him. Do you see any of my useless facts of the slave trade in Rhode Island? I saw you talking about the province part. I don't know if you missed something else. I didn't see it. No. That same said when I was an intern, we lost a murder trial and the guy was innocent. I had nightmares every night for 2 weeks. Ooh. Hold on, chat. I need to take this. 2.0. Sorry, guys. That was a lovely 2.0. She is on the way home. Do you ever put bullshit as a prosecutor to get the conviction? No. Nope. Never have and never will. If I was ever in that position again, I never would. And never did it before. I got a message on Discord after the show. Okay, well. Okay, well, we'll look at that later. Thank you, Sleazy. Where did I just go? Where did it go? Okay. Are you doing locals tonight? What night's tonight? Wednesday? No, I wasn't planning on it. 2.0 is going to be getting home in a minute, so we like to hang out. Bella's saying, was Nick really whacking it the other night? No, that was meant to, like, here's the thing. He was making fun of Darkside Phil. And Darkside Phil he's famous on the internet because 5 or 6 years ago, he had started his stream, but he didn't realize the camera was on, and he's, like, leaned up back against his couch, and you could see him fucking cranking it. Like, you can't see his hog, but you can tell he's cranking it. He's grunting and everything, and he whacks it, and he's, like, all done, and he's like, oh, wow, the camera was on. And he just fucking went on like it is ignored, has never acknowledged it for years on end. What happened with Nick, I think he was trying to make fun of that, make fun of Darkside Phil. The problem is he was so fucking drunk and whatever this shit was, fucking out of it. He was bouncing from thing to thing to thing to thing because he's fucking like drug-addled at that point, that he went from Darkside Phil to a bunch of other things and then immediately switched back over to the Darkside Phil bit and was like, like faking like he was whacking it. And that's all I could think of because literally he only whacked it for like 15 seconds. There's no way he got off on that. I hope. I'm trying to be charitable about that. It's still fucking hilarious to watch. So I hope that answers all the questions. So I caught up. Are there any? I feel like this is The Simpsons. Does anybody have any other questions that don't involve Nick? And everybody's gonna be like, "Oh." Sean, we can hear you stop talking about pegging. Oh my god. Oh. Glow says still here almost 5.5 hours. I had company for a while. Okay. Let's see. Not too far behind, I don't think. Mavcus is almost 10 years ago. It was 2016. It's been, here's the problem. The internet has been around forever. It's been so long. My frame of reference is gone. So I don't know. Could have been 10 years. Am I coat guarding? I don't know what it is. He could have been snorting crystal meth for all we know. At that point, I'm crank guarding, which crank guarding sounds really gay. So who knows what it was? Sweet to say, Sean, no, I think he really did. I understand either way he did it, it didn't work, okay? I'm just saying, it didn't work either way. If it's meant to be a joke, it bombed. If he's really cranking his hog, it still didn't work. So, Alex Stein's championing intervention. Well, yeah, now. Yes, you're bringing that up now. That's great. Yes. Well, good for him. Island saying it's I know we don't get a directed verdict, but this is kind of the case for it, right? I mean, right? You'd like to think so, yes. 100% Island. Crank guarding Lamau. I spent a long time thinking about this. Well, yeah, because I spent like 2.5 hours in the car today. I had a lot of time to think. So what else could they bring up that implicate Karen? I don't know. There might be more. So Ricada and Diddy should go to rehab together and document it. Oh my god, that would be awful. That just sounds nasty. So yeah, guys, I think we're all caught up now. I think we finally caught up on everybody's stuff. Huh. Darcy says there better be more what? Just got here. Did you see Alex Stein 99 did a Ricada segment? Yeah. I mean, everybody can do everybody's doing Ricada segment now. It's like, where y'all motherfuckers months ago doing Ricada segments? Like, that's my point. Just saying. Oh, Aaron's on Kino right now. Oh shit. Oh shit, chat. Kick.com/Kino Casino Gaming. Nick tried to get Aaron to sign an NDA. Lamau. Okay, I be careful what you believe. I mean, Nick, how is Nick gonna write one up? I don't think Nick's ever done one before. So, Aaron's claiming this happened. Where would Nick have gotten his hands on an NDA? Not practicing lawyer. Just saying. Snipe the casino. Let's go. What is on the? Sniper, we leave. He's Sniper, we leave. No offense. You know what? Oh, God. Yeah, fine. Let's watch this. Let's watch it for a minute. Oh my God, chat. Yes, my curiosity is extremely morbid right now as well. Let's look at this. They only got 2.4K on. Wow. All right. Wait. Wait, he's not on right now. No. Oh, this isn't live. They made it sound like you guys made it sound like Aaron was on live. What the hell? You lied to me, chat. Yeah, I'm sharing the screen. Don't you worry. I'm gonna share the screen here. You guys like have lied to me.
Sheldon, yep, that was. Do that, but not in front of a camera. I don't have many choices now.
Someone just he was grabbing your wife's head, buddy. Like, come on, Aaron. It's
but
time.
No, I know. Well,
someone just tweeted out this. Can you
okay, like I get Casino's live, but that wasn't the point. I know Casino was live, but you guys played with my emotions.
Like, dude, like on 2 times speed. Hey, Ash, want to take fucking 5 hours to explain the lore of Ricada?
This is it.
Oh,
I mean, everybody has
Listen, if you're new, just enjoy the ride, okay?
their own ways of handling their stress.
I guess so. He said, I'm stressed. I'm taking a couple days off. Stop. You want to say I'll say anything? You got to stop lying to yourself. You have a lot to fucking offer. You're not a fucking idiot.
Wow.
You're not a bad guy either. But this ain't good. This needs to be addressed. This doesn't need to take 2 days off. This needs to be addressed.
It needs to stop.
Guys, can we all just say it? Rehab. This needs rehabilitation.
Okay.
This is
I don't know if anybody's seeing this shit on Twitter, but Steel Toe actually showed up to his show with like powder on his nose.
Yeah. We'll watch it after.
20-minute bathroom breaks and shit.
That's funny.
He's staring at ceiling cats on his show.
Look, Aaron, you're winning us over. Oh, fuck this term. You're winning us over. You know what you need to do. You
gotta do what's
you know
right.
what you need to do. Like,
I'll never talk shit about if he actually delivers.
I will
never say a bad word about him ever fucking again. I'll be like, what a kid.
Ever. I'll be like, it will be like the ultimate Aaron dub. It will be like Melton needs to stop.
We'll felt Melton. We'll start
Melton.
We'll A-log Melton.
We start A-log Melton.
Like, look at Melton. Whoa,
no, Clay,
guys.
we're not lying. We're not lying. No, Melton, listen, we won't A-log you either, but
I love you,
Melton. I'm actually a fan of Melton.
Nick's supposed to start his show in 3
you?
minutes.
No, I watched the show like once for 10 minutes. He seems like a nice guy. Like I don't hate Melton.
Oh my God.
Can someone tell us who is Melton? And why we keep saying his name like over and over?
He's like the nobody likes onions guy.
I don't know.
He's like, I don't know.
A bunch of degenerate Japanese shit in my air cone because it can't.
He's gonna get hundreds of subscribers off the shit.
You know, he should.
He did.
He's Aaron's A-log. No, I know that, but
Read. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, my chemistry is below Obama levels.
What?
Do you want me to be drunk like this tomorrow? Every day. I don't give a fuck. Who cares?
See, now that worries the fuck out of me.
That's what worries you, Aaron?
Funny, why?
Yeah, he looked like a guy who's about to pull his
the
brains
whole
out.
idea that this
I agree.
footage is what's worrying to him when he saw firsthand all of it and him probably more fucked up than this. Like, come on, man. It's a bit performative. Like, we know that you know how bad it is.
All right, Chad, I gotta step away. I'm gonna turn on the sound for myself.
Holy
Hold on.
You want me to be drunk like this tomorrow? Every day? Who fucking cares? That's a crime.
Aaron, he's been this drunk every day since you've known him.
It's like he's pretending he knew him when he was sober.
Yeah, can you believe it?
You understand that you were actually like his midlife crisis? Like, you were actually like hanging out with you was like getting to be rock bottom of his life.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I hate to fault you this much, but seriously, man.
Yeah.
Fight for help.
Nose Goblin is gifted a sub.
Fuck yeah, guys. Let's get some subs.
How many are we away
56
from
away
the
from extended show?
Can we hit it? Let's get the 56 subs.
Let's
We're gonna
go.
do Ghost Doctor
We're
tonight.
gonna we're gonna hang out with you all for extra show. We are off for the next few days, be it so you're gonna want extra show, or this is a threat.
Maybe not.
This is a threat. All right. Oh, and RTU as well,
Chick
obviously.
is gifted 5 subs.
And by the way, guys, you're gonna want to stay for Review Tech if you're new
We're
here.
doing some review
We're
tech.
gonna we already R'd him, and Ashton did in the beginning of the show, but we're ready to fucking burn him alive tonight.
Tyler is
what's
gifted
up,
a
Tyler?
sub.
What's up, homeboy? Let's fucking go 50 away. 50 away.
Conscious or subconscious? That's a fucking cry for help.
Cry for help. He said the thing.
The cry for help.
Let's go. We was Chuds has gifted 5 subs.
Who care though?
Thank you so much, guys.
I wish I didn't. I wish I could ha at this like everybody.
Yeah, thanks, bro, Kyler, man. Appreciate you, man. Nice seeing you. I'll speak to you later, bud.
Everybody else's. This angers me.
This
because I got
you?
treated like a fucking pariah because I said fucking slow down.
Holy.
Ooh, that's
Why are you
a real tone, by the way?
That's sad, bro. This guy, all he wanted to do was
Slow
be
down.
friends with his hero, his king, his idol, Nick Rekieta. He worshipped the ground Rekieta walked on, and Rekieta spat on him because he wouldn't shoot heroin in front of his children.
Like, right?
What a disaster. What a disaster, man.
And I'm not going to do a gay thing any
Well-
gayer than I've already done and say,
Whoa!
No, is he
Aaron,
admitting?
we'll forgive you. It's
Aaron,
fine.
You're basically admitting to homosexual acts.
You know, that's fine. It's 2024,
Listen,
Aaron. Come on the
it's
show.
2024, man. We love the homos here.
Buddy, this is the gayest show on Kick.
I know.
Like,
many would say that we're gay.
yeah.
He's our homo.
Yeah.
He's like Milo of 2016, but of today.
Like, yeah, minus the, crazy pedo
pedophile,
shit.
weird shit where he went on Joe Rogan. Or, no, it was Drunken Peasants.
Drunken Peasants,
Drunken Peasants, and he lost it all.
not going to do a gay thing any gayer than I've already done and say, oh, Nick, listen, because he won't. But I will say this.
Listen, he can't even think of a sentence. Like Nick that is no longer Nick. This is a fucking body snatcher situation. For real.
In other bad news for the state of Minnesota, their Timberwolves have just lost to the Dallas Mavericks.
See, it's like L after L in Minnesota.
The curse of the Baldo strikes again.
You know what I mean? You know, in NBA Jam, I used to always pick the Minnesota Timberwolves. I don't know why when I was a kid.
Yeah, you told me that.
Right?
yeah.
I told you that. Yeah, I don't know why. They sucked in the game too. Like in retrospect,
I gotta be free of everything involving this.
Yeah,
because I am not going to have someone's fucking death on my hands.
Okay, so you're like, it's like even his co-host is like. There's
Like,
death
dude,
involved?
Like, how serious is this shit, dude? He's like, I signed up for a comedy show, not intervention on A&E. Like, Nose Goblin with a sub.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's
I'm
Super
watching
Baldo Sunday this Sunday.
Super Baldo Sunday.
Super Baldo Sunday.
Listen, if you
Aaron reveals all.
Listen, if you do art or funny videos, A-log style videos, send them, like, start your project. We'll put it for the cold open. We want 45 minutes of cold opens.
45 minutes of cold open straight on Rekieta.
Yeah.
Make it so.
And we're going to have also the halftime show too. Midway through the stream, we're going to stop for an hour and have musical guests and stuff. So start working.
Someone's fucking death on my hands. I'm watching a guy fucking die.
It's not on you, though.
He's a twig. He's fucking, this is beyond hammered. Took
Tell him,
45
kid.
minutes off during the stream. It filmed an empty chair and he came back and there was some questions raised.
Actually, no, Aaron, that was the second bathroom break is when, well, there was questions raised on the first break, but the second one, he had full on Coke on his nose. Okay.
As
We
to,
got Sneaks
you know,
O'Reilly for a sub.
Fuck yeah. Thank you.
condition. Stop. Fucking, I'll say something that a group says.
Yep.
Admit we are powerless over our addictions. You're a religious man. We turn our life to God as we know him.
It's AA. Literally AA.
Reality is that you have two options in this world.
You don't have anybody, by the way. You don't have anybody in your life who will tell you this.
He's got 2,400 people watching right now. Who's telling him this? Everyone tell him this. Could you all just go, Rekieta, you're dying. You need to stop.
Yeah.
Watch. We're going to do a little pop-out chat there. It's a fun part of the show where we show you guys. We show you on stream. Hang on.
Let's see here. How many people are going to tell him he's dying?
Let's see.
Stop, get help, stop dying. People are telling him to die. Rekieta,
Okay,
you're
yeah.
dying. You have to stop. You're dying, Nikki Rackets. R.I.P. Rekieta.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Like
My Winter Soldier gifted a sub.
Yeah, we got a sub there. Time to stop. You're dying. Do a flip. That's crazy. Yikes. Okay, maybe that was a bad idea to say that.
And those of us who will are gone.
Mm.
And I know your response is going to be, I'm a liar. I'm a piece of shit. All the other things I've heard in the past.
Listen, Aaron, we'll believe everything that it's like. You don't have to even believe Aaron. Like, we know, just confirm. Aaron, there's drugs, right? Yes. Okay. Next.
I'm a liar. I'm a piece of shit. I will say anything. I'm sowing a narrative.
By the way,
I wish I was as bad a motherfucker.
Bad news, folks. Apparently on the local stream, people are in the chat, and he hasn't started the show.
No, he was supposed to start it at this time.
Wait.
He fibbed about doing a local stream again.
Wait.
Oh, no.
Wait.
Anyway.
Oh no.
Oh,
Ash, he started.
no.
And guess
Oh, he
what?
started?
He's not on camera. It's his like
He won't
Discord
be
circle.
on camera.
Okay, buddy who's sending me this info, you better please OBS it. OBS. Thank you.
As I thought I was, and I could watch this clip and go, well, best of luck to you, withering away. But I know your family. Don't put people through this fucking horse shit. It's not too late. You're a smart guy. You were born with the privilege that fucking people who don't behave like this would murder to have. And you're squandering it. I didn't think this was going to make me this upset.
You didn't think the guy who stole your wife would make you upset? Pardon me?
Whoa, buddy.
Like, what did you thought you were going to be like, oh, that's pretty cool. That's cool.
Realize what people do to you.
Aaron,
Or
though, yeah.
You do the same thing
Yeah,
to
it is a
them.
W for Aaron for sure.
OBS is on.
Let's go.
The OBS is recording.
do the second thing. I realize what people do to me.
Whoa.
You can't stop it.
You poor fucking victim.
He doesn't realize what he does now.
You poor fucking
Yes! Aaron, let's go!
Let's go.
victim.
Steel Toe's really winning us. He's winning me over.
Steel-toe's putting the boots to him.
Fucking home run.
And I ain't gonna tell tales out of school.
Why
I ain't gonna
not?
tell stories.
Listen,
You
Why
guys-
not?
Listen. He will. Like, look, this is the more.
We're begging you.
Please.
Guys want me to tell. I ain't gonna do that because that ain't for you.
Yes, it is. This is a public situation.
Buddy, it's
on
getting
camera.
crazy.
It's on
Listen,
camera.
In the words of Jim just tweeted this. Minnesota nice turning into Minnesota knife fight real quick.
Mhm.
Gonna end with some headline about two men arrested in a hot tub, engaged in mortal combat, described as wearing some strange testicular devices they jousted with. Like, is this really gonna end with a knife on a Baldo match?
Listen.
Like, it's gonna be like that Kenny versus Spenny cockfight episode where they're in the Coctagon hot tub. They just put a steel cage. This is how it should end on pay-per-view. Steel cage around the hot tub. Each is locked into the Baldo with a steak knife on the end. And it only ends when one of them dies.
Yeah.
This is the sort of entertainment that would be the future of streaming.
And we'll be the announcers. We'll be wearing suits, sitting at a table. You know what I mean?
This
But how
ends
is this
now. Baldo to Baldo. Man on man.
Baldo Mania.
Man's friend.
This arc is crazy, by the way.
And when you see shit like this, there is a part of you that goes, could I have done more?
No.
Was I selfish?
By the way, we got Papa Stovepipe for $20 saying, did
Thank
I
you.
ever tell you the tale of Darth Baldo the Unwise? It's not a tale a 40-year-old diddler would tell.
He is live? Oh. So he
Thanks,
did
buddy.
do it actually? I thought he
In
wasn't.
fucking splitting. In fucking not.
Aaron, here's what I'm saying. People who are like really like stuck in their ways as addicts, there's only so much you could do until they have to figure it out themselves. And sometimes like letting the person figure it out is what you have to do. You can only go stop doing drugs so many times and they don't do it and don't listen until you're like, well, you have to live your own fucking life. Right? You
Okay,
know?
breaking news.
Uh-oh.
Aaron has revealed that Rekieta and his wife bought April sex toys and lingerie for her birthday, which we basically already could have, we
Okay.
already know that.
That's not even like a listen, Aaron.
Oh.
Aaron. That was like day one. Right, Ash? That's like okay,
This is
yeah.
why I'm saying, like, he needs to be ready to actually do this
Aaron,
show.
Don't drip feed. Write down everything in a point form. Come on, we'll link your show. People will sub to it and make it good. Don't be like, and this one time, Rekieta and Mrs. Rackets chugged a bottle of vodka. It's like, yeah, right.
Going back to this place.
No.
I've told my therapist before, I feel like I watched a building burn down with people inside and I could have tried to pull them out.
Whoa.
At what
You
cost?
know, whenever
At
you
what
begin a sentence with, I told my therapist, it's an L.
Yeah. Like
Mm,
we're
no.
anti-therapists on this show. 100%.
Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong with therapy.
no one we've seen on the show who has a therapist has been good. It's been right. So we're gonna have to discuss this with you, Aaron, too. Okay.
That's
True.
literally it. At what
True.
cost, Aaron? You can only do so much.
But
it sucks.
So,
Guys, I
It's
just moved
fucked.
I
corners.
don't understand.
I'm
So
over
Ralph has
here.
booked him for Tuesday. The thing is, though, we've booked him for
Chad, I
earlier
just
than
moved to
that.
the upper
And
left,
also,
upper right.
even if he didn't come on,
I just moved to the upper right, Chad. I'm still here.
I'll interview with this guy going to be. Is it going to be Ralph just trying to get him to sweep for Rekieta?
He's gonna holler at him. He's gonna
No,
shit on
he's
him.
going to holler at him. He's going to be like, what are you, some sort of fucking cock pussy? Rekieta's a child for fucking your wife and doing cocaine.
Yeah.
Listen. Honestly, listen. If he's just a big time puss and he doesn't want to just felt Rekieta, then that's what he deserves. He deserves the bad ending where he goes on Ralph and just gets raped by the kingly Ralph Amale's
Well,
cock.
Ralph's already gonna shit on him, and like he's like he let like Ralph is sweeping hard. Now look, he's coming on our show first. It will be Baldo. Ralph will try to. Ralph has to involve himself in this like arc in like the worst possible like way. And
Ralph's gonna go, well, why didn't you hit Rekieta with the bottle?
Yeah. So yeah.
Fucking terrible.
The internet thinks that this guy's just some fuck up, retard, asshole,
Bell on
silver
beach.
spoon chewing piece of shit.
Yeah.
At his best, this is a smart, generous, kind man. At his best. He's far from his best. Those glimpses are few and far between. Shut it off.
Woo.
Shut it off. Go take care of yourself.
Oh, it says inside of you, there are two wolves.
By the way, this is what Ralph's defending. This is what Ralph's going. No, he's a kid.
No,
Look at
see,
him.
Ralph's sweeping this shit up. I mean, good on him. Fine.
Like, what size broom do you need to sweep up this, folks? Are we gonna play
Jaybird
that?
saying we're not missing anything on a local stream. What's he doing? Is he just coping, or is he just trying to pretend it didn't happen, or what? All right, let's go into this private DM tip. Let's show this.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
this comes from a patron of Stoney's Bar. So I received this DM this morning.
Okay.
He says, "Hey, I'm from April's hometown and the same Aaron's hometown in Litchfield. The story going around is that April drove Aaron's kids back to Ashley, his ex-wife, while tweaking after partying with Nick. This led to a restraining order from Ashley against April, and thus the beginning of the end. Also, Aaron and Keanu all but admitted April was in the room during Nick's happy ending stream.
We saw that, yeah.
Please don't share my name."
I believe it.
So I kind of believe it.
I believe
but
it. Like,
wouldn't the restraining order in the courts, like, wouldn't that be public? Wouldn't we already know about that? Unless somebody just didn't look into it, like one of the Kiwis didn't look into it. But I wouldn't be surprised if this was true. And that's the situation. That Rekieta got this guy's wife tweaking out on crack or coke or God knows what.
Whatever.
And she showed up fucked out of her mind with Aaron's kids at the ex-wife's house, and then she put her fucking foot down. The thing is, if the ex-wife knows about all the degeneracy already, like, Aaron may as well just reveal it and blow these fucking degens out of the water. But he's got to consult with his ex-wife first. It's going to be looked into now. If it's there, it'll be found. So
it's public record, right?
Well, kids involved equals domestic, no public ever, says Vegas Obama. I don't know. I don't know about that.
Aaron.
But I really wouldn't be surprised if that's true.
It's time, Aaron. And I mean, like, it does seem like that would be the final straw for Aaron, right? That's definitely what, like, his wife's like, "You want one too? You want to not see your kids?" Go ahead. What were you saying?
Oh, he is not faking this. He is 100%. He is 100% in the throes of a spiral. He is 100% struggling with addiction. And there's no joke about that. He is 100% got something he's dealing with. So, yeah, Nick did try to say the two wolves thing, actually. Yeah, he was sauced on Monday night, guys. So, answers the casino's question. I didn't hear them ask me a question. So, yeah, we're still going for a minute, guys. I flipped over to Nick real quick. He's on locals, but he's using he's using the screen. He's using this screen, the stop camera screen, and he's talking. And he's like, "Oh, this would be a great opportunity to work on my faith with you guys." It's like, homie, you need to do this shit by yourself. This is not a grifting journey. So he's saying his narcolepsy's bad. Oh, whatever. I mean, he needs to, like I said, I wish nothing but the best for him, but he's got to be serious about it if he wants it. So, yeah, and he's not showing his face tonight, and I don't blame him. I'd be fucking embarrassed after all that happened. So, just saying. J-Rock, they are on kick.com. You're gonna get on there and be like, that's all gambling, and that's all Kick is. But this is a place they found refuge. So, if you guys want to watch him on locals, he's on there right now. But I don't think people should be over there. He should be using this time to focus on himself. So I think him hanging out with people is not the best thing for him. But whatever. What do I know?
From Stonies, St. Cloud. We're very big in St. Cloud, actually. We're going to start doing local ads for St. Cloud shops.
Well, card counter bond play. I kind of think you're right. He goes, Aaron's not going to go off. He's a cuck. He would have to be a different person entirely, a non-cuck, perhaps. I'm just genuinely quite worried that is the case.
Yeah. Listen, I think we're convincing him. I think. If not, then fuck.
I mean, if by counseling you mean, I better not.
You better not what?
I better
be awesome and reveal the truth.
Charlemagne says he's looking to get a payout by Nick before Sunday. I really don't give a fuck. Like, if he wants to sweep it up,
but we said we wanted it on Sunday. We're the ones who are like, no,
listen,
Sunday.
I don't really care if Rekieta has to pay this guy like $100,000. Make sure if you're gonna force Rekieta to pay to shut your mouth and you won't come on this show because of that, you better get a good payout, man.
And we want a cut.
Really milk this fucker. Really bend him over the barrel. Tell him, make sure. But make sure he's not recording it or anything like that, because that might be blackmail. But really, really bleed this fucker dry. If he wants you to sign an NDA, it better come with a substantial amount of money, Aaron. But I say you should realize your true worth. If you felt this motherfucker, it's the old adage, give a man a fish and he has a fish for a day. But if you teach a man to felt, he'll eat for a lifetime.
It'll be felt in everyone.
You can turn it into a daily, weekly grift against Rekieta. You can talk about other stuff as well, but you just have to burn it all down.
I can't wait.
All down.
I think he will. Look, and we'll be your friend, like a friend of the show. Friend of the show.
Potentially criminal. Sean has kicked in with a sub.
Sean, with 2 subs.
Sean, subs from Sean.
Sean, what did you get a raise at the office?
Whoa.
Thank you so much. I have to use the bathroom, okay? Is there any super chats?
Actually, there probably is.
I'll leave my headphones in one thing.
Wait, where do they get?
Here we got the Feezer.
How do you super chat?
Haberdashery for $5.
Is there
saying I'm listening to Aaron being so upset over Rekieta. He's reacting like he's losing a lover, not a friend with Nick. He's grieving way more than he's enraged. Buddy, it's because they were doing games.
You get a raise. These guys are smart asses. Oh.
talked about their homosexual, homoerotic energy. Like, it's all gay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, what else do we have here? We have Montana, 1880. Oh, wait, we already read that one. I think we're actually caught up. Let me just make sure.
Yeah,
we
I'm finding
actually
subs
missed one
incoming.
last night. I
Oh, they use
realized
Dodo
here from
chat?
Pete,
Oh, okay.
where he said, this is the most felt thing ever. Unbelievable. Rekieta has set a new record. I'm genuinely
Rekieta.
speechless. Thank you for the show, PPP and Warski. They are sodomites. They went to the sodomy barn where it was anal August. All anal sex toys, 20% off. 20% off on used dildos. Used dildos. Used sex toys. Buddy, that's where we're at.
I know. Remember the anal August?
We're finally after we did 8 hours last night and 3 hours now. We are finally moving on from Ricada and the Steel Toe Saga for now.
Let's do RT
Nose
first,
Goblin is
or
let's do fucking iDubbbz.
oh yeah, iDubbbz, guys. Holy shit! By the way, if you're enjoying this, remember, guys, follow us on Twitter at Andy Wars.
So, guys, all right, sounds like it's all done.
And remember, if you can't support with donations or whatever, the clip.
They're moving on to iDubbbz, and iDubbbz, yeah, Anissa fucking ruined his life, and we get it. Praise the goal. Nick is making excuses. Yeah, well. I mean, I get that. I mean, that kind of happens when you're in the middle of dealing with shit and you're not, the smoke hasn't even cleared really. So Lucas said, I used to like his content about 6 to 8 months ago. I did find Sean through that whole Ricky-Eta LawTube connection. So that's a bright spot. Well, I'm glad you found me that way, Lucas. Nice to have you here. You can't sell used sex toys as a massive health code violation. Yeah, but Ken, if you read about that place, apparently like all kinds of weird shit happens. Like you're not supposed to do a lot of things that people fucking do. So it wouldn't surprise me. There's got to be people doing it. There's got to be people doing it. Anyone know how much Nick lost in lawsuit? He hasn't lost. He hasn't lost. It's still going. So I remember when you were discovered on Ricada's show. You know, the funny thing is, it's just over 2 years ago now. Just over 2 years ago. It was April 5th, 2022. And I remember that because that's the night I got monetized. Because I broke the 1,000 sub mark. So, Kat said, am I streaming the trial in the morning? There is no trial tomorrow. There's no trial tomorrow. So, just the 9:30 show. There's no trial tomorrow. Trial Friday. Actually, hold on. Wait, no, I think it was April 7th. I went into I was on Nick's show. So it's been a little while. I mean, he's spent at least $100,000 easily. Toto Vader says never get famous. I mean, yeah, you can be famous or successful. You can be both. It's hard to do. I would rather just be successful at this. Lucas is happy to be here. I'm glad you are. Most people aren't, it seems like, at the time. They're like, fuck, we got to listen to this retard talk. Jan says, I remember when you were on Nick's show. Yeah, thank you. Bad Dragon had a forum where you could sell used toys. Yeah, I guess there's only so many times you can ride the tentacled monster. You found me through Nick, yeah. I found Sean through Nick. A lot of people did. A lot of people did. He's like, he made you, Sean. It's true. He made you. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. We love listening to you. I appreciate that. I searched for Panda Try On Haul and found Sean. Thanks. Thanks, Garrett. Eric remember seeing me on Johnny Walker Dread show. Yeah, I gotta hit up Johnny and Kevin Matheson. And God, it's been so long. I got to talk to Johnny. I got to talk to Kevin Matheson from the Kenosha County Eye. I got to meet Photo Chad. I even got to talk to Granbo. I forgot how fucking cool that was. Granbo was fucking neat to talk to and hang out with. She was fucking awesome. Those are all the Kenosha people. Yes, the real ones are here to hear this retard talk. I found Clyde through Sean. Well, yes. This VR says I found Sean through Clyde. There I was, soaping in my ball sack, and who slipped into my DMs? Me. There you go. Yeah, Nick is trending on X. God. You know how many DMs I've gotten for people who have, like, that I know on Twitter or that I know who I talk to on Discord who are, like, fucking big, and they're like, dude, what the fuck is going on? And I'm like, I have to explain. Yeah, it's been a fucking weird 2 days. It's been weird, man. Been fucking weird. Yeah, I got to talk to Granbo. Yes, she's awesome. That's why I don't drink. Yeah, well. No, Justin, like, seriously, like, I've gotten so many from people, like 100,000, 200,000 sub accounts. Like, somebody I've interacted with and through some people, it's like 500,000 sub account. A couple of those, like, people are asking what the fuck's going on. What are we doing tomorrow? I know Chad Daybell's going, guys. I've got some stuff to do tomorrow anyway, so I'm going to be a little busy. It works out. So Keemstar. No, I wish I knew Keemstar. I'd be like, Keem, help me out. I need some marketing help, brother. Help me, brother. Legal Eagle's getting the last laugh now. I mean, really, would you want to be Legal Eagle at the end of would you really want to be Legal Eagle at the end of the day? I mean, that's the question. So no. But yes, I'd love to have Keemstar on my on the horn. Stop ignoring J-Rock Law Daddy, Sean. What did J-Rock say something? I didn't see what he said. I googled Fomer and found Sean. Ron Toye is getting the last laugh. Yeah, but he's still Ron Toye. Why would I fight Kurt? I like Kurt. Are we streaming Friday? Yes, Friday all day. We are there. We are doing all day Friday. I thought I made that clear. Yes, we're doing all day Friday. So, going to the there's a Garfield movie coming out? Oof. That's sad. Hella says late, not gay. Kurt has the reach on me. I think Kurt's taller than me. I think Kurt said he's like 5'9". I'm 5'7" on a good day. So yeah, Kurt's gonna have a little bit of reach. So, but seriously, no, Kurt's doing great. I'm happy for him, man. You know, he's lost a bunch. He's been working out and shit. I need to get in the gym. He's motivating me to get off my ass. He's out there fucking making it work. I mean, he's out there writing a cert petition. Like, he's doing some real awesome shit. Island says, no, Kurt is tall. Well, yeah, I heard Kurt's like, I've heard Kurt's like 6 feet tall. I've also heard he's like 5'9". I mean, if he's 6 foot tall, God, he'll fucking, yeah, that's a lot of reach. Kurt is 5'10". Kurt's over 6 feet. Kurt is short. Ag says, wait, you're short? Yeah, I'm 5'7", man. Chris says, I think you could take Kurt. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Get to the gym, Sean. Thank you. Catherine says, hubby is 6'4". I'm 5'2". Oh, yeah. MW says, I'm 5'12". Kurt's taller than Law and Lumber? Really? I'm 6'1". I don't fucking care how tall you are. That's James says, I think Kurt's tall. Okay. Legal Mindset's not 6'6". You guys are ridiculous. Yes, Andrea Burkhart is a boxer. Yes. I would use her as like, if you have to pick another YouTube celebrity as your like boxing coach or your second, I'd use Andrea Burkhart because she can. I've seen her. She was demonstrating the Brian Albert thing. She's like, she can box. She can, pow. Doesn't matter anyway. You know, I'd shoot in on Kurt, or well, the best I can now. Do like a single leg and just. He's 6 and 2. Those are two different measurements. Okay, now you guys are just being smartasses. Mindset versus Burkhart. You guys are just like taking random people, want them to fight. It's like, yeah, let's have Legal Bites versus Tonkasaw. Like, that'll be great. Who would be the most dangerous on LawTube? He's not on LawTube, but he's on like Eric Hunley show all the time. Is Southern Law. Steve on Southern Law. He's a former Green Beret, so probably the most dangerous of all of us. I'd like to think I'm in the running, but it would definitely be Steve would be the most fearsome. Robert Gavay is, I don't know if he's ripped, but yeah, he's definitely in good shape. Joe versus Ron Coleman. I like Son-Law. He's very chill. Yeah, Steve is very nice. He's a great guy to talk to. Super smart, too. Green Berets are the best of the Special Forces. Well, they are the Special Forces. Now, if you're talking about special mission units, that's an entirely different stratification. But yes, they are, they are the Special Forces. Viva's 3 feet tall. Yeah, but he is cut. That picture of like Viva took a couple weeks ago, dude, he is cut. I don't mean down below. I'm talking about like he looks jacked. Andre's hubby's a nice dude. He put my link in chat and I have no idea why. Oh, is he like her producer? Cool. So, all right, guys. Well, that's enough chit-chatting. Montoya versus Viva, and Viva's Mossad. Yeah. He's her Janny. Well, 2.0 is my Janny sometimes. It'd be even funnier if her name was Jan, because it'd be like Jan the Janny. But it's not. DUI guy versus Runkle. Runkle's tall. He's probably got reach. Alex Cristoforo is probably special intelligence. Yeah, I kind of get that vibe from him. I mean, he has a Cypriot and everything too, so. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to see you later. And real quick, Patty, what is a Janny? A janitor. Meaning a moderator. Their job's to clean up. So janitors have to clean up. And then that became shortened to Janny. So, like, you know, fuck, like people, when they see moderators, they're like, fuck you, Janny, or clean it up, Janny. So there you go. So. Yes, I'm entertaining, but not as cool as 2.0. I'm sure. If only 2.0 could hear that statement. She can't. So hella she doesn't get to hear it. So we're all set, guys. Tomorrow night, Thursday night show. Then Friday, we're doing Karen all over again. So, guys, still, so far, Karen Reid's still not guilty. For now. Until the state can prove otherwise. So, good night, chat.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. But please talk to a local attorney. What's that?